tempo, tempo. Tempo, boy.
One rep and then we're going to be stood up.
Good morning. We are here in lovely Nottingham for day 3 of the Atlantic International Touch Competition. And the weather that is going all the way across southern Europe has kindly not made its way up to here. So we're a bit wet, we moved pitches, but we're underway. So we've not hanging on anymore. USA and England 20s are ready to go. Let's go to the commentary box with my good self and Joe. And let's watch some touch rugby. Joe, good morning.
I would say good morning, but it is a drizzly morning, and some people will say that this weather isn't right for touch, probably doesn't benefit the long ball, but people will be able to dive from 20 metres out and hit the line.
I'm looking forward to that. I am looking forward to that big time. So, first of all, we've moved pitch 1, show pitch to pitch 2, to make sure today we have no problem with the what is going to be horrendous weather coming in later today. But we are prepped and ready. We're under a gazebo. We are covered, good position, and we are here to give you a festival, an absolutely exhibition of the best touch rugby you can get.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, me and Angus were talking on comms yesterday that the boys 18s for England put down an absolute statement, you know, hammering Wales in the final game. And we said if that's the 18s boys, I wonder what the 20s boys can do, and we're going to find out early doors.
Exactly, they put a marker down, and as you can see now, they are absolutely eating up the yards here.
Oh, lovely, lovely transition. Getting into their scoop really early does. Looking for the long ball to the wing, which is, you know, it's normally a staple of England touch, looking for the wing plays. But in this weather, you know, you might have to tailor your tactics, factor in the weather.
I'm admiring the USA kit. They obviously were thinking that it was going to be a bit of that southern European there with their sleeveless kind of like, well, my family has a name for those, but I can't say that on here.
the singlets, as we call them.
That's the word they don't use, but I was looking for, yeah.
Oh, ball goes to the ground. I think that's just showing the weather conditions out there. You know, the passes that would stick out and that we have seen go to hand over the past few days probably aren't going to as much here. The ball gets dewy, the ball gets waxy. You've got to have super slick hands to be able to catch and pass at pace.
And for 8:30, I'm impressed with their movement. They are, well, they're saying that they were 6:15. They were down at breakfast. I was very impressed.
Oh, lovely play.
Oh, nice inside there.
Yeah,
brilliant stuff.
Sam Missing just picks up, goes against the grain, pops the ball back into the empty space. It's an ideal start for England. Sam looks to check it back off, doesn't, does there, gets it back. Sweeper play comes round, picks off, goes against, pops it back out. Just executing space when it appears.
You're the man, love it. There we go. So statement early doors, and it's been all England possession at the moment. But the singlet wearing Americans are going to come back at us, you can be assured. As the rain falls again off the gazebo. Twice that's got me this morning. This time I managed to dodge it.
Yeah, I'm going to try and dodge that all day. I made the very silly mistake of wearing a gilet rather than an actual coat. And yeah, if I get these sleeves wet, it's going to be a long day for me.
They are cheaper though, aren't they?
yeah, considerably so. Silly thing is I looked at both the coat and the gilet this morning and went, yeah, gilet it is.
Yeah, there was that guy that didn't take his knife and 27 hours later he was cutting his arm off. So, you know, you've got to be careful, make the right decisions that England are doing here as they move forward. But now they start thinking about the play, dropping off a little bit and just trying to pull out the American defence. And there's the slide you were talking about.
Yeah, he's unlucky not to get the score, actually. Thought the ball was down, but offside given. And at the moment, England, despite the weather conditions, are able to play around the USA defence relatively easily.
Interesting decision that they've gone back for a penalty against the USA rather than us getting the score. Sorry, England. And there's another slide in.
Yeah, we are definitely impartial.
And that one is given.
Yeah, so in this instance, the touching player has never hit the line, so he's always offside. Whereas on the what we saw before, when the touch was given, even though he was offside, is the feet had hit the line, but it was marginal. So there you can see that link never hit the line. Dive underneath, Tom Pennicard enjoying his work, and I've got a feeling we're going to see a lot more of those dives throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it earlier. You called it earlier, so obviously you're the man in the know, and makes good fun, doesn't it? I mean, like. It'd be nice to see them doing that and then looking at the camera. That's where I like it.
Yeah,
you know, oh, nice long ball to the corner, and has he got it in?
I think touch has been given.
Yeah, touch has been given, but that's nice play there. They took that wide ball. You were saying it's a sign of England's game normally, but the USA trying the long ball, but just slipping, but the touch came in there. But possession turned over, and at speed, the man with the bucket hat moves on. He knows how to make a mark on the game.
Oh, the pace of this transition is just electric. They'll have one touch now to scoop. Sam Missing will scoop. Looks right, goes left, goes through the gap. Can he find the spare man? Yes, he can. And that is all too easy for England.
Class, though. Absolute class.
Yeah, it's just pace and direction. We were talking about it yesterday. When your transition is as slick as England's have been, it's just too easy to find the gap. Little pump of the ball sends his shadowing defender, and then he finds the spare man on the wing. And I've always said, if you're a winger on these England sides, you've got to love your day, because you spend, you know, the vast majority of it just catching and dotting the ball down in the corner.
It's a hard life. You know, eh? Some of us got to do it though.
Yeah, must be nice. Must be nice.
But you do have to catch it. I mean, that's the main thing.
Oh, I've seen people drop him. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I've seen people drop him.
But I say that in a lot of sport. Just catch the ball. Just catch it. If you can do the basics like catching it, the rest does come a little bit easier.
Yeah, and me and Angus were discussing, especially with that boys 18s team that we saw yesterday, just doing the basics well rewards you so highly.
Yep.
And it's those teams that really fixate on the basics, getting them as crisp as possible, that find their success, and you find the extra yards of space. And you know, this England side, early doors, 6 minutes in, 3 tries to the good. It is an exhibition of what doing the basics to the highest level can do.
Yeah, I mean, talking at a further goalie in another field here, as I used to be. Just catch the ball, you know.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, that's a nice play. Just dummy, but comes back and they set again. And they'll go, just pulling the USA out. And you can see the little doglegs in the USA defence there as they come out. And knock on turnover. No, he's given the touch.
Yeah, or they might get an offside call. Yeah, thought so. Middle's just not hitting the line. It's Theo Edwards running the ball at pace. England are running a little bit of a disguised sweeper play where they don't really exaggerate the motion, just everyone knows what they need to do. Sweeper coming again now. Yeah, clear communication from the referee. Didn't make the line. Score given, and at the moment the pace of England just proving too much for the USA.
Yeah, really is. I mean, it's just so sharp on the ball and everything else. And I mean, as I say, USA creating dog legs because they're keen. And that just opens up the gaps.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, you know, individuals will want to get up and encroach that space, shut England down. But you've got to move as a team rather than as individuals. You know, you can see England here, one up, and then everyone else supporting around him, and that allows everyone to hit the line with good time and then get off to make touches.
Yeah, USA come back and referee, no, not given.
Yeah, penalty for dropping early there. If you're in the 7 metre, you've got to advance at a rate that the referee deems acceptable. If you are just stuttering and, you know, taking really tiny steps and, you know, really drawing out that advancing process, referees are well within their right to call the penalty.
And so he did. Referees very much on the ball, and USA go wide again, but that, I believe, was touch. Just looking through the American subs bench here into the corner. The USA go again.
Oh, lovely.
Nice, but did he drop it?
No, I think he'll give score given.
Yeah. So they're off the mark.
It's a really good variation, actually. We've seen them run some quickies that resulted in long balls, but instead goes left, steps back, finds the man in space. Ball is down just before the touch gets made, and you know, USA starting to find some joy against the England defence. Milk to penalty. Got the score. Now England need to reply.
They certainly do. And I think that's a touch. Yeah.
Sweeper coming round, but USA just potentially dropping a little bit early. They look for the tap back on the inside. Just goes to ground, although the referee might say, the referee says 6 more. So if that ball must have been touched in flight and knocked to ground, and if that's the case, then the attacking side do get a repeat set of 6. Another sweeper.
He goes in and low, and the referee says, try.
Yeah, superb, and it's just, you know, it's the speed, it's little things like speed of turnover, getting the ball down and then off the ground really quickly, balls down and then up within half a second, so the defence don't have a moment to get back on side. And if the defender's running backwards and the attacker's running forwards, there's only one winner.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. Saying that the lads coming off, they're giving a good little pant here, and you can tell that they're really feeling it. It looks leisurely when you're watching it, you know, and you don't realise the pace these guys are going. And if you're going backwards or forwards, at pace, you're going to feel it. And the substitutions, the rolling subs continually, it's like changes of 5 or 6 all at the same time. Yeah. You know, keep everybody fresh.
Yeah, definitely. I always say, if you think touch is an esports play, you've never played it. I would challenge anyone, any code of rugby, any sport, come and play 6 games of touch in a day, and then you're qualified to talk about how easy it is.
Exactly. You walk a day in my shoes. Exactly. Now you're sounding all political. Interception there, and off we go. England 6 from their own try line.
Oh, lovely meters made early. That might be given as a loss of control. It is. The touch was a little bit tasty. Really does. I don't think the English player, although they've rolled the ball off the mark and the referees are in no mind to let anyone get away with the small errors this morning.
I was going to say, it's cold, it's wet, it's early, rain's coming down, and you're being penalised for rolling the ball off the mark. I'd be asking the referee to slow the game down, so I could discuss that with him, I think.
Yeah, the referee's got no mind to do it.
Quite right too.
Oh. Sweeper on the link, doggies play. Tries to execute the 2-on-1 and does. Lovely play.
Sam Clacker giving all the instructions there what he wants, and he's on the end there, and just with their hands there straight out to Anthony Hampton Wise, and he delivers the finishing product for him.
Yeah, it's just they've identified that the space is out there, and we've seen a couple plays now on the link that have resulted in some tries. And at the moment, the USA, the defensive spacing is just too wide, and they can't rely on their speed to cover all that space when the ball moves faster than you. Big shot from Ant Wise in the corner.
Yeah, so it was, how'd you say, a tasty touch?
Yeah. Yeah, Ant's a Chester lad. I played with him in the men's elite NTS, and just, you know, absolutely rapid feet, so good and very mature for his age.
Coming on at pace so much. I mean, this is such a good, like you say, basics. But I mean, in any, I remember, you know, basics. But I mean, in any, I remember, you know, as a kid, and when you're coaching the kids, you tell, come on at pace, come on at pace.
Yeah.
And all they do is come on at pace, and a nice wide ball out there. And there's another try.
Little thumbs up as well, appreciating the work done in the middle. And yeah, to complement exactly what you were saying, it is just pace. You know, if you're driving up the same channel so fast, you know, it is the most effective way to get from point A to point B. And then when you get to point B, you've created so much separation because the defense are still rolling, that someone like Sam Misser can just pick the ball up and leisurely throw it long.
And Will Hoffman will catch those all day and give you the extras.
Yeah, 100%. And it's something I always say. So, you know, we do joke and say you'd love to be an England winger because you could just stand on the end and, you know, catch it and dot it down. But
that's what they're doing.
Wingers is probably the most specialised position on the touch pitch because you've got such a unique job. You know, middles and links, you've all got to go and make touches, you've all got to dump clean, you've all got to be able to ball handle, platform, and then strike. But wingers, defensive spacing is so important. You've got to get your reads right. You are quite often the last line of defence when the opposition are attacking. So for the England wingers to be as productive as they are, I think it's a testament to their ability and also the level of coaching that's gone on. When we saw it yesterday with England, the quality was just insane. If you told me that yesterday was a men's open side, I would have absolutely believed you. And this men's 20s look such a well-drilled side.
They certainly do. And there's me just going to say, yeah, they just stand on the end and catch it. But great description for the wingers.
Yeah, I've got to big them up because they do sometimes get forgotten about.
Yeah, so you sound like me when I go on about the goalies. You know, the ones with the special responsibility, the only ones that get their own area, the only ones that can wear different kit, the only ones that can handle the ball, the most responsible guys on there. And now we're putting the wingers in the same category.
100%, 100%. They are so, you know, not underrated because everyone loves a good winger, but just underappreciated, I would say.
Well, we are give them love and appreciation today, Jake.
Yeah, 100%.
We will be the new fan club of the wingers, the wingers fan club, the
like
WFC. A loose ball there, and I think that was the 6th, and that was the problem that had to try and make something happen there.
Yeah, at the moment the USA just not stretching England enough, so England are able to move across as a unit of 6 and close out any space that's immediately in front of the US. If I was the US, I'd be looking to take a dump, maybe condition the link to stay wide, you know, maybe run a couple link punishes, try and create separation between the 2 USA middles, and then you can inject some pace. Because at the moment, if you're trying to inject pace against a set line of 6, you've got everything to do.
Yeah, they are. They're, like you say, take it up, push them back, give yourself some space, and England are doing that exceptionally well. They kind of know what every other move is. And that skid along the ground there, that wasn't going to work that time, that slide from Joe Thompson.
Yeah, just so fast. So fast, just gets underneath the player. And again, it's just this race to the line, touching players up. Profile is a little bit wobbly on the exit, has to turn back out to face Joe. And that race is, it's only got one winner.
Here we go again. It's great around here this morning. There's touch rugby going on everywhere. There's 7 pitches. We've moved the show pitch. And so if you are coming down here and looking for pitch 2, that's now on pitch 7. And if you're coming down here looking for the show pitch, that's us here now on pitch 2. And it's just people everywhere just playing touch rugby, and it's absolutely brilliant. And the atmosphere already, I mean, it's only 8:50, breakfast has only just gone down, and there's already a buzz about the place.
Yeah, 100%. And touch players, because it is a growing sport, it is an emerging sport, and it's one of those sports where you do get hooked by it, because you realise that there's so many nuances to it. You've got to be fit, the tactics are so important, everyone's got a role, and there's a role for everyone, and I think that's the most important thing. And the passion shown by not only the players, the supporters as well. I'll do it all weekend. I've got to big up the French supporters, because there's about 100 of them rolling around, and it's just a big mob. I just absolutely love it, screaming "Allez le bleu" whenever France are on and playing. And we've got teams from all over the globe, and the fact that every single team here has got support, I just think it's mental.
It's absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And big shout out to the Blues as well. Have you seen the ad for the women's Blues football team? Absolutely amazing. Really, really brings everything up. And so big shout out to the French at the moment.
100%.
That is a class advert. Look that up if you want. Le Blues.
Yeah, please do actually, because it's.
We won't tell you the end.
It's one of the better ones.
It is just such class about women's football. But let's get back to England touch.
Yeah.
While talking about the French. And again, look, just it's just like knife through butter sometimes. It's really great stuff.
Yeah, it's just Tom Pennicott picking up and making good options again. I think a lot of these, it's got to be said, a lot of these players that are on the field right now for England are playing at the highest level of touch that, club touch that England has to offer. So the experience of playing men's open week in, week out just allows you to have the composure in these moments. And you see Tom Pennicott, one dummy, then fixes the defender. As soon as those hips have turned, gives the pass in acres of space. And it's just that level of composure and knowledge of the game that is elevating England too far above the USA right now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gulf in difference, or the USA don't like early mornings. We haven't made our mind up yet.
Yeah, and over the past, yesterday we saw first game of the day. It took everyone half to really get going and get warm and start to be able to run the touch that they could run. But England seem to have been warming up for an hour early doors, because they don't look fatigued, they don't look tired, they don't look lazy, they're direct, they're powerful, and if I'm perfectly honest, probably still have another couple of gears to go through.
Frightening. Now, explain one thing for people watching in. It's a bit similar to ice hockey. Substitution-wise, they seem to come on in fours. It's like saying that. There's the hooter.
Yeah, we've got half time to talk about it.
Yeah, we will do. We will do. So, I want to say, at the end of every, what seems to be tried, but there's so many of them, they come on as units, right? And so they train and play as units, and they kind of know that, right, one off, everything else. Like the line in hockey, in ice hockey, you know what's coming off, and everybody's off and on, and it's big changes. And that's the same type of pattern here?
Yeah, 100%. So what is typically the case, although not strictly the case with every touch team, obviously there's a lot of leniency in it, is you do normally have in the men's game 3 pods of 4. So you'll have typically your strike player, your dangerous player, your fast player, that person who can just unlock a defence, and then you'll have a workhorse, someone who's got legs for days, that when you're in your defensive transition and the opposition are subbing, is able to fly up and make touches. And typically then past that, you've got runners, people who are fast, and the key thing with the players of the pod of 4 is each player understands each other's roles. as my breakfast gets delivered by my amazing mum. Thank you very much.
Well, I was just going to say, what service, and your mum, didn't I say last things about mums?
Yeah,
looked at me and says, "There's one for you."
Yeah, what a legend.
Well, what a complete legend, and she says, "Love you," and I think that's towards you, not me. But anyway.
Hey, you never know, mate.
Hey, yeah. Right, so you were saying, so units of 4, and they play, and so they're on and off. And you're still keeping the wingers still seem to be staying in there because we know they're the special guys.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so when you play in these, you know, if you're interested in touch coming in there, you know, it's a whole group thing. Like you say, there's a space for everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, even somebody slower like myself may find themselves on a touch pitch.
Mate, honestly, there's divisions, there's categories, there's age groups, there's different levels as well. That is applicable for absolutely everyone. Like you know, you get people, you know, for lack of a better word, going into their twilight years, coming down and playing touch, especially like the DTS level, where it is just an enjoyment thing. And you know, if you think about the 3 different positions you've got on the touch pitch as well, you've got your middles, your links, and your wings. There is something there for everyone, especially, you know, if you want to go down to your local club and play touch. Every club will welcome you with open arms. Like I know I've been to 3 or 4 clubs now just to play socially, and every single time it's like, oh, you're here to play touch rugby? Yeah, come on, just hop in. No one's fussed about your background, who you are, whatever you would.
Your criminal record wasn't a problem.
Yeah, for me, yeah, it's lucky for me, hey.
But what it is that, like, you know, it's all engaging, and you don't feel as if, like, you know, like, oh, well, you know, there's some big lads down there, everything else. It's just about pace, it's turn of hand, it's kind of like, you know, playing in the unit and seeing a well-drilled England team like that know their job, know their roles, everything else. You can see how that camaraderie would grow and how you build into it.
100%, absolutely. And, you know, especially going back to what we were saying about the pods of 4, when you've got, you know, your 2 middles, your 2 links. These are people that will understand each other so well, and it's those interpersonal relationships that make pods work as well as they can. Like, I know, especially when I play for my club, I play with, you know, 2 of my very good mates, and that just, I mean, we know where each other are because we have those understandings. And touch is one of those very rare games, but that no matter your level, no matter your ability, no matter your skill set, there's roles and responsibilities for you that will complement the things that you do really well. And I think that's one of the key things about the sport that highlights how, you know, inclusive it is, how accepting it is there is something here for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely, there really is. And it's good, it's a referees working a group of 3. They haven't stopped running.
Yep.
I mean, like, it's pretty non-stop for them the whole time as well. It's really good. And I mean, 40 minutes at this pace, you know you've been in the game.
Oh, 100%. And there's a reason why teams, you know, in this caliber of competition typically only play 2, maybe a maximum of 3 games a day, because it is so taxing on the body, especially when the ground's becoming a bit dewy. It starts to stick to feet. It becomes clay-like, and, you know, it's clad into the bottom of your boots, and it is a really tough one to play. There's a different type of fitness required than any other sport, because it's all out for a couple minutes, and then you've got to be able to recover so fast to be able to go back out and do exactly that again.
Not like sevens where you just do it for 7 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, sevens is like that.
This
burnout.
is real fitness.
Yeah, sevens is a burnout for
That's
7 minutes.
Sevens fitness, sevens fans out there, just a little, like, you know, call out to you.
Yeah, well, I actually know a lot of sevens players who started playing touch, and I was privileged enough to play with a couple, well, what are now pro rugby players who started their journey pretty much playing touch, and it shows you this is a game to build those core skills, and then you can take it and do what you want with them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be able to pass, you've got to be able to catch, and you've got to be able to move onto the ball at pace. It is such a good grounding for, you know, well, other sports, and England off to a... Is he? No.
Oh, forward pass.
Forward pass.
Unfortunate. It was a really lovely setup. They run the doggies 2-step, so the sweeper on the link, and then the half picks up, dummies the sweeping player, steps back against the grain. Unfortunately, that final pass just drifting forward. And, you know, USA let off early doors.
You see the USA here already loading up on the wings here, and deciding that they will run it up and try it, and they're still going strong here. But there's no real shape to that. They're just coming round off the runner all the time at the moment. No real support on there apart from those two players. They're just trying to keep it wide all the time.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to hold the width, but in these conditions it might not be the best idea. And to be perfectly honest, that the transition, so getting your tired legs off and then getting your fresh legs on, was very good from the US until that final touch where they checked off in the middle and lost all of their momentum, and it allowed the England defence to keep rolling, hit the onside line easier, and then was able to get back up and encroach the space for the scooping player. So if I was the USA there, I'd be saying, don't worry about checking it off, don't worry about if we've got a scoop from 30 out, as long as we get that scooper running fast, because some of these US boys have got real speed, they will be able to find some success.
Absolutely. And here they are making holes, but unlike England, they're not gaining those yards enough to make that be close enough to the try line on the last play.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, you see England, they're so efficient in their work. They take as little touches as possible on this on their sub-transition, so they allow the attacking phase of their transition as many touches as they can at the line. And at the moment, the US just, you know,
so take 3 touches, and you know, they've gone 15 yards.
Yeah, exactly. So now they'll have 2 attempts. Goes to dive for the line, looks good. Referee might be happy.
No.
Yeah, he's all good.
Oh, he is good now. That signal looked like a definite no.
Yeah, that like no-ish wave of the arms is to tell the defence, no, you've not done your job. It's telling the defender that he's never hit the line, and yeah, that right foot just hovers off that line continually. Touch from the link doesn't come in fast enough, and the USA get the reward.
9-2. Is this a comeback?
I would love it if it was. That would be a spectacle to start us off.
Yeah, a spectacle rather than us being biased at the beginning that we were saying, yeah.
Yeah, we'll bring back some of the USA audience.
I'm sure they're on board listening, absolutely loving the coverage here and appreciating the lovely Nottingham weather.
Sam missing, stop it. Oh, it's a shame that it's not been given, because that's a picture-perfect dive.
Here we are, the Nottingham University, right in the middle of England, the heart of England. I think Ashby de la Zouch, which is quite close to here, was the centre of the UK, and it's the furthest point from any water, being an island as we are. So right in the heart of England, countries literally from all over the world have come forward with this Atlantic Youth Touch Cup, and it's turning out to be, just on the first game, a spectacle of touch rugby, and we've got so much more to bring you today. Remember, we rolled all the way through till 7 o'clock. Yes, I did say that, 7 o'clock. That's a 13-hour shift. Woo! You are going to be loving our voices by the end of that 13 hours.
Well, people have already had 2 days of mine, and I'm back here again tomorrow, so people have, like, 4 days of my voice, so...
Well, your mum loves it and says that she likes to hear from you more, so I'm sure will be the case. And that's
always a supporter.
And the call there, you see the fist pumping. Cool.
Yeah, 6 more. So that ball was touched in flight. Oh, defender's always offside. Referee calls play on, and Tom Pennicott says, "Thank you very much, pal. I will run straight through that hole." And yeah, that's the reward you get. So yeah, you can see them shaking their fist in the air, saying, "Look, that's 6 more. He's touched that in flight." That was the case. And then rather than looking to take the dump, Tom Pennicott just reacts faster than everyone else. Here's the call from the referee of offside. Puts the burners on and gets to the line.
That's just knowing the nuances of the game, knowing, you know, that you can pull that guy out and you're going to get the decision.
Oh, 100%. And it's something that goes, that pass just drifts forward. It's a shame because it looked...
It did it. They're discussing, they're chatting it.
So it's a hard one because it actually looks flat out the hands. Yeah, they're going to give it because for me, that was flat out the hands, and the spin has just sent it forward. We'll have a look here.
Gotta work, head in it.
It's a good right foot step, and yeah, it's that wobbly spin, that sort of end over end pass.
Are you in sales?
drifts it all the way forward.
That was forward.
Yeah, but in touch. So the ruling is it's not about where the ball lands.
No, yeah.
It's whether it's flat or backwards out of the hand.
And the intention.
Yeah, and for me that was verging on flat out the hand, and then at that point when it is that ambiguous out the hand, it's just on whatever the referee deems is okay, and referees are happy with that.
Well, I've got some stuff on eBay I need to sell. I just wondered if you could do me a little, if you could talk to some of the customers for me, because
I'll do my best.
You sold
mate.
me with that.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, well done.
No, I've got to say, if it was England, I'd be saying the same thing. So trying to make myself look a little bit less biased.
Yeah, no, I do like that. Well done, well done. By the way, that's a lovely cup of tea your mum brought over. So nice cup of. I expect Yorkshire tea.
Yeah.
Could be a bit of PG, can't beat a bit of Northern tea.
100%.
And here's another great little dive in there. Just sees that opening up, and the defender didn't commit to the touch. Thought he was still retreating from an offside position, and so couldn't touch him. But he ran out of space to keep it going. 11-3. So I'm telling you now, the comeback's off.
Yeah, I think England are just turning the screw now. Recognise that we didn't want to concede that early try. Doing really well to put the US under pressure, and US just turning over the ball needlessly to England. And you know, we've said a few times now that the tries have just come from the defenders not being onside, and that's the reward you get from running at such pace. You know, you've got someone like Theo Edwards now just trucking it up the middle, and when you're able to run at pace and then move the ball, the defence are always looking for stuff, and they've just run doggies on both links, trying to get underneath.
Oh, and he's gone over the top. Is he going to be given? I mean, lost the bucket in the process, but has the ref given it?
Super, yeah, he has. He loves it. Diving over the touching player. I think the touching player said, no, actually, I did not get it.
Look at this. Look, here he goes. And
yeah, no touch. Lovely score. Just gets it down before, just on the line. And
once again, you could sell anything to anybody. That was short and he dropped it.
Yeah, Max Pennicard benefiting from the rest there. But it's that pace, and what's really impressive about that transition is because they were able to save so many touches, they were able to run a sweeper on the near side link and then work it back and recycle the play to the far side link. And at that point, the US are just chasing shadows, and so impressive from England. But that's a lovely, lovely hole. Well, Matthew Mayle just gets across, or Mini Mayle as he's otherwise known as, gets across.
And just gets the touch in just in time. And so England 6, and at pace. And like I say, look how much ground they eat up before a touch.
Yeah. It's just the direction of it. It's so accurate. Everything's done with purpose. They're manipulating the ball with purpose. And they've been able to save touch all the way into the red zone. And now they're going to have one to strike right on the 7. Sweeper comes again. They pick up. Oh, lovely. Lovely shake and bake. The winger cuts in on the inside. Ant Wise. Brilliant line. And England just making good decisions
so very
again.
Quickly explain here to anybody watching why the player across the line doesn't put it down himself there.
Yeah, so he can't put it down because he's half, and half can't score in touch to stop people just scooping at the base of the ruck and then diving at the line. It's to encourage that more flamboyant play rather than just it being a foot race to the line. You've actually got to work now for it to be a foot race to the line.
Right, and the half, to anybody watching, obviously we know what they are, you know, scrum halves, fly halves, etc. That's the guy that picks the ball up there.
Yeah.
Right, so you have one player that's putting it down. Yeah. And then the half picks it up, and that half can't cross the line with the ball in hand and score a try. He has to pass it out, and we've seen that twice now, and that was a good example of it there. And so it once again brings more people in, brings the skill level up, makes more people all-inclusive, and the pace there and the synchronisation of the substitute. I mean, the guy picked the ball up as a half, passed it, and he was on the bench and being replaced, right, before the move had finished.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, the effectiveness of a changeover, good transition is just so effective. Yeah, it's so valuable because, you know, we saw in a couple of games yesterday that when that transition just didn't work and when they weren't able to change legs effectively, then the half who was picking that ball up and looking for the fresh players is stood in no man's land waiting for the support. And in that instance, the defensive line doesn't have to wait and can just fly up and go and touch that half. And if half gets touched, it's turnover ball immediately.
Yep.
So that transition is such a staple of a good touch side. And all the England sides that we've seen on live stream so far, it's electric. The boys 18 set the tone yesterday, and we're going to see them again twice later on today. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can show us more, because that game yesterday was just spectacular.
And you mentioned today, you think there's another couple of gears in these 20s as well, as a little reverse pass comes in there. Didn't quite come off, but nice play there at the back.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, the skill set of some of these lads is so impressive. They're able to throw the little disguised passes. You know, the footwork on some of them is just absolutely exceptional.
Considering the conditions, it is slippery underfoot here, and they don't seem to be showing any of those what that's causing them. Here they go again.
Oh, lovely.
Touch. Makes it up. Taking their time, holding off. Takes the touch. Brings the player on at pace, and he slides in.
That is all too easy. Matthew Mayle just able to get underneath. And they don't exaggerate this sweeper play. There's one signal you just saw there from Sam Misson telling him to go. Matthew Mayle just receives it, and the angle of the run does all of the work. He doesn't really need to put the hammer down, just dives low from 6 out. And that's the benefit of a low dive, is in this weather you can dive from far out, and then the defending player still has to hit the line and get back off. But now you're not 6 foot in the air, you're 6 inches off the ground, and that's a much harder thing to defend.
And once again, just explaining that to, you know, people watching in, like you say, the defender's got to get back on the line, and so that's the line of defence. And so it's not a case of him just coming out of that line, as we just see a wide ball, nice long wide to the wing, and I think the player's gone over and hurt his ankle, but I think the try is good.
Can even hear one of the England middles saying, yeah, that looked like a good score.
Yeah, and Will Hoffman is going to limp off for a bit of treatment and just be replaced straight away, but the referee is saying
touch made.
Saying that it wasn't given, and be careful of the ankles.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the danger you have when it gets sticky underfoot. Oh, England just guilty of overplaying there and surrendering the ball, and they'll now have to work really hard to get that ball back.
I mean, there's still 6 minutes to go, and now I'm feeling tired for them. And I know, okay, they have got a 11 try advantage here, so I think they're safe. But you've got to keep up the intensity. So, squad, we got 6 players on the pitch, right? How many in a squad?
So depends on what rule set you're playing to, but typically it's 12 to 14 in a squad. You want 3 pods that will rotate and work together for the vast majority of the day, and then 2 wingers on the pitch at all times, and you want to have a couple replacement wingers on the bench as well. You can take larger squads, and then people are just getting rested throughout the entirety of the day. But yeah, typically 12 to 14, although there's nothing stopping you from turning up to a tournament with 6. So if you wanted to really test your fitness and test your mettle, turn up to one of these with 6 and see how you get on.
Yeah, and I think then you would be tired. Oh, that looked good. I think he just came in, but maybe he was just touched there.
Yeah, I think the covering link has just managed to dive and make that touch. There's something that we've seen a lot of England defences, is they're just very stubborn in their work and almost take it personally when the tries go over. And
as you should. They've got the numbers. Oh, and into the gap, but did he bring it down? No, it's been given.
Yeah, really nice hole. Just hits the link wing hole. So inside the link, outside the link for England and inside of the wing. So they quickly take it there, and then he fixes the defender and pops the ball into space, and he's the grateful recipient going over.
Great play, Liam Gray. Gets his name on the score sheet.
Oh, that'll be given forward. England maybe just losing a little bit of their concentration. A couple very, very needless turnovers in succession now, and they conceded from one. They had the tap off and then gave away another penalty for the tap off, and USA having a little purple patch.
Here they go again. They're still 10 tries behind, but it just kind of like I was saying, maybe it was a bit early for them. That, you know, they are warming up. And come later in the day, there's a big wide one. And did he get in there?
No, I think that's a superb.
Tavian Trask with a long reach, but that was the sixth tackle, touch I should say. And England turning over.
Oh, Matthew Mayo just ghosting around the outside, eating up the yards for England.
Playing with the baseball cap, playing with the bucket hat, it doesn't really matter. That's great with touch, no restrictions on the equipment.
No.
On the headwear anyway.
Oh, lovely hands.
You've seen this is no touch there. We just went about 25 yards.
Yeah.
Just through the hands, no touch. Like you say, just gives you the touches when you get into the final, well, as you say, 7.
Yeah.
Are we talking meters or yards, just to help our US audience?
Meters.
Meters, so
Yeah.
that's about 10 yards.
7 meters, yeah, 10 yards.
Yeah.
32 long. Inside player is on. Pops it, just hesitates. Ball goes forward, but US never onside. England will get a repeat set of 6.
In the last 2.5 minutes.
England now going back to the 32 platform. They go for the long. And Sam Missing just goes through. No problems at all. England, like we saw the boys 18s do yesterday, changed their attacking structure in the second half. Begun to look for the 32 long, fast ball, and you put in someone with absolute wheels into that amount of space, and Sam Missing will take that all day long.
Yeah, he's not missing from there, is he?
USA now trying to end the half on a high. Get that score. 32 short. Look for the early release. They go for the link. Link can't reel it in. Ball goes to ground. And England get a very successful turnover and a better defensive set there.
That's kind of like, you know, you give that turnover to England rather than a, you know, sloppy American attack. I just thought it was really well played as a unit.
Yeah, and that's what you want. And you know, there will be an attacking-minded coach in that box and a defensive-minded coach in that box. And you know, it's those turnovers that you appreciate more because your team has worked hard for it.
Yeah.
And if you can do that to a USA side, you could do that to an Ireland side, and then you can start to really start you picking off some of the big boys with your defensive pressure.
Yeah. Good strong run there. Again, Liam Gray.
Yeah, he's looked a bright spot for US.
He has. And he's going to be the recipient if they go left, no? Trying to build something, but it's a very, very tight area in there, and deliberate knock-on. Or more of a slap forward.
Yeah, and yeah, there's no yellow card for that. It's just a repeat set of 6 in touch, which is something I'm grateful for because I've done that many a time.
Let's just catch the ball.
Yeah, it's easier said than done when you're too busy worrying about who's on your outside and inside of you, and you see the ball in your grasp and you're like, yep, you're going to floor, pal, I need a second.
And there is the hooter, the final whistle. Joe, you just talk about that. I'm going to see if I can get one of these USA lads. Yeah,
so it's really impressive from England for the opening game of the day. They looked too powerful, too direct. And ultimately just a really evenly balanced side. They've got those strike players, they've got the platformers, everyone can do a little bit. Some of the defensive plays were superb, and USA worked really hard for the scores and the success that they did, but ultimately it was just the ability of England that proved a little bit too much.
Well, I'm pleased to say that I'm joined here by OJ, the US coach. OJ, okay, didn't come out on the right side, but a good start.
Oh, maybe not a good start, but they got better in the second half.
Well, yeah, we thought you were a bit, obviously breakfast was early and tired and everything else, and you kind of woke up to the show, but you got going in the end. But, you know, a good turnout by you anyway in the end, good show.
Yeah, I mean, England's very good, you know, very well drilled. They know their policies. They play really hard defence, and we just couldn't match that today. So, you know, we'll get better and we'll try and come back in the next game.
Brilliant, excellent. Well, thank you very much, OJ. Really appreciate it. That's great stuff. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Before we even play, let's go.
Lou.
Lou? Yeah, her name's Anna. Nice to meet you.
Yes. We're all right, we're all right.
He passed the ball. Why did he pass the ball? Pass the ball to him. À chaque fois. Les défendre, ils vous suivent. Donc forcément, là, il y a des choses. Allez, on reste comme ça, les gars.
So listen to our calls. It's your responsibility to get on side, not ours to call you on side. So look for where the on-field ref is. That's the onside point. Oh, have a really good game. 1, 2, 3, USA! Yeah, let's go!
When we're attacking, girls, we are so eager because we had them rolling back so much. We're so eager to take every option. What happened to educate? 1, come back, educate. 2, then we know that that option is up.
Good, lovely. That 32 long pass, I think it just got to be a bit wider off the ruck.
Beat up, defend.
Guys, just make sure when we're doing our yards that it's not our pace starts to change the closer we get to their ruck. Okay, so we're building up and trying to get our timing on the way up to the ruck, but start speeding up closer to the ruck.
You, 2 middles. They're going to run a lot of buttons, so points up. I'm going to split outside. This is how to get up the field. If I get the ball back, I'm going to run outside you. If one person's up, I'm going to go into that space. If still one person's up, I'm going to give it back.
And press over, press over, Marley. Get over to half, Marley.
你上你就一定要摸到那个人，然后你就提前准备好，你就要去扑那个球，好吧？好吧？好吧？明白吧？啊。
Welcome back. We are now joining you for England-Wales. This is the girls under 18s. And oh, there's the hooter. No hanging around getting ready. We are off. And Wales in the grey, England in the white. And we've got a vested interest in this game, Joe, haven't we?
Yeah.
On, tell everyone.
Yeah, so number 1, she's at far link at the moment, Jessica Wright. I would describe her as a very, very, very talented player. She's also my little sister, so there might be, you might get a couple hints of slight bias towards her, but I'm sure nothing too overt.
Can I just say, again, there's nothing wrong with bias. It's just showing where you sit and what you think. I know all commentators are meant to be you know, we're all meant to be very, very, like, non-biased, independent, right down the middle. But I'm not a great believer in that myself, because, you know, it's not as if, like, we're not allowed to wear our emotions on our sleeves. So, good stuff. So it'd be great to see the little sister Jess and hear some stories about her. Yeah. And then we'll interview her after the game and get some about you. So do be careful. And there is the opening salvo of the game. Oh. And that was a classic example again of the half not allowed to run through, and Wales just let her go. You don't have to worry about her on defence. And unfortunately there, the conditions stopped that first one, but the girls, Wales, come again.
Yeah, and it was a good drive from England. They got from point A to point B very effectively. It's just that final pass didn't quite stick, probably due to the conditions. And maybe, you know, those long passes, you might just have to take 10% off them to ensure that they go to hand. The winger was in acres of space, so could have afforded to maybe carry the ball a little bit further. But as far as England's confidence are, this is the perfect start for them, and at the moment looking very comfortable. And we'll just be trying to take it up a couple of gears, get some scores on the board early.
And both teams just choosing the singlets, and some of the subs on the side here thinking, don't we have any long sleeves here?
Yeah, I'd be thinking the same, but to be honest, if you ask a lot of touch players, this is not far from what they would actually probably prefer to play in, because when it's that baking hot day, you are really under it.
Yeah, but it ain't. At the moment here, it's a tad on the nippy side.
Yeah, well, it's nice to dive in.
Yep.
You're not gonna absolutely destroy your knees and elbows the entire day, which is quite nice. And England force a early turnover from Wales. If they get a quick strike in, they'll be able to catch it off guard. But Wales able to organise a defence very quickly. Offside call given, player never hit the line, and England have a repeat set. And this is where you want to use your strike players. You've got 6 opportunities at the line to get your score. And there's England just staying patient, drawing Wales out. 32 short, dives for the line, touch is given. Slight clash of heads, and the ref would just stop
went
it.
Down, and that was Abigail Pritchard. But she's up and she's okay, and she's from the slide has got the marks to show for it.
Yeah, if you weren't awake now.
Yeah.
Well, if you
there's nobody not awake out there at the moment wearing a singlet in this weather.
Oh, lovely ball, lovely ground. Although I think the referees are going to call it for a forward pass.
Yeah, they have. It's very debatable, that one. I mean, you'd need you out there selling that to me.
Yeah, I think England can feel hard done by that call. I'll say that. We don't like to go against the rest too often.
No. I don't think the refs are always right. Sometimes they might not agree with us, but they're always right.
Yeah, I like it. And that is off the mark. Referee's hot on that one. And second penalty now that England have forced in the Welsh transition. And if you're studying that sub box for England, you're thinking, okay, so even if we don't convert, we know that if we can put the shove on, we will get our reward and we'll get another crack at the line.
Yeah. And here they go. Super comes round twice on the loop, then goes out wide, looking in that space. Over the top pass, and just not quite the hands. Good pressure from the Welsh defence there.
Yeah, to be critical, probably not the option to do there. It's first touch. You've got 5 other touches to play with, and yes, the space might be there, and I said it yesterday, if the space is on the wing on first touch, it'll probably still be there on 5th touch. So you can take your time and, you know, strike through the middle and condense the defence first and then use the hands to get it out. But when you sacrifice the ball on first touch, especially when you've worked so hard for a repeat set, it's a wasted opportunity, and England will feel like it is that.
Right, now little sis comes into play. Jessica is back on, trying to make this team tick. And once again, they come up at pace.
Yeah, Jessica has a lot of experience, been training and playing with NQ over the past few months, and you know that, as I said it before yesterday about the boys 18s, and this morning at the boys 20s, is when you do when you're able to have that top level experience at club level, playing against adults and playing a really fast pace of touch and getting the really high level training, you're able to then transfer it into this sort of setting with relative ease, because the pace might be slightly slower than what you're used to. So then you really see those players be able to use their composure and knowledge to then expose the weaknesses in the opposition defence.
Yeah. And you say Jessica plays for who?
NQ Rebels. Just finished the season with Crewe and Nantwich, but played women's at NQ Rebels and NQ. They've also got the likes of Sam Thorpe, Sam Dixon, Cooper Bainbridge. I mean, I could go all the way through. The NQ is one of the clubs in the UK that's been able to flesh out some of the, really top level youth talents. It's a testament to the coaches, really.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. Is that one you coach them?
No,
okay.
not me.
If you were setting yourself up.
No.
And there is the first try score of the day, and the privilege of Maisie Pollard gets it in the corner here.
Yeah, it's lovely catch and pass. Just recognise that if they can take the 32 shot, they engage the link. 1, 2, brilliant core skills, finish in the corner. Supporters are happy in the background. England are happy. They open the score 1-0, 7 minutes in.
Now, at this stage in the men's game, it was about 6-0. So
yeah.
England starting slower, Wales having better defence. One of those two.
Yeah, definitely. I think Wales have just been more stubborn in defence, and England have gotten over the line a few times. Just that final pass not quite sticking for them. They did find the one success. But England will be confident by the start. Wales now trying to reply, looking for the short side quickie. Doesn't quite happen. Touch comes in. England staying tight in defence. And the short comes in. Ball gets passed off. Now injecting some pace. Sells the dummy. Tries to go through the middle. But a good diving touch.
Good defence from England, just holding. You can see there's a bit of shape to them there.
Yeah, they want to promote the two middles and make sure that the middles make the touch, and then you can see the two links either side just sitting a little bit deeper to defend the space that is underneath the middles. And at the moment, England's defensive profiles are perfect, and they get their reward for it. They force a forward pass. Wales just struggling to create much in the face of the England defence, and England milking penalties at will at the moment.
Yeah. And the yardage they get from it is exceptional. So, I mean, it's just like, that turnover ball is worth at the moment around about 30 yards every time.
Yeah, 100%. And it's just the pace and the direction of England's transition. They're just able to eat the yards up so easily. And then when you've got people always in the right positions to get the ball off the floor, it does make it hard to defend against. But at the moment, it's a little bit static. Now some pace comes. They look for that ball to the wing, tap back on the inside. Can they recycle? They can. Oh, unfortunate.
Just a little knock on there. Didn't quite come together.
Yeah, if that ball goes to hand, then they work the overlap really well on the short side. So, England backing their skills even in the wet weather. Just shows the calibre of player that you've got on pitch at the moment.
The wind's picking up a little bit now as well, so that made those floating passes to the wingers, the long balls, that much harder.
Yeah. I mean, you can see by the flags in the background, it is blowing quite hard now. Wales trying to scoop through. They look for that pass. Half is caught, so it's early turnover. And England look to drive up the middle.
So they forgot to pack the walls to the gazebo we're standing in to protect us then, I see.
Yeah, we could do with that actually, although I do remember doing a nationals, not here but at the Riverside complex, and yeah, the doors didn't stay on very long.
No.
Jessica Wright scooping, looks back short side, ball goes, interception. It's a shame that the ball didn't go to hand. There was an overlap, and now Wales turn the ball over fast, trying to inject some pace into their transition, and do catch some of the England defenders offside, but that is off the mark, and England rewarded again for some good defensive pressure.
Yeah, that was, they were up on now. I mean, Wales not secure in that that ball on the floor each time, and it like on the mark, and it rolls. And so you've got to go from the mark. You can't gain an advantage from putting the ball down.
Yeah. England looking to strike, 32 short. Oh, big dominant shot in there. We love it. Just offside though, so England will get another set of 6. And it's a good time to remind you that if 3 penalties are conceded in succession on the line for the defensive team, then one of them will go for time. They look for that link play, they pass it out, really good covering touch.
Yeah, and just like lost her feet at the same time there, so couldn't dive under.
Yeah, Jessica Wright moving back out to link. I know she likes to run a certain play. Wonder if we're going to see it. Ball's moved to the middle. Now to far link. Quickie trying to get underneath the Welsh defence. Another dominant touch comes in. Just offside. On-field ref very hot on the offside line. That is 2. One more penalty for the defensive side, and one of them will go for time for the rest of the possession for England. Checks back inside, back outside. Jessica Wright takes the ball down, sweeper play, overlap. Can they execute? Yes, they can, and that is just sustained pressure, forcing mistakes from Wales, and England execute that ever so beautifully.
And is this the play that you thought Jessica was going to do?
No, she's keeping it for the time being, but I'll keep that one under wraps. But lovely platform for the sweeper play. And then the pass out to the wing, and yeah, one did go down early doors from the wingers, but no more since.
Yeah, Charlotte Lloyd with a really good link play there out. I think it was Eloise on the wing there. Couldn't quite see her number, and they span around quite quickly. Yeah, they switched out nearly straight after that.
Yeah, the defensive system from England is just to put Wales under loads of pressure. Now Wales don't have a touch. They've run out of touches, and it's an easy turnover for England.
Here we go, just from their own line. And this is the difference. We said this about the England, the under-20s men. The yards they get from the first turnovers, that pace coming through.
Oh, lovely. Can she go to the wing? Oh, touch just comes in. Maybe the dive was needed.
Yeah, I was going to say, a dive at pace there would have been one to save you.
Oh, very slight touch comes in, and it's hard to gauge when those are going to come. So England just taking their time. Tap penalty. That's an incorrect roll ball though, yeah, referee's a real stickler. So the player who taps the ball has then got to pick it up, and that's not something you see very often when someone else taps the ball and a different player picks it up. But that's a let-off for Wales, and England now will be motivated to get the turnover, and they do. A very unsympathetic pass is fired.
So one of the things that we're just seeing here is a little bit of the understanding of the rules or remembering the rules, you feel?
Yeah, but also maybe just rushing through your processes. Like, England can just be relaxed in their work and roll through it at the moment. Oh, and that's lovely. Just the pace sits the defender down. Iris Nazir able to ghost through a gap.
Really good, yeah. Good play. Just waited. Just hangs, looking. She's the option still out there. Remember, she started this play, comes back, and at pace. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Cavernous hole.
Yeah, one defender on the floor, and that's the result you get for driving at pace, because then defenders have got to change angle so quickly, and in the conditions, it's probably not what you want to be doing. And England are currently making the mistakes. Well, they're capitalising on the mistakes. And I've got to say, England finding all of their success really in the transition, and because their transition is so direct, the Welsh defence can't get set, and then a penalty is given away, and then they are stressed at the line, and then another penalty gets given away, and it's that just accumulating pressure that is proving the difference for England.
And I see Jessica there. I was just looking, just pointing, telling people where she wants them to go, and then the transition all at the same time. It's all just seamless from England at the moment.
Yeah, Jess has got very good knowledge, and so do the senior players of this team.
Just unlucky there.
Sophia Lawton not able to reel that one in, although the pass was thrown behind her. And England at the moment, when they scoop through, and this is something we've seen from every single England side, I wonder if the coaches are in cahoots with each other. And they're happy to scoop from deep because they back their hands to the wing, and at the moment it's proven dividends.
Certainly is. I mean, there's lucky there. The pressure is all on the defence. England defence is there, but when they come forward, they are there in numbers. They're at pace. They're direct. They're in there, and as you say, they're scooping straight in, and they're not too worried about how far out they are. Offside.
Yeah, just a hard touch. So that touch was initiated on the ball rather than the player, and you can't be deliberately trying to knock the ball out of someone's hands.
Not to be caught doing it, you mean?
Yeah, there are a few ways that
doing it.
I know a couple of people who get away with some heinous ones. Yeah, touches on the elbows and the like. But we love it. Good dive underneath, but I think the defenders are onside in this instance. Nope, referee disagrees. Score gets given.
Excellent. So one of the things that just used this opportunity as we talked through that try, I think it was Cara Edwards on here, is the touch itself.
Yeah.
And where that has to be on the body and how that works.
So touches can be made anywhere on the body. It can be made anywhere on the clothing, hair. You know, it could be the slightest touch, fingertip graze, or big shot. The nuances of the law come in when you're targeting the ball, when you're gaining an unfair advantage through maybe throwing your player off balance. But that's a fine line to walk because there's onus on both players to make the roll ball competitive, and the referees want players to win that roll ball, but you can't just go through and shove someone off balance as Wales go over for their opening score.
Yeah, they do get it. They're on the scoreboard.
It's a lovely open side. I believe it's an open side quickie. It is. She gets the ball, actually dumps from about 10 metres out, so it's just the footwork. Fixes the defender, steps back on the outside.
Brooke Bevan opening up the score for Wales. Now, they don't have Wales written on their shirts. Now, this is part and parcel. I know the Welsh football team are looking to change their name.
Yeah.
Cymru, did you say?
I'm not.
Because my Welsh pronunciation isn't what it could be.
Yeah, I'm not going to potentially embarrass myself. Because
I'll do it for you then. No, thank you. Right, and so we've got them up as Wales, but that's a national policy now. They're looking to change that to the Welsh language, saying of Wales, or what Wales should be.
Yeah.
What we say is the English version of the Welsh name. So that's why if you're looking on, you think, why doesn't it say Wales on the back? It says Cymru. We'll try and have a word with the Welsh player straight after the game if we can't get little Jessica alongside.
Yeah, she might ardently refuse, actually, because this would be like her worst nightmare, I imagine, having your voice broadcast on the internet.
And so, and you being the big brother, what more could you ask for than to teach your little sister?
Honestly, I'd love it, but I think I'd get it in the neck for a fair old while.
That's all right. Your mum looks lovely. She'll tell Jessica to behave herself.
Oh, Jess.
And just if we're talking about her, and unfortunately a little knock on there. We'll give that one a miss.
The hands have been so good, but just falling through the bread basket there, and just a bit of a slip coming in. No malice in that, so no hard touch given. Just an unfortunate slip at the roll ball. Wales just running a little bit lateral, allowing the English defence just to track across, having to dump from really far out. They're not in the red zone. They need to move forward. They've wasted a couple touches.
And they're running out of time, 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, and that's forward as well. So, it's those instances that when, rather than passing around in the midfield, because that's where you are, you're not in the red zone, you're in the midfield, someone just needs to get the ball down and go at the line. It's all well and good running strike plays, but you need to be running them in the correct areas rather than just trying to run them because that's what you want to run, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and now the hoot has gone, but we were in the middle of a play, and so we will see this play out.
Oh, go on, down the wing. Oh, I think it's going to be another forward pass, and we can't end the half on a penalty.
Yeah.
So we will continue play.
So Wales got a chance. Could they No, well, that's not a penalty. Oh,
Yeah.
that is half-time, knock on. And so 4-1 to England, half-time. And it's going in the right direction, Joe, isn't it? Looking forward to the second half. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. England sort of just working through their processes, not really doing anything too special, just doing their job, sticking to some basic structures in attack, which is working for them. I maybe just like to see a little bit less of the unforced errors. There was just one or two that were creeping in, and it just alleviates it. It counteracts all of your good work when you're forcing turnovers and then just surrendering the ball needlessly. So England can go up a few gears, and Wales, I don't feel like have done all that much wrong. They've just been, the space has just been executed really well from England. The only thing I might say to Wales is when you're in that line defence, you need to be hitting the line and then bouncing off it, because then you're painting good pictures to the referee and saying, look, I'm off the line whilst making the touch, so the defender couldn't have got the ball down. Whereas at the moment, just hanging on that line, I wouldn't be surprised to see some more dives come in from England to start exposing that.
Yeah. Well, second half on its way. Right, we are back and ready, waiting for that hooter, just giving a 10-second call, and England 4-1 to the good, looking to build on this, and Wales very keen to be coming back early doors, and they've got the turnover, and not really from a lot of pressure, just really therefore just coming onto the ball too quickly.
Yeah, the striking player there just arrives a little bit too early into the space, and England maybe could afford just to hold their depth when they're in their attack, running onto the ball rather than having to check the run, but they won't be too worried about that error. They'll just be focused on getting a turnover and then driving down the other end of this field. That 6-touch turnover. Something I've seen a lot actually from the teams this weekend is just losing track of that touch count, not recognising when 5th touch is coming, and then getting your strike down for the scoop and running, you know, your scooping plays on like 4th touch and then having to create something from nothing. So, you know, maybe something to watch out for is just that level of communication across the team of, look, this is the touch count, this is what we're going to do. You do need leaders on the field.
Yeah, and does the referee, is he constantly telling you the numbers?
He'll do his best. He'll do his best, that's all we can ask.
His job is not to tell you 6th tackle.
Well, so 5th, yes. The rest of the touch count, less so. But when 5th touch is coming, the refs will scream 5th.
Yeah.
It's just, even if that is the case, if you've dumped the ball not knowing it's 5th and then the ref screams 5th and your players aren't in the right position to scoop, it doesn't really make much of a difference.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a catch-22, and you know, England and some of the more senior teams...
So you can't rely on the ref?
No, you've got to be able to take that into your own hands and understand the touch count, because it does really stop all your momentum, especially when you're, you know, maybe driving down for a play and then 5th is called and you're like, oh, we were planning on taking an extra touch, we're not where we need to be to run this scoop play. It does just stop that momentum.
Now, we use the word scoop a lot, right? And explain to everybody watching in, because what we've got is we've got a lot of people watching this today think, I want to play this, right? Because they're watching it and they're going, even though the weather's not great here today, they're going, I like this. This is non-contact, it's fast, it's good hands, it's athletic. You know, I want a bit of this. And the scoop, explain the scoop. We mentioned about the halves earlier and what they represent. Give us the rundown on the scoop.
So scoop is typically used on 5th touch when you've got no other touches to play with and you're trying to get past the defensive line and look for the pass to the wing. Scoop is when the half comes to the roll ball at pace after the ball has been dumped, scoops the ball off the ground, typically one-handed, hence the name, and then we'll look to find a gap and fly through. It's one of those moves that's often used on the end of a transition to create separation. But England don't have to rely on a scoop in their transition because they can force a turnover in midfield, work their hands down the wing, and it's a lovely score to open us up in the second half.
It was excellent stuff here, and it is Elsie Fenn that goes over, and it was Elsie that got that try, the first try in the first half, as well, out on the wing there. I think I gave the wrong name in the first half. Well, I gave an Eloise, but it's an Elsie. And it gets over in the corner, and that was a really good finish because she didn't have a lot of space to work with.
No, not a lot of space. 2 covering defenders. It's very easy in those situations to get sort of like caught up in the pressure. You got 2 people running, but no problem for her. She just pins the ears back, knows where she wants to go, knows how to get there, puts the gas on, and able to get the score over in the corner. At the moment, England looking really comfortable when the ball's in hand, running against a broken defence. Would just maybe like to see some. I'd like to see England be a little bit more clinical when they get their repeat sets. Apart from that, England can be very happy with the way that they've played.
And a slide in there, but went a little bit too early there on the slide. Wasn't quite there. Sophie Southgate. She'll build it again. She's looking again. And that time, the referee said touch.
Yeah, and that's a really good example of getting off the line to make the touch. Because the English middle got off the line, the ball was grounded on the boot before the line. So then it's an easy decision for the referee. The referee's like, there's no way you could have got the ball down because you've hit boot first. And it's those little pictures, those little nuances that the refs then start to give things in your favour because they're seeing those right pictures.
Right, England turnover. And this is what we were saying earlier about the efficiency of getting on those first 4 or 5 touches, a good 30, 40 yards.
Wales shutting this one down very well.
Yeah, and it's not happening now. So that's the 5th, and we're not across the halfway line.
Yeah, they'll have to scoop from halfway, which is not ideal, but Wales gave away the penalty. And for all their good work, they've just undone all of it by giving away an offside penalty, and I don't even think it was the promoting player. I think it was one of the supporting defenders. It's just a real killer, but that is, in the same breath, an absolute coach killer, because again, you've forced the turnover and then you've just surrendered the ball, and Wales will give the ball back to England, but the error count is creeping for England, and you do not want to let a team back into a game like this. This is one of those games where momentum is going to carry teams through, and you want to take all the momentum away from Wales if you're the English contingent.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment we're looking nicely at a 5-1 lead, but you know, two quick tries, and suddenly we're all talking about a different game, and they're saying that.
So good, so good. It's a lovely setup. They Aussie into the hammer. Oh, but I think the referee's going to give offside. I thought he'd waved it was good.
Yeah, the signals to the man in the street, me, that was he gave a try.
Yeah, yeah, and well, ref's always right.
No, ref's always right. He just sometimes he disagrees with us.
Yeah.
But as we mentioned earlier, but it definitely the signal looked like a try, you know.
Oh, lovely 32 shot, and that's a try all day. No stopping that. The pace is too much, and she gets the ball down before the defenders can even get onside.
Abigail Pritchard again, but yes, they have given it.
Yeah, lovely J line at the base of that ruck, so she arcs her run, so she's running straight past that ball, and the half can just pop it into space. No checking of the run, catch, extend the arms, get it down, perfect design. England starting to make the pressure count.
And a J run because it's the shape of a J.
Yeah, 100%. So you start wide, you come round, and then you straighten up as you go past the ruck. Yeah, it's the most efficient way to get pace on the ball, and you also straighten up the line, and you know you can run that 32 play from a lot of different angles. And
why do you call it a 32 play?
So, oh, this is technical now. Are you ready?
Yeah, go on.
So
we're ready.
Typically in touch, I think it originated in Australia. The wings are given the number 1, the links are given the number 2, and the middles are given the number 3.
Yep.
So a 32 is a middle, the number 3, dragging to the link, the number 2.
Yeah.
And then you've also got a 33 play, which is middle. So both middles coming together. And then in history, and some of the older heads in touch still continue with this pattern, you have things like 21, which is links dragging for wings, which is something you don't see very often anymore. But it was very prominent over the past 10 years. And something that's coming on a lot is the 23, which is link making the dump, stepping in field and receiving the ball back from the middle. So teams are really playing around with what can be used as an attacking structure, and it results in scores as you just seen.
As you say, very technical, and as the day goes on, I think more people, even myself, will pick up on that a little bit more. But it's great to get that, I mean, that it's like it's a playbook, and it kind of like shows what the sport is, kind of like it's a little bit of everything. You're getting a playbook.
Yeah, 100%. And things like 32, 33, you'll hear me use the word short and long a lot. You'll hear me use the word hammer, quickie. These are all your sort of bread and butter touch moves. This is what you get taught when you go down to touch clubs. And it shows that the same structures that get used in social touch are just as effective at the elite level. It's just the pace and power and the personnel that are running them. It's just they level up and level up the further up the pyramid you go.
Yeah. We're getting lots of use the word sloppy turnovers at the moment, but that's the conditions here at the moment. I mean, it is, you can't quite see it on there. It's raining. It's swirling around. The wind's blowing. It's cold. Thankfully, I'm not wearing a singlet because I'd be even colder. I did opt for the shorts, thinking that it was going to be wet but warm, and I can officially say I got that wrong.
Yeah.
And quick jog back to the room, might be and get myself another coat. But in the meantime, I'm going to persevere through here as England look to build on this 6-1 lead against Wales.
Oh, just another error creeping in. Off the mark, not dumping the ball where she was touched, taking an extra step, and the referee's hot on those infringements. And again, England just gifting possession to Wales on too many occasions. And they might look back at this game and think, okay, look, we're up, we're relatively comfortable, but against a stronger side, we've given them opportunities to come back into the game. And yeah, it's just undoing all of their hard work.
Yeah, it is. You do very well to hide the frustration in your voice that you're kind of like, as you're seeing. And one of the things I always say, when I'm in the commentary booth, it's easy from up here, isn't it? It is easy. But you can see these girls are giving it their all here at the moment, and they're just like just that final little bit of just concentration and that little bit of application at the end, and it'll clean this up nicely.
Yeah, definitely, and it's just those 1%ers, and especially, you know, I've had the privilege of watching this team over the weekend. I've watched it once or twice, and yeah, good turnover there, good knowledge of the rules from Jess, just saying, look, that's not a good roll ball, that's and the referee completely agrees, and England get their reward. But you know, I've seen this team be capable of not committing these errors, if that makes sense. So it's like I just want to see them kick up a gear, because when they get it right, it's magical. Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, but I think the touch before that.
Yeah, so that gets given touch and pass. So the passer, it was in motion to give the ball to the winger, but the touch has come in just before the ball's been released, and that's rewarded to the defence for their defensive pressure.
So it was a drop then.
Pardon?
So it was a drop on the wing, yeah. I was trying to like make the get the winger off and go, no, I didn't manage. She knew there was a touch there, but no.
It's good pace, but maybe just needs to get the ball down a little bit earlier, because that's off the mark. And just a couple turnovers in succession. Shows the weather, you can see the dirt, you can see the mud. And they look to run this. They switch into a hammer. They give the rapper a space on the wing if she can find it, but the ball just goes to ground. The setup is lovely, it's just the final pass missing on that occasion.
And gives you an opportunity to explain the obvious, a hammer.
Yeah, so a hammer is a link. So, you know, 32 is the middle hitting the line, but hammer, you just flip that on the head, and the link comes and drives from out to in, trying to find space through the middle. And all that happened there is the half that gave the ball just wraps around the outside, and the hammer, the striking player just gives that pass off, and it's designed to that option is designed to expose the 2-on-1, which they did very successfully. Maybe the conditions just failing them as the ball goes to ground in that instance.
Yeah, didn't quite go to hand, but it worked there. So hammer is basically hammering through the middle, coming off the half, who's picking it up for you and go right. And normally that would be, you know, just take it up, take the hit, take the touch, because we're going to reset behind you.
Exactly that. And England at the moment just not. Oh, it's a little bit of a hard touch again. So that one's a little bit more nuanced because of the angle that the touches come in. The dumping player has tried to split to the side, and the touches come in from the side, knocked her off balance. Oh, England looking to run for the line and look for that similar play, trying to expose the overlap, because Wales are defending very tight, and after the touch comes, they get a little bit congested.
And yeah, definitely touch there. We've got South Africa playing on the pitch behind, because he's waving his flag.
That flag has been here all weekend.
Very enthusiastically. I think it's a South African flag.
Yeah, it's a Springbok.
It looked like a Springbok on there, but they're not Springboks anymore, are they? I thought they changed Proteus. I know that's obviously a different sport, so maybe they're still allowed to beat Springboks as Iris Nazir goes over, but we're coming back for the touch.
Yeah, and they run a link punish, which is just a quickie on the link, on the opposite link. They want to dump on the link, split on her outside, and then it's just a race for the line. But just running it in a very tight area, if I was running a link punish, I would move the ball open side and then flash it back, so you're drawing the defence out and away from open space, and then you can whip the ball straight back and then run the link punish. Whereas there, it was sort of all the direction of the play was going down the same channel. It allowed the Welsh defence just to close all those gaps.
All those doors were shut. And there's another one then, a punish.
Yeah, so punish is just the term for the quickie, for getting so the dumping player will get the ball down and split on the outside of the defender, receive the ball back from the half, and then it's just a race for the line. Touch has a lot of nuanced terms for words, for plays.
No, but this is great, because what we've got here, we've got me doing it for the man in the street, like myself, and yourself, anybody watching on, you know, and there's a big thing about American football, you know, do we teach, you know, when it's over in the States,
Yeah.
do we talk to as if people don't know a thing about it? No, we don't. We take it that we've got an educated crowd, right? They know what they're talking about, and we then have expert analysis like yourself, bringing those people into the fold, and then people like me working it out for them.
100%, and I think it's important that people, you know, people get the opportunity to learn more about touch, because it is one of those games that anyone can play. And you know, these are, if you turn up to a touch club for, you know, a month or two, these are all terms that you will start to become accustomed to, and you know, you'll start to then recognise the moves. And once you begin to play for, you know, for a considerable amount of time, you're then able to start seeing these things come to fruition on the pitch, and that's quite a nice feeling to be able to see it before it happens. Sweeper coming round, Link wrapping round the dump, touch is made, but that's 3 penalties 3 penalties on the line for England, and a player goes for time for the rest of the possession. So what happens now is that English player will be told to stand in that far box behind the try zone, and England will defend this 5 for the rest of this possession. And that ball goes, but the sideline ref looks like he's going to give it forward. Does, so tries not given, but penalty for offside. The penalty count begins again. That's 1. And I've got to say, defending as a unit of 5 is very difficult. But England probably being helped by the weather, Wales probably not able to move the ball as quickly and as far as they would if this was a dry and hot day. But England defending tight as a unit, hitting the line and bouncing off it, that's much better. Can't afford to give away any more penalties. Defending as 6 is tiring enough, but defending as 5 really drains the legs.
That extra play, you just got to keep getting across. I mean, 2.5 minutes to go, and you're kind of like 6-1 up, but you still want to keep them to 1. There's the wide pass, the extra just didn't go to hand, so England get the turnover.
Yeah, and I've got to say kudos to Iris Nazir there, because in that situation where there's 5, if you're trying to stick to the same defensive structure, you are the only middle in that situation. So she was up in the line trying to make as many touches as possible, and that allowed the links and the wings to sort of stick to what they would normally do. So yeah, it's just really good individual defensive intervention.
And that was the end of the play. And
then the turnover comes just as I'm singing her praises. Just can't quite complete that set by getting the fresh legs on the field, but England will be able to put pressure on, as they were able to get fresh legs on, but not in the attacking sense. And now Wales will try and get fresh legs on for their attack. Just burning a few touches to do so. So won't have all that many to play with.
And they just brought the fresh players on, but there was a misunderstanding, and they went to come off, and then they stayed on, and then it looked like they had a dozen players on the pitch, and they got it right towards the end, but they just run out of space.
Yeah, well defended in the end by England, just forcing them down the blind alley.
And that's like you're saying, that's all about the transition being as smooth as possible, and you know, maybe it wasn't there, and there's a little bit of misunderstanding. Who was coming off, who was going on, and they lost that little bit of momentum.
Yeah, transition is a key area. That's superb hands there of Cara Edwards, I believe.
Yeah, and you can see that, you know, it was Cara Edwards, and she's done that play and straight off.
Yeah, she knows her job. She's like, I need to get this ball down so my players can get on the pitch, and then I am off, pal. Yeah, I'm not sticking around. That might be 6 more. It is. So that ball, as it was travelling from A to B, is knocked down by the defender. So England get a repeat set of 6, and you know, 10 seconds to remain. Well, 10 seconds to go in this game. England want to finish on a high. They give the wrapper, feed it back inside, well recycled. Hooter goes, no touches. Let's create something from nothing. They look to go wide. Doesn't happen. They will get a penalty though for offside, so the game isn't over, and England will have one more crack at it.
Here they are. There's the number quickly, and it's there. And didn't look like, no, referee said he wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Didn't take it from the line, so they go again. So this is the last play.
Go on.
Just put the cherry on it.
Jouet touch. One more. Oh, lucky. And that'll be game.
That is the final. I'll let you wrap that. I'm going to try and find somebody to chat to.
Yeah, it's a really good performance from England. Maybe not as vintage as we've seen from some England sides. A couple errors creeping in, but the wet weather does not help. In the end, they can be very happy with their performance, winning 6-1 over Wales. And Wales, as I said at half-time, didn't really do all that much wrong. Worked really hard in defence, got a bit of joy in attack, and you know, Wales have a lot to build on for the rest of the day, and the weather conditions aren't really suiting to touch, but both teams can be happy with their work. Special shout out to Jess Wright, got to big you up. Back on live stream later, 1:05, and we'll wait to get some personnel over for the interview.
Well, as you can see, they disappeared in the middle of the pitch. Nobody's interested in coming over. Next game coming our way. It's going to be South Africa against Ireland, and we are going to have a guest in the comms box as well from South Africa. So looking forward to that. Be with you soon.
One rep, and then we're going to mix the split up.
We can
test me before we even play. Let's go. Lou. Lou? Yeah. My name's Anna. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Oh!
We're all right, we're all right. He passed the ball. Why did he pass the deal? Pass the ball to him. Défendre, ils vous suivent. Donc forcément, là, il y a des choses. Allez, on reste comme ça, les gars.
So listen to our calls. It's your responsibility to get on side, not ours to call you on side. So look for where the on-field ref is. That's the onside point. Have a really good game.
1, 2, 3, USA! Yeah, let's go!
When we're attacking, girls, we are so eager because we had them rolling back so much. We're so eager to take every option. What happened to educate? 1, come back, educate. 2, then we know that that option is up.
Good, lovely. That 32 long pass, I think you just got to be a bit wide off the ruck.
Beat up, defend.
Guys, just make sure when we're doing our yards that it's not our pace starts to change the closer we get to their ruck. Okay, so we're building up and trying to get our timing on the way up to the ruck, but start speeding up closer to the ruck.
You, 2 middles. They're going to run a lot of buttons, so points up. I'm going to split outside. This is how to get up the field. If I get the ball back, I'm going to run outside you. 1 person's up. I'm going to go into that space. If still 1 person's up, I'm going to give it back.
And press over more. Get over to half, Harley.
你上你就一定要摸到那个人，然后你就提前准备好，你就要去扑那个球，好吧？好吧？好吧？明白吧？啊。
Welcome back, and as you can see, South Africa versus Ireland in the mixed 18 here at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup at the University of Nottingham Riverside Complex, and it's pouring down with rain. It's very cold, but the enthusiasm and the actual energy that everybody's pushing down on us here, you don't feel the cold. And the good stuff is, not only have I got the expert alongside me all day that I have with Joe, we are joined by Thabo from South Africa. Good morning, Thabo.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good to meet you. This English weather is really pouring down. What a welcome we're getting here. But as the game's about to get going here, we see that Ireland's already on the attack.
And so, Thabo, you're going to give us the inside on the South African team and everything that they're going to, probably call the plays Tony Romo style, yeah?
Oh, it's a great long ball out to the wing. Good defense from the South African side.
Yeah, so we're already underway. Joe, looking good?
Yeah, looking really good to begin with. You know, Ireland threw the long ball. South Africa defended it relatively well, just surrendering possession through a roll ball infringement.
So Thabo, what now? Inside the just outside the first minute, and Ireland looking strong. Now, as I say, you notice that I did mention it's mixed. That's girls and boys playing on the same team. Great to see. Athleticism from both of them will be coming forward. Both got big squads here.
I've got to say, actually, if the South African women in this mixed side are anything like the players that they have for the girls 18s and the girls 20s, then they're going to be just as fast as all of the men. They were electric on live stream yesterday.
Yeah, a mixed game is quite something special. Gets a little bit technical, trying to work and play a bit of advantage around getting around your girls. So technical side of things does come in, and I think for the coaches it'll be interesting to see what they've got from the Ireland side as they're attacking here.
Oh, what ball.
Yeah, interesting take there. I see they're going for the long ball again. With these type of weather conditions, I wonder if they'll be persisting a little bit more on that, a little bit unforced areas there, using the ball around touch 3. would have tried to see. I would have liked to have seen them use the ball a little bit more before going for that long option.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's one of those where I'm always of the belief if you want to strike the line first and then look to move expansive, if you're throwing the long ball on touches 2 and 3 and it goes to ground, then you've wasted 3 opportunities to strike at the line. And Ireland maybe just trying to go expansive too early. Oh, brilliant feet, no touch claimed, and might get caught, but the pass back on the inside is perfect. And South Africa go coast to coast, opening the score.
All right, South Africa making something out of nothing there. I think a little bit of a step.
Yeah, boom, boom, bye. Puts the gas on. Covering defender eats up the ground, but no problem. The composure's there.
Oh, great support play there as well from number 13. Well done.
Reed Williams there with the support play while wearing the what I call the tennis cap.
Yeah.
You know, I tell you, I don't know what it's doing. It's not keeping the sun out of his eyes. It's a dead cert.
Ireland losing their possession there straight off the tap off.
Yeah, unfortunate. Just a roll ball error there. Surrenders possession over to Ireland. And at the moment, it seems like South Africa just needs to get on the ball a little bit more. Ireland having all of the early possession. 32 short. Good feet. South Africa hold the space really well. Something I like to see in defence is not biting too early, holding your space, protecting the line.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Let's see if how they defend this.
Oh. Ooh, just gets the offside call.
All right, falling offside there. Penalty against South Africa, not making line. But Ireland's looking a little bit lethal on that dive then. Great weather to be playing the dive. I think much better than the expensive play of the long ball.
Yeah, definitely. Although you'll be knowing when this Ireland side are diving, because white shirts in this weather. Yeah, it's going to show up early.
And here comes Ireland. Oh, it seems to be.
And it's given.
Great try from Ireland.
Yeah, really good heads-up play. So some of his teammates in the sub-box screaming, look at him, because the rapper seemed in acres of space. Doesn't need it, goes, and yeah, the ball is down just before the touch comes in. Ireland even the game up at 1 try apiece.
Right, here comes up South Africa. Let's see what they've got for the Ireland team.
First real bit of attacking possession for South Africa, actually. Got their try through a really fast transition. Sweeper play. Ooh, ball goes to ground.
It's unlucky there, but South Africa doing everything at a pace. I mean, when they move on those second, third phases, they seem to really bring the pace into the game.
Yeah, definitely. The pace of South Africa is evident. I mean, we saw it yesterday in the girls 20s and girls 18s. I mean, the pace is just electric. And the core skills as well are second to none. The catch and pass. And they get the reward for all the defensive pressure.
Yeah. We've seen our Ireland losing possession again in their own half. I think both teams need to be a little bit more mindful of the weather.
The way they bring it on pace, and like you say, you know, electric there. So somebody in a minute's going to come and say, "You're right."
Here comes South Africa again. Let's see, there's a rapper coming around. Bit of a slip from Ireland.
Oh, hands.
Oh, it's great defense from the Ireland team.
And that's a good sign, basics there. Ball's going out, over her head, everything else. All you had to do was catch it, and it kept everything alive.
Oh, good touch. Lovely imagination from South Africa to try and create something from nothing, but Ireland up to it at the moment. And South Africa will try and put another big defensive shove on. They've just shown that they can draw penalties.
Here comes Ireland, some great drive up in the centre. Oh, some wonderful hands from the Irish team.
Great touch.
Again, the basics, so much yards there by, you know, not taking the touch, clearing the ball out. The transition on the side here was absolutely sublime as well.
Yeah.
4 on, 4 off as they came around on the J. Oh, look at me with talking all the tactics here.
Should have you out in the sub box.
Yeah. I've got to big up just 1 second that the South African link, or maybe get away with a hips not square there, but the South African link in defence gets a really big shot on. Stops all the Irish momentum. South Africa recycling the play. Got wheels. Yes, he does. Steps back on the inside, finds the ball away, but that's 6 touch and turnover. South Africa maybe just need to implement a little bit more structure in their attack to then give the ball to the fast players in open space, rather than always having to work against organised yet fragmented Irish defence.
Fully agree with you. A bit of structure is lacking there, and they need to try and compose themselves, get into their policies.
Yeah, it's something that we saw from South Africa yesterday in the first game on live stream. It was a little bit fragmented, and then the coaches seem to have worked an absolute masterclass over the break, because they came back to that second game, both girls 18s and girls 20s, and there was structure, there was pace, there was power, and then they were able to use their natural ability and their core skills to the best. You know, because if you're receiving the ball in space, you don't have so much time to use your fancy footwork to find the pass, and that's what you need in touch.
That's right. And I think the discipline sometimes lacks with the youngsters with the quick feet and trying to take advantage of players in front of them before they exhaust the structured play. And here we go, South Africa trying to attack the line again. Let's see if they use their possession.
.32. Just a little bit static. Now they use the ball. It's well covered there from Ireland.
Yeah, no real threat there to Ireland, unfortunately. Static play.
Yeah, Irish defence too experienced, won't let that worry them. But South Africa get the penalty, and now this is this opportunity to use your playbook, use your structure, create some separation in the Irish defence. Quickie play. Half picks up. Half can't score.
See if the ref's picked up. That's a dummy half there. Oh, the refs have missed that.
Irish box are incensed by that. South Africa sweeper play, much better, dives for the line.
Oh, better structure. Wonderful wrap there. Just beating the offside defender. Much better play from South Africa. You called it, they need a little bit more structure, and I think that will just assist them then coming in with their offensive players. We see the wrap coming around there and just beating the outside link.
Yeah.
Well played, well played.
Yeah, big left foot whack to get underneath the cover in middle. And again, it's, you know, South Africa, I feel, just needs to use a little bit of more conventional structure, because once they do, they put their players with such power and pace in space, and they're able to use the fancy footwork. We saw the left foot step there to get underneath the cover in middle, and unfortunately thought he dove at the line, but he's dove at the 7-metre line. Saw that happen a few times yesterday.
Gets a little bit confusing sometimes when you're on the field. Oh, here comes Ireland.
Good defensive play. South Africa, I wonder if this is something you can help us with. South Africa always seem to defend really tight and back their pace to chase out. Is that something that the coaches have gone, this is how we're playing, no matter who's in front of us?
Yeah, as we see Ireland just turning over, unfortunately, South Africa with an unforced error, dropping the ball in their own half, and Ireland is chasing. Oh, well done, well done. Good chase across there. Ireland nearly scoring out on their wing. It's got awareness from the Irish team. Here they come again on the line. Let's see if they take advantage of their numbers. Might be a forward pass there. Yeah, coming back to your question, you're spot on there in terms of the way the South African structure has been. They've tried to put on their quicker linkers. And one of their mids is, they play with a strong mid and one quick mid to try and chase and almost do a bit of a cover savior type play.
Yeah.
If there isn't a breach at the end, but try and put pressure up with the rest of the onside players. Here comes a South African player running straight through. Oh, it's been a great touch by the Irish player there.
Two really good defensive interventions there, and maybe Ireland giving South Africa a taste of their own medicine with that tight defence, because that chaser was absolutely spot on, diving at full length to make the touch. I thought for all the world South Africa were going to go through and extend their lead out, but the Irish intervention proves good enough.
And touch 4, touch 5 coming up, so should be a strike dump. Let's see what Ireland's got for South Africa. Oh, and he's through, straight through.
What a touch. What a touch.
Oh, great movement from the Irish there.
Yeah.
The mids were working the South African mids very well.
Yeah, they just created that separation. You know, both middles engaged, and then the player nearly goes through the gap. But again, it's that sort of last-ditch athleticism you rely on. And South Africa are able, yeah, that's a hard touch. Is no absorbing, always pushing backwards. And Ireland in danger of not, I wouldn't say losing their heads, but maybe starting to lose a little bit of composure. They've had a few decisions go against them. That much is true, but you can't allow that to affect the rest of your game, especially in such a tight game as this.
Yeah, I fully agree. That could definitely affect how you're playing. And they've got good momentum. They're 2 behind. They want to keep their composure. Good defense there by the Irish link.
It's difficult to hold that when the guy's coming at such pace that you've got to try and touch him, but not have any form of aggression in there.
Oh, what a finish. She might be a
Ran out of
touch.
space there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, just at the touch, but edge of the seat stuff.
Oh, I think South Africa will get a penalty, though. Unsure at the call. It will be Irish ball.
The Ireland defense putting on a good drive, managing to have a wonderful sub there with 3 fresh legs. Let's see if they move the ball into the center there. Fifth and last there. They should have looked to use that strike dump. See if they can work a bit of magic here on the last touch. Going slightly backwards.
Yeah.
South African defense holding there. There's a bit of strategy that needs to come in again, unfortunately, when you feel it gets a little bit risky on the last touch. And I see the Irish are implementing that.
Yeah.
Take the ball to your sub box. Oh, great pressure from the Irish defense. Great mid D. A little bit unlucky there, not rolling the ball from the mark. Ref just calling them back. Should help the Irish side get a little bit more composed.
Oh, no touch was called, but the Irish player saying, I did initiate that, sir. Don't worry about it. And now Ireland will have 3 touches at the line to strike.
And touch rugby is a bit of a game of honesty, ain't it? It's actually good to see that people taking a bit of accountability and being honest in the touch there, the South African player owning up to it.
Yeah, and just earlier in the earlier game, we had that try was good ref call from me. I mean, okay, they were 14-1 up at the time, but it's still nice to hear it. So, but you mentioned one thing there about they take the game to the sub box, and so it's another tactic that your move is going to rotate around towards the sub box, so you can do that quick transition.
Yeah,
and get the ball in the right place.
Yeah, that's right, and you're trying to maximize on as much movement as you can, obviously limiting your touches as you're going forward. And as the touches become fewer and fewer, you want to make sure that you've moved the team from either left to right.
Yeah.
Give yourselves a better chance of trying to break through. Here come Ireland, almost just making it through. Seeing the refs being quite strict on if you're not giving the ball straight back after being touched or throwing the ball away. And a number of teams from the different divisions, unfortunately, falling prey to that.
No, it's something that the refs have become especially hot on recently, ensuring that the pace of play is continued throughout the game. Ireland may be fortunate to get away without a hard touch there. This is 5th coming now, so they need to scoop. They look for the sweeper play, they feed it. Great feet. Oh, and he's ghosted all the way through. I think the touch is being called.
Oh, almost creating nothing, something out of nothing there.
Yeah,
well
he's got
to the Irish
feet.
defense.
There's a 6th touch as well, so nothing to lose at the end there.
No, and that's what you want to do as well. You know, so they've killed the ball over on the far side, which forces Ireland to drag the ball all the way across the field towards their sub box. So you're making the Irish team work so much harder to get fresh legs onto the field, and then you're able to put a bit more of a nudge on as they complete their transition.
Yeah, it definitely does make it way hard for the attacking team to try and exit that red zone of theirs. And it's a great strategy that should be used by most teams.
So good. So good.
Unfortunately, they just got a penalty there, and they had 6 touches. Need to play a lot. I feel in that instance you want to play the safe game rather than just trying to scoop off that, getting touched as the half there and losing all 6 touches.
Yeah, I think it was a really good defensive read as well from the South African link, because you see him drop so early. As soon as that ball got dumped, he flew out of the line. And it's a move I love myself, and I'm sure he'll be doing the same thing, but you're stood there in line with the referee going, am I good, sir? Am I good, sir? Am I good, sir? And as soon as he says yes, off the line, putting the press on.
Oh, here comes the South African player, some wonderful footwork, and he's going to make it all the way. And he does with a wonderful slide.
Oh, wow, referees have called touch. Oh my word. What a defensive effort. We'll have to have a look at this, because I thought the feet were just too good. Receives it there. 1 dummy, 1 step, 2 step, 1 man on the floor, 1 step.
And there was the touch. There was the touch.
I think he can feel hard done by there.
I want you selling for me. I tell you, you're impressed.
And again,
is given.
No, another last-ditch touch comes in.
Hey, Irish team need to be a little bit more aware of the number 1 from South Africa, making sure that they look out for Leroy Daniels. Seems to have quick feet and causing a lot of problem for the Irish team. And again, Leroy Daniels does it on his 3rd try.
Yeah, that's the same. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't fool me 3 times. Beautiful feet. Had 1 attempt that was called off. 2nd attempt called off, and then he just shows the feet. Dummy, step, 2 on 1, execution. And South Africa,
pleased to be on the end of that.
Yeah, mate, South Africa looking hot.
A nice little gift.
In Ireland for their good work of finding themselves 4-1 down, and Ireland, I think, are well within their rights to say that South Africa, some of the South African players are dropping a little early, but you can't allow these little decisions to affect the way that you play. They pick up, look wide, wings on.
Oh, that's a well-worked try.
Oh, right on the hooter as well. So Ireland bring the deficit back down to 2 right on half-time, and you know, this is really well worked. They dummy the quickie, fix the player, and then just loop the ball nice and sympathetic pass to the wing, who catches it and grounds it. And Ireland maybe have left a couple scores out there, but South Africa have put way too much pressure on in D, and South Africa 4-2 up. I mean, good value for the lead.
Yeah, I wonder how the Irish are going to look to try and assist their girls there. I think the mids need to get a little bit closer, otherwise that number 1 from South Africa, Leroy Daniels, is going to try and take as much advantage. And it's the 2nd time he's done that in this 1st half. I wonder if there will be a bit of a tactical change there to try and assist the female defenders there from the Irish team, rather.
And Leroy is, I mean, he's one of those players we were talking earlier. You want to keep him on all the time.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want him popping off. He's a real playmaker. He's making things tick in the middle there. And he's also got a little bit of pace on him.
Yeah, he's shown he can be absolutely electric in broken field. And I think the key thing for Ireland, if we're talking about how Ireland stops someone with that threat, is traditionally you would say to condense that defensive line and drag it all the way short and force him to throw wide. However, if he's still being able to find success, then you've got to think about the shape in which that you promote, using that umbrella shape to pen him into a certain area and restrict his ability to find that open space. It just depends whether Ireland can A, recognise it, B, fix it on the fly, because those are, you know, you may be able to spot it, but fixing it on the fly, you've got to be a good touch player to do that.
Yeah, I do agree with the umbrella shape. I think that will assist in trying to compress Leroy Daniels. And it's not just him, but obviously at the moment he's doing the most damage. And I do think it is something that Ireland needs to look out for. hopefully that is something that will be changed and looked at by the tactical team there and the coach from the Irish team.
What do you see changing in the second half from either Ireland or South Africa? I mean, because it's 4-2, feels like it was a little bit closer than that, but like you say, Ireland were jumping on some of those decisions that were going against them.
Yeah, so for Ireland, I'd say just reset. You left some scores out there, that's fair to say. You also maybe let a couple scores in that, had you been more aware, you would have been able to get across and make that touch. Ireland in attack aren't stretching South Africa enough. They aren't creating that middle separation, not moving the ball. Yes, it's wet weather, but South Africa have shown you can move the ball in wet weather. So Ireland need to be able to use that in a more educated way, create the separation, and then run your strike play. For South Africa, I mean, it's more of the same, really. They've not done anything too wrong. The only thing I would say is that error count is slowly starting to creep up. And the more errors, the more you're just conceding possession to your opposition. And you don't really want to allow Ireland to warm back into the game. So if you can bring that error count all the way back down, you'll limit all of Ireland's opportunities.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. And I think for Ireland, a little bit more patience seems to be working for them on the line, using up more of their touches, setting up the defense's composure, and then they can predict that they've got great long passes. Yeah. I know earlier on we saw the girls dropping because of the rain, but it seems like the girls are catching it now. So there should be a strategy putting South Africa on the back foot with that. But that patience needs to come through a little bit more. From the South African side, I think that structure that we spoke about, every time they've brought in a bit of structure, they look lethal.
Oh, yeah.
And if they can play off that structure, as you mentioned earlier on, then bringing in the feet off that, they stand a better chance of keeping up that pressure. But let's see how the second half goes through.
Definitely.
It's going to be an exciting one. So we got the 30-second warning.
Yeah.
We're just about there. Ireland are taking their time and getting themselves ready. But I think this is going to be, well, it's definitely going to be the closest game we've had so far. And to me, it's still in the balance. But I think South Africa just maybe had to edge it. If they keep Leroy, that's the playmaker in there. He creates so much, and just giving him half a chance and he's pushing him back.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they started to utilise their fast players off the back of the sweeper play, having him wrap around and then receiving the ball in open space. If I was South Africa, I would do nothing but that in this second half.
Keep
just
that pressure up.
Absolutely nothing but that. Keep it basic so everyone knows what it is, what's happening, and just give those danger men the ball in space.
Yeah.
You know, when you've got someone with that with the electric feet that can, you know, dance your way out of a phone booth, they're the people you want in the space. So I would like to see here from South Africa a very quick drive down to the line, and then stick to those sweepers. Let's get the gas men on the ball in space, and then play around that shooter.
Sweeper, just as you called it, and running on, setting up again on the left mid. Here comes in and he's in for the dive.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
And that structure paying off, just as we've just spoken about that.
So good, so good. And what I like about South Africa's setups is they take the extra second to throw the Aussie, to engage both defenders. Both defenders then come up, and yes, the touch has been made, but the ball is down beforehand as the rain really starts to kick up in Nottingham. South Africa, you know, benefiting from it, being able to dive from 7 meters out and get over the line. And the dive is picture perfect, hands on top of the ball, almost using it to propel yourself forward. Very hard to defend.
It's almost as if he's sliding in there.
Yeah. It's superb. And now Ireland trying to reply. 32 short. Little bit of footwork, gets to the line. But the difference is in the two defensive pictures you're seeing from Ireland and South Africa. South Africa are off the line making the touch. Ireland are on the line making the touch. So the referee is saying, if you're on the line making the touch, the ball is down. But if you're off the line making the touch, there's no way that the ball can be down. So you've got to paint those good pictures to the referee to get the decisions that you want in those instances.
Yeah, that's right. It's controlling the referee indirectly there.
Yeah.
And I think you're correct. Most of the refs will give it as a touchdown first, before as we see the ball being misplaced there. Unfortunately, that will be a turnover. Let's see what Ireland can come up with it.
Yeah, and you can see the South African press straight away, getting up in the faces. And not going as threes, going as a flat line of 5, so negating the option for Ireland to pass around the shooters. So Ireland aren't able to use the ball skills to generate extra space.
Here comes South Africa. Good driving in the centre there.
I think that one's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Irish player feeling a little bit hard done there. And both teams need to be a little bit more careful around this weather.
Yeah.
It does seem that the refs sometimes are a little bit lenient, but just to rather try and keep control, slow down in the ruck situation.
You want to protect that ball at all costs, and here comes the sweeper play. Oh, brilliant hands to pick that one off the ground. I was on top of shoelaces. South Africa recycling. Deviate from the sweeper, go for the quickie. Ball should have gone back on the inside. The player was there, but they will get the repeat set of 6. Ball was knocked down, hands were in the passing lane from Ireland's perspective. And South Africa trying to capitalise. Went to run the sweeper, just not quite on the same page. Sweeper's coming now. And there's the space, there's the footwork. If he dove on the outside, the player would have been offside. Player was offside.
Players need to try and take advantage of listening to the refs. Sometimes the refs are calling those players being offsides, and if you can get the ball down, it might be an advantage to you, and sometimes the refs award those.
Yep.
Here comes South Africa.
I think that's ball to ground, but I think that'll be the 2nd consecutive penalty for offside. And the ref has forced up the Irish middle for chat. And that's something you don't want, not from an Irish perspective. If you're starting to lose your concentration and lose your focus, and then begin to chat to everyone, to the rest that are on the field, you know, you lose your momentum, you lose your impetus, and you lose your focus, and most importantly, you lose your structure, because, you know, pods are designed for people to play together, and if one player's been forced subbed, you're then messing up that structure. It's just an unnecessary penalty. Quickie, step back, 2 Irish players on the floor.
Well played. Well played.
Huge right foot whack, puts both Irish defenders on the floor. He says, you two need a timeout. I'm getting over the line.
Putting on the show and go.
Receives it back, boom, with the fingertip tape as well. We love it.
I think Ireland just getting a little bit rattled there.
Yeah.
And it's a tough one when you start engaging with the referees. You lose focus on the game.
Yeah.
It's a tough discipline for coaches to try and get the kids with all the emotions that are taking place. But here comes Ireland. Let's see what they've got here. They need to try and get back into the game.
Yeah, they're persisting with the 32. South Africa defended it well so far, but I think Ireland will get over. South African offside defender, and Ireland replies straight away. And you can't help but feel like if they focus more on that aspect of the game, they're going to start finding more success.
Yeah. That's a great response from Ireland. South Africa scored, and immediately from that tap off, they get one back.
Just a little slip allows the player to go over. Ireland get the reward, and South Africa now coming back, with hopefully with a reply of their own. Tap off option, 2 32s. Third. And now they start to move the ball. Quickie, open side. Oh, lovely. Middle's offside, no one else makes that touch. That should get given, and it is.
That's
South
great
Africa.
awareness. Great awareness there from Fareed Williams, listening to the ref calling the mid off.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said. Exactly what you said. Listening to the referee, recognising when players are offside, and then chopping the line. Perfect heads-up play.
It's important that Irish don't let the ref get into their heads again. Let's hope they've got a good response here again.
Oh, they might have the perfect response
great yards.
here. Great touch.
Just a bit unlucky. They're almost breaking through.
Every time Ireland look like they're pulling it back in, South Africa looks something up their sleeve. They just seem to keep them at arm's length.
It's a really good play, but the covering defender shuts in time. It must be frustrating now for Ireland. They've really started to throw the kitchen sink at it, and South Africa just finding a way to defend it.
Oh,
lovely.
That is a wonderful dive.
Kieran Byrne gets over. Lovely open side quickie. finds the space. And this is much better from Ireland in the past 5 minutes. Open side quickie, fast one round the outside, gets underneath the covering defender. Unfortunately, the South African defender just retreated beyond the line, so then had to dive over to make the touch, and ball is always down. And Ireland bring the deficit back down to 3, and a three score is the difference. You know, it's not out of Ireland's reach.
Yep, definitely. Here comes South Africa. Great defense from the Irish link. Seems like they've compressed that defense a little bit more with the two girls.
Yeah.
I think that tactical change might just be working, making it difficult for the South Africans step through or stepping around the players.
This is a much better Irish defence, flying up, getting onside and then bouncing. Brilliant touch, that's 5th. I don't think the South African player acknowledges it, does now. And now they won't have a touch to play with. They've got to create something from nothing, but I've said that before and it's happened. Unfortunately, it looks like they're trying to set up something. It doesn't quite come to fruition, and that's the product of that Irish defence starting to put the pressure on, starting to squeeze a little bit more, but South Africa reply immediately.
There was great pressure from Ireland to turn that ball around, and unfortunately now with the unforced areas from both sides, feels like a ping pong match at the moment. Would hate to be the referee.
Yeah, both teams trying to put the press on and force errors, and the refs are going from one side to the other. Probably a little bit fuming with the amount of running that needs to be done. But Ireland now with some sustained possession, keeping hold of the ball, protecting it well. In the red zone.
Ireland setting up here for the quick dive, and he's in.
Oh, wow, good. This game's just in danger.
Sorry, Ola just unlucky there. I think if he hadn't slipped there, he might have just made it through.
Yeah, this game's just in danger of becoming a little bit chipper. Both teams very passionate bunch.
Here comes Ola again. And it's a touch. If Ola and Sammy can just realize as they're playing here how tight that South African D is, and I think they are setting up space for the outside and maybe look for an option on the outside there.
That'll be ball down, but I think they'll get a penalty for offside. No, foot in the ruck, stopping the clean dump of the ball.
Now, the tactic here for me would be Ola should be going to his left where the two female players are, put a little bit of pressure on that South African mid. At the moment they're attacking, looking for the outside option. They did go through for the variation, almost pulled it off.
Interesting you mentioned about going for the weak link, or not the weak link, but the female side of it and putting the pressure on them together. And obviously he's mixed. It's a bit like mixed doubles in your tennis, you know. It's kind of like you do, but you're not meant to.
Yeah.
You know. So, but it is a tactic if you feel that that's where the link, you know, the weakness is.
That is right. A bit of a hard touch there, but seems to have gotten away with that Ireland player. You know, the tactic around trying to expose as much as we can in terms of the weaknesses. Generally, we know it's tough at this level. The girls are just as quick as the guys, but it does put a bit of pressure for almost getting away with their hands.
Really good pressure. That's a superb defensive play.
Not given that way.
Yeah.
I think
the South African team a bit lucky there.
Yeah, but again, so this is where it depends on the referee that's on field. So because he's initiated that touch and the arms have travelled past the touch and then the ball is connected with it, it's that grey area that refs will often just resort to what they deem as acceptable on the pitch.
You'd buy anything from him, wouldn't you? Just convince me.
He convinced me too.
And I saw it completely different.
Here comes the South African team.
We're discussing a contract before you leave. You're selling stuff for me. I don't know what it is yet, but
I must say there's a lot of stop-start from the referees. The game hasn't really been flowing much,
No, especially in this second half, it's become very stop-start, I think.
Which suits South Africa at the moment because
yeah,
that clock just, you know, winds down. But still 8 minutes ago, this three-try deficit is within their reach. And you have to keep 2 females on the pitch at all times, is that the case? Three.
2 wingers, 1 link, or middle.
I can't see a third.
One.
We've got a winger over there, got a winger here.
South Africa currently playing with 5.
They've only,
no, there we
right,
go.
Yeah, right out wide.
Yeah, peering late, out wide, and that is throwing the ball away.
It looked like she was so wide, it looked like she was on the side. Right.
Definitely listening to the coach about keep your width.
Nothing doing in that touch.
South Africa applying pressure now.
It's too obvious.
Yeah.
Too obvious there. You can see you can get away with some hard touches on occasion, but because the player has extended the arms out straight with the locked elbow, that locked elbow, the straight arm, is exactly what the referees are looking for in terms of that hard touch. So if you do lock the elbows, you're walking that line.
And that's quite dangerous as well. And another hard touch coming from the South African side. And that's a second penalty now. There should be a 4 sub.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what's happening there. That can be quite dangerous, especially in weather like this. You could definitely injure someone. Good call from the referee.
Yeah.
Notice with the 4 sub there, the game plays on. And Ireland trying to take advantage of the 5 players. South Africa's managed to get a sub on.
The next score needs to be Ireland.
There was no touch made, but you can't do that in your 7 for the defensive team. Penalty Ireland.
Cathal Mac Gerrit is my pronunciation, but it's difficult because the rain's dropped on there and it smudged the name for us. So apologies to Mac's family, because that's the only word of his name that isn't smudged at the moment if we've got that wrong.
Ireland just losing the possession there. They had an opportunity there to try and attack, and South Africa drops the ball again. I mean, both teams need to try and slow it down, try and keep possession. Here comes Ireland again attacking the line. Arthur on the ball.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, great play.
Really good score, running the short, chopping back against the grain, finds the space underneath. They've stuck to the 32 platforms and it's starting to serve them well. Yeah, lovely line off the back of the 32. It leaves the South African defender flailing on the line, and Ireland go over, bringing the deficit back down to 2, and with 5 minutes remaining, this is it's set up to be a good finish.
Game. It's going to be the tightest of the matches we've seen so far. I mean, that wasn't difficult because the first one was 14-2, but it's really building up to a crescendo and ending here.
Yeah, Irish player goes down, stays down, referee has to stop the game, and then he just pops back up immediately. Unsure as to what has happened, but they'll just come back for the touch and reset.
Let's see what the South African attack can bring up to the line here as they attack.
Oh, lovely hands.
Playing quick hands. They needed one more there. Good defense from the Irish team. Last touch, let's see what South Africa can work up. That's great shifting D from the Irish, well played.
Yeah, really good shift in defence just to crab across to shut out any space. Ireland really begun to grow in this game. Although you'd like to see less of the complaining.
Oh, that dump didn't go through the legs.
No, Ireland get away with one there.
I'm making good yards now. Let's see if Ireland can make South Africa pay a little bit, Deficit down to 2. They pull one back now. The pressure will really be on in the last dying minute.
Yeah, 100%. And South Africa just forcing an error. Ireland may be guilty of overplaying in that instance. Now South Africa roll into a transition. Lacking support, it comes now. Good fly out the line and touch. Now South Africa need to strike.
One dump coming through, should be 5th and last. South Africa going backwards, but let's see if they can make something out of it. And great pressure from Ireland.
The Ireland defence really starting to move as a unit, and it's negating the ability to step around people that South Africa have. And at the moment, Ireland finding a lot of success in D and then rolling through with the momentum into their attack. And that's a hard touch from the side, but the referee says play on. Ball goes to ground. Possibly could have given the penalty, but it didn't affect the play. The ball was down quick enough, and South Africa get away with one.
Yeah, well, he played the advantage there, and you know, we would have all complained if we were saying about letting the ball flow, let the game flow, aren't we? And he did, and then Ireland just unfortunately, the opportunity for us to say, oh, there's the game flowing, well played ref, they cocked it up.
Yeah.
But with coming up the last now 2 minutes, Ireland have got to get up the other end, and South Africa have just got to waste the time down there.
Yeah, if I was South Africa, I'd be taking as many touches as humanly possible. I'd be slowing the ball down, making sure everyone's organised, maybe having a little chat with the ref, just winding this clock down. This is game management time.
It is game management. They're going to try and use up all 6 touches here.
Sweeper play. Half's a bit late. Now they have it. Good feed.
Oh, Leroy Daniels again. That's a great touch from the winger.
It's a good covering touch.
Hang in down there now. I think that's game over.
Oh, there it is. That is now game over. They check back on the inside. They find the space. And with just over 1 minute remaining, South Africa take it to 8-5, and that will wrap it up.
We spoke a little bit earlier about putting extra players around Leroy Daniels because we know he's going to expose the girls on the outside. And again, we see that. And I think that mid needs to help the female players. They're a little bit better.
Yeah,
leaving them exposed.
In that instance, it's just a case for the Irish perspective of not moving as a unit, the inside middle not following, and then that just creates the space for the ball back on the inside. And for all of Ireland's good work and attack in the second half, there's just a couple small errors creeping in their defence, but not unfixable errors. Things that they can have a look at the footage and go, okay, defensive spacing a little bit too wide on some circumstances, so we can just close that up and make sure that we're moving as a unit of 6 rather than as 2 sets of 3, which is what seems to happen throughout the second half.
Certainly. I mean, they could have closed out if they can work on that. That's an easy 3 tries. Here comes Ireland. Some fancy footwork there.
Ireland saying, you might be able to step, but so can I, pal. Yeah, good touch, really good touch. Just getting off the line slightly, making the touch. South Africa.
And celebrated there by South Africa. Right up into the Irish eyes. And they're well pleased with that. Tabo, you must be well pleased with that.
Good play there. I think South Africa a little bit joyful on winning that game. It's been tough out here. The competition is really high, and I can see we can definitely see the excitement in the South African players there. But what a wonderful game, and as you called it, quite a close one. I thought Ireland was making a comeback there. Just lost it 1 or 2 times again, getting involved with the referees and the calls instead of just playing on and winning those seconds. They had the momentum in that last 10 minutes, and I felt they could have pulled back at least 1 more. But it's well played from Ireland. Good comeback.
Yeah, it was really encouraging. I thought they were going to pull it off, to be honest. I just they got it back to 7-5, and they just needed to control that last aspects of the game. And I think that's one of the things we were saying earlier about that control and kind of like bringing it all together. Now, I just had a quick word with the Irish coach, and she's going to come across and chat to us, and we can ask those questions, and we can see, exactly what her thoughts on that is. Although at the moment, just discussing it with the referee and getting the feedback. And what do you think? What do you think the main points of view are on that? What do you think she's bringing to their attention?
I mean, listening to the Irish sub box throughout that game, I think the Irish touch side were unhappy with some of the touches, were unhappy with some of the decisions, and It's very easy to say when you're not in the heat of battle, but you've got to focus on the things that only you can control and, you know, let everything else go. You might be unhappy with some decisions, and in some cases, potentially rightfully so. But regardless, if you're always focusing on the refs, you're then taking attention away from the game that's on the pitch. And, you know, I'm guilty of it when I play. I know plenty of people are. It's very easy to say on the sidelines.
And the players then end up discussing that amongst themselves and wondering what the coach is getting up to. And your coach's job is to keep you focused and not changing that. But that discussion's gone on a long time in the middle there.
Yeah.
It's cutting into our interview time.
Certainly unhappy.
And in fact, they're now wandering off across the other side to discuss that. So I don't think that little interview is going to be happening. So let's wrap that game. Debo, pleased with it?
Thank you so much.
A bit more to work on. And Joe, Ireland, not quite there, but encouraging.
Yeah, and you know, the small problems that they had, fixable, very fixable. It's just direction, being on the same page. Played around in the midfield a little bit too much, if we're perfectly honest. And regardless of whatever the gripes are, the game was won and lost in that transition, in that midfield battle, and South Africa were on top from the moment the game started to the moment the game finished. And whatever happened in the middle, South Africa were just getting that rub of the green.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us on that one. We're going to have a little break now, and we're back in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rich.
Eagles on me! 1, 2, 3, Eagles! Tom, first one is yours.
Seven, good work. 7, good now. 10, looking to the left. Fifth coming. 6 more. This is 0, touch and flight. Roll it, please, Wales. Out we go. my good side, it's my good side. 1, 2, let's go! I'm just going to drive straight to the back. You're going to get on my ass, I'm going to kick. USA on me! USA on 3! 1, 2, 3! USA!
If something isn't going right, fine. But let's not panic.
Welcome back. We have got the clash of the red, white and blue coming up for you as we've got the women's 20 division of the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. It's USA against Le Bleu, France. France, holders of the best advert in women's sport at the moment. Do watch that about the Women's World Cup if you get a chance. It just says so much about women's sport. It's great. And Joe, what are we expecting here? Where's your money?
Well, I don't know, because we saw the USA on live stream yesterday, and Kaya Little was just electric every time she got on the ball. But South Africa were able to keep her off the ball for a considerable amount of time of that game. So if France can do the same thing, then France may be able to come out on top. And nearly all of the French teams that we've seen so far have been potent in attack and very well structured in defence. So I think this one is on a toss of a coin. Depends if I suppose it depends who gets the first scores and who really starts to turn the screw early, because USA, when they get going, are really potent. But as we mentioned last night, the squad isn't as deep as some that we've got here. They've got 10 players, so 4 rolling on and off the entire time. The wings don't get a break. It's very tough going out there for them. France have a deeper squad, so will be fresher. The longer the match goes on, the more it'll favour France. But USA have shown that they can run any team really close to the wire, because they ran that South Africa team within 2 scores at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, there's 16 French players in their squad name down here. And like you say, just the 10 USA. And so that makes it tough. That does make it tough. And will they roll on 4 and 4, or will they split that in 2 at a time?
No, they'll roll on 4 on 4 to keep some continuity in their attacking structure. As France scoop through and look for the spare man, ball just goes to ground at the final moment. But as we were saying earlier about the pods, is you want to keep those pods together, because you have those little interpersonal relationships that just allow the players to understand each other more. The players then always on the same page in terms of what they're playing. It is just unfortunate the lack of personnel in this USA side. Is, 40-minute games. It's really hard to play that one on, one off. But Kaya Little has been superb when they get into an attacking sense, and France just able to limit the attacking possession for the US at the moment.
I agree with what you say about the pods, but fresh player. I mean, what we're basically doing, we're keeping the wings on for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's hard on the wingers. One, it's incredibly cold and wet. And that's just me being my, like, you know, a little bit, you know, oh, can I have some warm weather, please? But at the same time, you know, I'd like to think that those pods could mix, and, like, you know, so you have got fresher players all the time, but maybe just they're getting their second wind. They are fresh, just coming on as 4-on-4. But I mean, you're only getting about a 2-minute break, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely, and you know, that's why we say that the recovery rate is so important in touch. You've got to be able to recover very fast, so you can get on and keep running at the same momentum. But at the moment, the USA are doing really well. Players not looking too tired. They want to rotate often to keep legs fresh, not get stuck on for a prolonged period of time. The only time that, you know, having 2 pods really starts to hurt is when, you know, a defensive pod gets stuck on for 3 or 4 sets in consecutive nature.
And that's something that France are obviously going to try and work on. I mean, like, you're getting to a stage where they're going to try and keep them on so they can't swap the players out, keep that ball rolling, you know, that because there's no way they're going to sub out until they get to towards the sub box, and so you just keep them there.
Yeah, exactly. And if France, oh, lovely right foot step and dive over, lovely opening score. Big right foot whack, gets over the line.
And it is getting darker here already. And you can see the rain on the camera. It's still coming down hard.
Yeah, and the USA just stop rolling in defence, so the French can approach unopposed, and then just the pace is too much. The defending middle for the USA just loses her footing, and France open the scoring.
And for you, those of our French viewers and USA, we're not right in the middle of England, and we have got splendid English summer weather. It's coming down. Yes, we are in the middle of our summer.
Yeah.
You realise that, Joe? This is, you know,
Europe's got a heat wave.
Yeah.
We've got rain.
We've got rain, yeah. And my God, we've got rain. It is coming down. I mean, it's been forecast all day for, you know, anybody who's been watching the cricket. They've been saying all day Saturday's a wipeout, you know, but been reading that there's little breaks in it coming along, so
yeah,
we'll just hopefully I think they've said about 2 o'clock. I think I heard the producer saying that there's a possibility of it, like, you know, breaking up and coming across, but it is windy, but it's not heavier wind that you think it's going to blow it all off quickly, so fingers crossed. But I'm sure the French and the Americans have played in rain before, so I'm sure they're going to adapt. As I say that, the wind picks up and all the papers start flying around. So I've got that wrong.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that the wind's gonna just keep gradually increasing, and that will just negate some of the long ball options that teams will have. USA able to defend the French transition very well in that instance, and now have to roll through their own. But this is something that we saw yesterday, just taking way too many touches in the midfield. This is third touch coming, and they're not near their box yet. Fourth is on the way, not at halfway, so they're gonna have to scoop from 50 out. Scooping player comes. There is an overlap on that side. They work the overlap. Touch is made. Turnover.
In France, come again. I mean, that's a big old squad. So if you keep your 2 wingers in, you got 4 pods there that can just keep popping on and on. Well, you got 3.5 pods.
Yeah,
I
so
should say
the way it will work, because you can't play each game with 16. So they will have 2 players resting, and they'll have 3 pods and then a replacement for the winger. So 3 wingers in total, just to enable everyone to stay fresh.
So 3 pods of 12 and then 2, so you can have a squad of 15.
Yeah.
So 1 player will be dropping out.
Mm-hmm. In France at the moment, I mean, they look fresh. They look way fresher. The USA now trying to add some pace, but the dump is a little bit slow, having to take some pace off the roll ball just to secure it. And then now they use the hands to go open.
And we've got the USA subs in front of us, and they are tired looking. They're panting.
Yeah.
You know, they're not getting they're losing at least 1/3 of the breaks that the French are getting.
Yeah, and you do not realise how beneficial that is until you're in the situation, because look at the momentum from France. Again, just having to slow down the roll ball to secure it. We don't mind it, especially not in this weather. Protect the ball at all costs. Little slip. This is fifth coming. So they'll have one opportunity. They run the 32 and the ball just goes to ground. Just losing her foot. Look, losing the balance underfoot and turning the ball over to the US. And although the lack of the personnel for the US is evident and they are looking a little bit leggy, especially when they're trying to transition, they are defending France very well. This is a much better transition, adding loads of pace. So many more yards gained.
That transition was good. We had 3 on, 3 off. Well, we had 3 on, 3 off, 4 on, 1 off, and then we had to wait for that last bit of transition there. And just like, you want those kind of things to go smoother so your numbers are there all the time. And I tell you, the weather is taking effect. As the games have gone on, the drop balls and the hands, the ball slipping through the hands, they're mounting up. And that, it's nothing to do with the calibre of the players. It's just the conditions here. It really is, how'd you say, like a midwinter's day. It's not quite that cold, but the rain is coming down and it is really affecting the play. But the players are adapting brilliantly here at the moment. And I'll tell you something, there's no giving up, is there? There's no like they're not taking an inch more than they need to. They're just pushing through. This is the sixth touch now, if I think I can count.
Oh, unlucky. Just goes to ground at the crucial moment. The hole was there. The French player just doesn't recognise it early enough. Doesn't chop the line. Ball goes to ground, and once again the USA see out the French transition. And if the USA, because defending is a lot harder than attacking. So when you're down on personnel and you're trying to find moments to take a breather, you want to be drawing penalties from the opposition, because then you can almost have a little bit of a breather in attack. At the moment, they're not doing enough when they get into the red zone to force those errors to then, have some sustained possession and almost use that as an opportunity to recover slightly.
Yeah. And this is where leadership comes in, and where I talk about that's where talking to the ref and trying to kind of like slow the game down and try and just draw the ref into it a little bit. And maybe you want a little discussion with the ref about something at one point, and just see if you can draw the ref in. And the refs, will turn around and say, "Thank you very much, bye, carry on." But if you can draw them in, just gives you 10, 20 seconds. Maybe you need something explained, and it's you've got to be clever, because you're going to struggle with just those 2 pods, and then they change again now.
Yeah, my favourite one to just slow the game down is what's the touch count, sir? Sorry, what did you say? What's the touch count? Oh, 4th. Amazing, thank you. Yeah. And you just take those 10 seconds just to relax, and quite often the ref won't hear you first time, so you get to say it again.
The call there was 7, right? So that was a case, that transition, players came on, they had 7.
Yeah.
Right, because they hadn't got that other player off.
Yeah.
Right, so we go back to where it was, and that was just like I'm saying. It's kind of like you can't come on till your player comes off.
No.
Right, so you're not allowed to step on the field till they get off, and you've got to get on quickly. And on that case, they were still waiting. I think the other transition was still at half, and they were on. And you've got to get those transitions smooth, because basically you just gave up 40 yards there because you were going forward, and France got free ball.
Yeah, definitely. And what was a quite potent transition from the US just falls apart. And, France go down the other end and make them pay with a beautiful dive under the touch.
Yeah.
And, that's what happens when you surrender field position, especially with such a light squad. You need to be able to recover at the right times. And when you're surrendering possession too many times, you then can't recover because you're always in defence. And, this France team are too good not to pick that apart.
And they did double their lead. The only time in the game you can do that, that.
Oh, that's much better from the US. Just can't quite get the ball down, but the hands are so good, especially in the wet weather. Kaya Little, she's the person who looks to make things happen. Very explosive on the ball. Good pick up.
You mentioned, Kai, that they're one player, two players short of being able to keep her on the pitch for longer and be that playmaker. You mentioned that yesterday she was the one causing all the damage.
Yeah.
You know, but basically all France have got to do is just keep the ball and like, you know, get 2 sets of 6 by, you know, creating something, and she's off the pitch.
Yeah, exactly that. And France are doing a really good job at just protecting the ball and keeping possession. And at the moment, the US just can't quite deal with it, and also just can't keep that possession for much longer than a set. They're not really drawing many penalties. Maybe could exaggerate some of the dropping early on the line from France, just recognising that some of the French links are dropping a little bit early. And if you were to then pull out of the touch as the attacking player and going, by the way, ref, he's dropping early, just letting you know, and then the refs are aware of it and begin to look, and then you begin to set a foundation to create some sustained pressure.
Yeah.
They're lucky to get away with... Yep, and they do it properly this time. She went to go, didn't.
Stopped, yeah. You can make sure that, you know, your player's off. I mean, I don't think they're too worried about just the little step over at the edge there, but the one before was blatant. They had their players on there. But I think this is where France has got to be clever. They've got to say, right, 6, we want to finish on that far left-hand side, because if we can stop the USA getting across to their sub-box, those players have to stay on, you know, and then if they get a turnover, you know, they're keeping them on for longer. So, you know, France have got to say, right, we're attacking down the left-hand side, and let's keep it out of the, you know, keep the USA away from their subs.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, for the first time in the game now, 14 minutes in, US get a penalty. So they get the repeat set of 6. So they're able to just take a moment, take a little breather, and then work through their attacking structure. Looking for the quickie. They find it. Step back, go the other way. Overlap, but she holds onto the ball, just protecting it. Recognising that the pass wasn't on. Doesn't need to throw anything too risky. Takes the ball down. And they look for the link. They find it, but it's a brilliant shot from the French winger. Maybe should have picked the eyes up and had a look to the USA wing.
Yeah, I think they had an overlap there as well, but try to go under the touch. Now, this is their 3rd set. And so, at the same time, that's now, if the French can keep this left, they've kept that pod on there for a good 2 minutes of non-stop, and that's really going to get to them.
Yeah.
France have got to go left, and they do. Keep them away, and that's what they've got to do. Keep them away from the sub-bench. There's going to be some very tired USA legs out there at the moment. Yeah, and they're keeping it narrow down that side. The USA subs are trying to literally get on here at the moment. They're kind of like looking for that opportunity, but it's not coming their way. And that's it. Right now the USA get a chance to switch. They're going to get across for the transition. There's one off. 2, 3, 4, and they got their full transition, and they're still ploughing through the halfway line. That's good play by the US.
Yeah, much better. And they get in behind. Now Kaya can scoop, and this is where she's dangerous against a retreating defence. They feed the ball. Doesn't quite go. It's going to be given a touch and pass. I wonder if Kaya Little could have just gone through the gap there rather than giving the pass.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and doesn't she bring pace onto the ball? Wow. So here's one thing for you, right? You got a pod, you got a little injury there to one person. That person has to go off. Do you bring somebody from the other pod, or is that when you bring that spare on?
No, you bring on someone from the next pod, and then they've got to work extra hard and double set.
Right.
And then in that way you reset the pods. You don't confuse things too much, and it's just on that one individual who quite often will go, "Yep, I can double set. I'm fit enough," and then you're back into your clean rotation. Big shove.
Right, there's a good opportunity there to change over the with the transition, but then they give it away again.
Yeah, that's one. That's a really unforced error. no real pressure there from the French, just losing concentration at the base of the roll ball. France now rolling into their strike. They were one touch, referee down. Ruins his nice white top. Wouldn't want to do that dry cleaning. 32 short for the France. Oh, and it's good pace and direction. Just puts the right foot step on, goes round the retreating USA defender, and she doubles up and extends France's lead back out to 3. Yeah, look, she's on the ball there. She knows what she wants. Calling the 32 short. It's worked once. It's going to work again.
Yeah.
Receives the ball. Lovely step and pace to go round the covering defender, and good ground.
Ground in, you were going to say?
Ground
yeah. Made, but the ground in, I'd be questioning.
Yeah, so we say ground in, it covers all bases.
Yeah, it does, yeah. Well, even the little bounce there, was, I'm sure there was downward pressure.
Yeah, I was saying to Angus, it reminds me of the touch does remind me of that Louis Rees-Zammit try where, what was it? It was like the little finger had the downward pressure in the Six Nations, and it's like, well, is it not? Well, downward pressure is downward pressure.
Yeah, well, the Welsh always get the rub of the green, don't they? So if they're changing it to Kim Ruud, I wonder what Welsh would be. We will ask that question. And I know I'm pronouncing it wrong anyway. So.
Yeah, people are probably at home screaming the proper pronunciation.
My Welsh great-grandparents will be falling over themselves, or actually grandparents, I should say so. That's good possession kept there by France. That was, to me, that was a hopeful, hopefully somebody's going to be running onto it, but they were. And then they just turn it over as we get into the last minute, and the USA will be taking full use of this half-time.
Yeah, USA just soaking it up now. Probably hoping just to wind the clock down. I mean, 3 tries down, it's not a bad position to be in. You just not really look like you're able to get your attack motor in at the moment. That should be the main focus for the US, is just to motor. And unfortunately, the pod with Kyle Little, the danger pod that looks like it's going to create opportunities from nothing, always seems to be getting stuck in defence and then having to sub off and transition. So maybe they can rearrange that. As the ball just goes to ground with a few seconds remaining, France will get one opportunity to go coast to coast, but it's an incorrect roll ball, and the USA will have one to play with. No, referee decides, it's half-time, mate.
That's right. So, right, we're going to use this occasion to have ourselves a nice little quick break as well. So, back with you in a few minutes, because I'm going to try and get hold of one of those American coaches to make sure they join us straight at the end of the game. rain continues to fall down on us here. I mean, we are under a gazebo, but I'm just trying to make you feel like everybody else is here. We are getting ready for USA France in the women's under 20s, and we've got a USA ready, and we've seen some French players. I don't think that would bother the USA if the hooter goes. So they're 3-0 down, but we've been talking about the whole time. They've got a smaller squad. They've only got the 10 players, 2 pods, 2 wingers, and that does make it that much harder. Oh, 1 minute to go. Why are they getting out there with 1 minute to go? Joe, what's that all about?
Yeah, it wouldn't be me in this weather. I'd be out there with 10 seconds to go, just getting ready to go.
I'd be running a J straight from the edge right round onto the kickoff.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, under that gazebo. Now, USA starting with a stronger pod. Do you think that's a kind of like the reasoning behind that, or would you hold your stronger pod just to get that a little bit more rest?
No, what I would do is I would back my strong pod to go down on the tap-off and get a score early doors. You then send the other pod on to see it out defensively, and then your strong pod with Kyle Little in can just rotate and attack consistently, always sort of have the ball in hand. You don't really want to get your dangerous players stuck in defence because they're not maybe utilising their skill set as much as they could be. So Kaya will have the idea of going down that end with 2 or 3 touches spare and then being able to strike. They buddy up the middle.
It's 2 touches. Just lost it there. Now they are in defence. Yeah. So everything that we had worked out there and was hoping that they would be doing has just backfired.
Yeah, it's a shame as well because it's just a skill error in terms of the hands from the link, and they'd worked the space really well. Looked like they were going to try and get a link punish in. That is just loss of control though, and for all their good work, they have forced a turnover.
Now, I thought the rain had stopped for a little bit. Now it's just windy. Nope, it's very thin, but it's getting a bit lighter over towards there where it's coming from. So hopefully, by the end of the day, we'll be in our buggy smugglers, speedos, and tops will be off, catching the tan.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Or maybe not.
Just a little bit stop-start in the beginning of this second half. Now France are moving towards their sub-box to get fresh legs on.
And they do that, and they come round. So transition, bring your subs on, and you're defending.
Yeah, and you know what, for the US, that's a really good result because now the US are able to get across to their sub-box and work hard for their transition and get the danger pod on that looks like they're going to create opportunities for this US side, and it's pretty good.
Two touches, turnover, and your danger pod, instead of attacking down in that attacking third, are now defending.
Yeah, and just too many skill errors creeping in at the moment. No team really able to sustain any pressure. And yes, the conditions are a problem. Yes, they are a mitigating factor, but a skill error is a skill error, and you need to cut them out if you want to make a team like France beat.
Absolutely. It's frustrating. It's kind of like both teams are doing it all the time. We were saying earlier about basics, right? Now, I only have one basic, right? Catch it, right? You get a bad pass. If you're good at catching, you catch it. Everything about it is just catch the ball. Doesn't matter what sport you're in, right? And that's where the problem is. You can blame the pass, but if you catch it, it doesn't matter. And that's the first basic I think you always deal with. And now, this is the first time they've got past 3 touches with a pod change. And here we go. It's good. And dividends already. And like you say, the danger player is off. Now they've got to create something. 2 touches to go.
Yeah, I think it's try not to get too frustrated as we just watch this attack final touch. They look to play expansive. There's a 2-on-1 on the wing.
So wide there was the option.
Doesn't see it, and the ball gets killed. And it's slightly frustrating because some of the roll balls, yes, aren't as clean as they could or should be. The ball is rolling, but then the US players are stood watching the ball and then look at the ref, and it's all very stop and start, and you're making the decision for the ref because you yourself do not look happy.
Yep.
Whereas if you're just picking the ball up and going, you then don't give the referee an opportunity to, you know, think about what he's just seen and second guess themselves. So US maybe just need to play to the whistle a bit more and run as hard as you can until that whistle goes, because they're just giving these decisions to the referees to make.
Very much, completely agree. Although they always add at all times. It's easy from up here, isn't it?
Yeah, very easy.
It's really easy. I'd be really good at this game from up here. But the girls are doing a cracking job at the moment. I mean, like France, unfortunately, at the moment the advantage is purely in the numbers. Because on the pitch the play is even, but you can just see that they've got that freshness continually switching around in their pods.
Yeah, and they draw a penalty from the US, so this pod is going to have another set of 6 to defend. Referee on that short side making sure that everyone's advancing forward, but they are talking still. And USA advancing forward. That's good pace, as long as they keep going.
And they do. They've got there, and again, I mean, the thing is, it's not just the wet weather. The fingers are incredibly freezing.
Yeah.
You know.
And if you think this pod attacked, defended, and then gave away a penalty and defended another set of 6, so really tired legs.
Yeah.
But they do complete their transition, and they're able to give Kaya Little a good platform to scoop, and she passes. Can the hands go? It just can't quite. And it's turnover ball, but USA starting to grow into this game.
I didn't quite see what that turnover was for, if I'm honest.
6-touch turnover.
Ah, because they through the transition. Yeah. So I was counting from the transition.
That's a good dump, good scoop.
Wouldn't it be good if there was a touch counter on the sideline? You know, so just so that the audience knew what was going on as well.
Yeah, or
I'm not talking about the stream.
Little graphic.
Yeah. I'm sure we could knock up a graphic. It's very difficult knowing when the touches are from our end all the time, though. You know. Well, it's not, and it is.
Yeah, sat here with one of those clickers, clicking over. Touch 1, touch 2.
Yeah. I'm sure the refs could do that for us. Right. It's definitely getting lighter. The rain has now just stopped. Right, the rain has stopped. It's getting lighter. This is where we're going to start seeing some more jouet coming through from the French. And there's a slide in under the touch, was it? No. How many sports do you see, sports that you play on a pitch like this, like, you know, at pace, touch, everything else, and you can get to wear a hat?
Yeah, I know, I love it.
I think it's brilliant.
Yeah. Angus isn't a fan of the hats, but he's not here today.
No, I know. It's just kind of like, I understand why, right, you know, but I just love to see that kind of like, you know, that individuality you can bring to it, your own like character thing. So, right, I'm going to wear a hat. What, and play serious sport? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
And you get all sorts. You got the bucket hats, you get the caps, the snapbacks, the visor.
Yeah.
The big Aussie hats.
Oh, looking forward to seeing them. I tell you, the guy that runs out in the top hat, that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
And keeps it on as he's running.
Running out with a fedora. That'd be a big
there
one.
we go. That's the call to all teams watching on. You're going to be on pitch 1 today, which is now on pitch 2. But anyway, yeah, we want to hear that from you. We want to see that.
I did suggest to Angus, I was like, we should have a hat at the weekend.
Yeah.
Just get people down.
Absolutely. Well, at breakfast this morning, there was a big Irish hat, whatever they're called. It's like a top hat but extended, but it's got another name. Something like, what was it? was it Guns N' Roses would wear, like what's his name? The
Ooh, intercept.
Oh, and they're going to go all the way to the house. No.
Brilliant defensive pressure to force the intercept. It might get pulled back. Ref's not happy. Unsure as to what. Call hasn't been made. Might be now. Oh, offside. Just explaining to the French player there that she hadn't hit the line before she got up to make the interception, and that's harsh because she did so well to get up in the passing lanes and intercept the ball, but offside initially.
Yeah. We go again. And there was me trying to remember what the Guns N' Roses guitarist was called. And it's completely slipped my mind. But anyway, a hat like that, that's what he had. Maybe he's going to come out and play in that.
Yeah, you've got me racking my brain now.
I'm going to say Slash, but it's not Slash. Right. But it's something in that field, but my mind's gone a bit of a blank.
Yeah, I'm going in the office. I'll find out.
You're gonna Google, right? Up they come, the French. I tell you, they're just really playing the clock really well. They're just taking their time on stuff now, taking the touches, and then just injecting the pace at the end, making sure USA defend all the way. And they are. That's the 5th last touch.
Yeah, Saul Hudson, Slash.
Slash, it
Big
is Slash.
top pat.
Yeah, there we go. Right, that was at breakfast this morning.
Superb.
So hopefully if he plays in that, that should be good.
I don't think that would stay on in a game of touch.
No, no. You'd like to think
but
not.
Even for one touch, like, get it on.
Yeah.
USA just slowing down ever so slightly. And now there's the pace.
Oh, nice. Brilliant play by Kia Little there. What a difference maker.
Yeah, and that's just the difference that pace makes. Looking really, really tough getting off the field, but as soon as the danger players are on, left foot step, and then there's just shows the dummy, so the winger has to commit, goes all the way through, puts the ball down, and a little dive in the corner. Superb finish.
All we needed then was to turn of the camera and give us a little wave. And, you know, I'd have been in my element. You know, that's what it's all about. You've got to, when you play the game, you've got to know where the camera is. But really good play. They're off, and they've reduced the lead by a third. Now 3-1 to the French, and suddenly, with 9 minutes to go, it's still all there.
Yeah, this is what USA did yesterday in their game against South Africa. South Africa had loads of joy for the first 3 quarters. And then the last 10 minutes, USA started to put things together and started to run really hard, and they got, you know, three potentially 4 scores in very quick succession. And if they can do the same here, then the try difference is definitely less than what they had to deal with yesterday against South Africa. So a couple scores. And USA could take this right out from under France's nose.
I think this is the 5th touch as well now. No. And that's a drop.
Yeah.
So USA are going to be attacking. They're going to be in transition as well. And just one score is going to make it very tasty now.
Yeah, definitely. USA now just need to inject some pace, having to take the ball back. Just stops the progression up the pitch, and now they've got to go forward. 5th coming.
That is the 5th. Right, so they've got to magic something now. Defended from the halfway line. So, explain as well, if you're watching on air, and we all know about refs, you have 2 sideline refs, you have 1 in the middle. Explain why they keep switching in and out.
Because they're tired.
Right.
Is the basic explanation. There's no, logistical reason. There's no nuances to how refs ref the game. It's just like, you've been on for a few sets, you need a breather. No worries, I'll swap out with you, and you can come up on the sideline.
So it's just completely interchanging all the time, because I think it's the first game I've seen them do that.
Yeah.
And they just like, you know, we'll switch around and, you know, everybody's refereeing. And I tell you something, I like that. Because you don't have a assistant referee, you have 3 referees.
Yeah, exactly that. And the sidelines will always be feeding information into the on-field ref, but the on-field ref can overrule the sidelines. So the on-field ref, when whoever's on the pitch at any given time, is the main referee, and they will use their sidelines just for extra information as and when it's needed.
Yeah. Right, France again. I mean, every score is important, but if they go out 4-1 again, that 3-try lead.
Yeah,
right, there's the turnover.
6 touch and turnover, and USA will be able to launch.
There's a bit of warmth coming through.
Oh, we love that. Now, if USA are able to get off the pitch nice and clean, then they'll give that dangerous player in Kaya Little a good platform to strike from. It is getting there. Up to halfway, 3rd touch. This is forthcoming. 2 to make some ground.
And Kia's on, and there's the pace. She's tight in there.
Checks it off, gets the ball down. Little bit stunted. So she'll have a set defence to run at, but that does not matter. She is half. She needs to find a player, and she'll run around and find a pass and give it.
Or was that a touch?
Oh, French player saying that she made the touch. If that's the case, then it'll be half court. I wonder if Kaya could have looked towards the right to the winger.
I didn't think she was the half.
Yeah, scooped to the base of the
I didn't know. I thought she was the second pass, wasn't she? Right, listen, what do I know? We're just going to see it. I'm going to be told.
Ooh, referees overrule. Score is given.
3-2. Well, let's have a look here. So,
yeah, so she checks the, goes straight through. She is half in that instance because she's done.
And I'll tell you something else, she knows it because that's why she's looking to pass.
Yeah. And the touch. Oh, it's fractional. It depends if that touch gets made. The referees are happy that the pass was given.
So it was one of these, like you say, it was in the process of passing.
Yeah, it's those little grey areas, but I think France have gone right back down the other end and scored.
Or not?
Nope, offside the call, so France will have to go over a second time.
So I know you didn't think that was a try because you can sell anything to me, right? And you didn't sell that to me.
No, it looked like the player had got back. It's only because France are dumping beyond the 7. So if you're dumping a metre beyond the 7, then it means that the defending team only has to get a metre off the 7. But they're moving the US so successfully, and the feet just failing under Kaya Little. And that's what happens when you're able to whip the ball from one side to the other at pace with purpose, and they get their reward.
Just see this here. Kyle comes out. Like you say, there's the touch. Come back. She slips, and they're in.
Too good. And for all the effort made by the US, just their footing fails them. And France extend the lead back out to 2. 3 minutes remain. It's going to take something special.
Yeah, but they've got it. They got that ability, and here they come again.
Oh, she's through. She found the pass.
She's the half. Oh, just didn't go to hands.
Yeah, touch has been made. But the referee looks like they're having a look. Think they're going to say take the touch, so they'll get another one to play with. Potentially touch was made before she had the ball in hand, but we won't talk about that.
No, because that's our opinion. We're entitled to our opinion, but that's not the same as the rest. It doesn't matter. And here's the opportunity. There it is. There's the hole. And it's there. No, he's called touch. Has he?
Yeah, it's touch and pass. The ref deemed that the touch had been made before the ball was released. And that's a tough break because they worked so hard to create the space. They'd found it. They executed it well. Just not well enough.
Just need a little turnover now. Otherwise, France is going to take this down. Keep it to the right. No transition from the Americans. And here's their transition.
Oh, good feet. Great feet. Good covering touch.
There's a lot to be said that the transition players coming on there, kind of like confused the American defence. And that was a hard touch.
Yeah.
And high as well. And that should, with 90 seconds to go, just see France over the line.
Yeah, and US falling victim to, pretty much the same thing that we saw yesterday, which is just, actually, the longer the game goes on, they end up growing into it and getting scores deep into the second half, but just can't be that connected unit in the first half to execute any potential space, and then they give themselves a mountain to climb. And you might have some spectacular individual players, but if they're always 4 tries down, then you might be able to get 1 or 2, but 4 without reply, that's a hard task.
Yeah. So into the last minute. France keeping the ball right, so one last transition from the Americans now as they bring the ball up. And they've got to bring it up more pace because they're already 3 touches in. Now, Kia, she fancies this. She's looking for options, but she just takes it straight up.
Lovely check off. They make so much ground, and that should be offside penalty, and it is. 20 seconds to go. They'll get 1 opportunity to finish on a high.
Here they go. Kia at the half, looking to make things happen. She's going to come around on the loop.
Yep, they're able to play it. Oh, the USA stop. And they'll say loss of control, and that's game. What good performance from France, just too clinical in the end, and the US just failing to make their pressure at the end of the game pay. And the efforts of Kaya Little just go in vain. France can be happy with their work. 4-2. The conditions not helping. But France come away with the victory. And I believe we're just waiting for someone to come over to have a little chat on the camera about the game. Someone from the US. Just going through and shaking hands. We'll be popping over in a moment. But a really good showing at what can be achieved in women's touch. Some expert hands at times. The weather conditions maybe just failing in some moments as the player tries to get through the tunnel towards us. She's getting here. And we will be back in just a moment.
Right, well, I'm pleased to say that we're joined in the little comms box here by Anae, the USA captain. So, okay, the result didn't go your way, but you've got a much smaller squad. You must be pleased with how that all went.
Yeah, well, sorry, repeat what you said, the last part?
You're pleased with you're pleased how it went, considering the small squad you've got, and, it must have been tiring.
It is. We've been persevering through. I do believe that we could have performed better. In the previous, just yesterday, we did win against that game 7-5. So I do think that we had more in us. Considering the conditions and the weather at the moment, I think we were working with what we had, and I think we're just going to continue building on all the progress that we've been making.
So they were saying yesterday you come into the game late with those tries and everything else. The same today, kind of like 3-0 down, long time, brought it back 3-2. Looked like you were going to be turning over, and some of the decisions didn't quite go your way at the end there.
Yeah.
But, obviously decisions are opinions, and we all have those. But your transitions, your general play, you must be pleased with how, because they got double the squad, right?
Yeah.
And tiring?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's teaching us a lot about having guts, having only 10 players. I mean, we've already had one hurt and having our injury reserve come in. So, and on top of that, we've only been playing with each other for just a couple days now. So I am very pleased, and I'm very proud of the progress that we've made from beginning to when we played our practice game against South Africa on Monday to now. We look like a completely different squad.
Well, you've only been playing for a few days. Second game, injured player, small squad. That's really, really impressive stuff. So well done, and good luck in the next game. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. All right, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. All right.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches to get to the play.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, then.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tim! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So
close.
one for the... Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3.
Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! You work hard defense. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Welcome back. Straight off we are, and South Africa are back in the fold, and this time it's the England in the men's 20s. Now this is going to be interesting, Joe. England were devastating earlier.
Yeah.
South Africa looked like they were teetering on the edge of being special, and this is going to be big. But within the first 15 seconds, England score. So is it just that there's a bridge too much here?
Well, for me, to be honest, it's a good defensive touch. The line after the touch is just too vertical, and he retreats straight backwards to the line. It leaves the space on the outside of him, and this England team is too clinical not to take advantage of moments like that.
Absolutely. And so here we go. Oh, the pace. A little break in comms there as we try to convince the man with the dry robe to lend us a coat, but accordingly we're dry and he's not, so that's not happening.
Yeah.
Oh, I just do love, I can't go on more about old Max with his bucket hat. I don't call his second name because I can't remember how to pronounce it.
Pennicard.
Pennicard, there we go.
Yeah, it's a really big touch family, the Pennicards. They've got players in loads of divisions.
Yeah, I noticed that. You've got Tom Pennicard, or just the two of them.
Yeah, Tom, Max. Yeah, well, just in this division, there's plenty of others around, and Andy Pennicard is one of those old heads of touch. Really influential in the Southern Division in England, and shown by the amount of children he has representing the national side. They're not there through connections. They're there through merit. The Pennicards are very good players.
Couldn't think of one sport where that would be any different.
Not at all. Another turnover comes. Theo Edwards on the ball. I've got to big up Theo every now and again. He's a good lad, very good player. Trucking it up box side, making loads of yards for England. And Harry missing. Just chatting to his brother Sam for a moment. Harry takes the touch, just slows things down. England just highlighting the fact that it's dropping early. Penalty. Then England get a repeat set of 6 on the line. South Africa need to defend tight.
And we're joined in the comms box by Leroy, one of the South African contingent. Leroy, great to have you in there. And what's it looking like so far? England looking strong, yeah?
Yes.
Very strong.
Very strong. And, well, just see this score here come out. Leroy, where's it go wrong here? Talk to me.
You must go short side.
Yeah, and just not getting up there in time.
Yes.
Getting onto it. And so England, the only time in the game they can do it, they double their lead.
Yeah, just doubling up. It's the same channel that they attacked down for their first score. Might be different personnel, but it's the same resulting. South Africa just need to tighten up defensively in that spacing. Just make sure that they stay connected. Touch is given as they try and dive over for the score, but it's promising from South Africa in their first real offensive opportunity.
So Leroy, what do we need? What does South Africa need to do here? I mean, it's not quite working together. What's your thoughts?
I think they must defend harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, in attack.
And England very, very efficient.
Yes.
Very organised. And is that something that you've talked about before this game? No. No?
Good lad.
I love that. I love your honesty, Leroy.
Yeah. South Africa now just trying to sustain some pressure, generate some opportunities.
Who should we be looking out for, Leroy, on the South African team to make this team tick?
The mud, Ronaldo.
Yeah?
Yes.
He was instrumental in the first game as well. Lightning feet. He's your speed merchant. And is it there that time?
Touch is made.
Touch is made, didn't quite get there.
It's good options though, trying to dive at the line. Just not moving the defence all that much so the defence can stay tight, but there's the opportunity. England get off the line and make the touch.
Well played.
Forthcoming, Ronaldo's not fit. Forthcoming.
So, I think this is the fourth touch.
Yeah, one more opportunity.
They're off there quick, and here's the set. And there was definitely a touch there. Right, and there's the turnover. Leroy, disappointing little set there.
Yes.
You'd hope to think we'd get something from that.
Yes.
Or just maybe in the ruck, falling ever so slightly. Get away with that one there, referees are happy with it. And South Africa rolling into their defence, trying to stop this post and England transition. Harry missing on the ball. Harry missing.
Pushing. So Leroy, you're not involved in this game?
No.
Obviously not, no. But is it you just resting up, or?
Yes.
Yeah? Saving yourself for later, yeah?
Yes.
Right, pushing. England 2-0 up, and they don't seem to have done a lot at the moment, but they just go through the motions. Very, very efficient.
Yeah, and they've gone back to that short side quickie, punishing the link. It's too good, just engaging the players, pulling them out of position, and then going and execute. Harry missing says to him, just get that ball down. We've got him here, just get that ball down. And number 13, Cole Graham, is very happy. Lovely right foot step, then the left foot step. Gets over the line. England extend the lead.
Leroy, apart from the obvious of scoring more tries, what does South Africa need to change up here?
I think they must take order.
Yeah? And how do they go about that? What's the plan for that? Just get different players on, more players from the transition.
Yes.
And kind of get the playmakers on and get them staying there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the moment when South Africa get into their final third, it's just a little bit all over the place, and they highlighted there with their hips not square at the ruck. When South Africa start to build pressure, it's the small 1% mistakes that just alleviate that, but they've forced a brilliant turnover. And England now stuck in a defensive set, an opportunity for South Africa to capitalise. South Africa working in defence. South Africa working through their motions, creating opportunities, trying to stress the England line. Open side quickie, players offside.
And Leroy is called off. He's got some work to do at the back of the squad, keeping these guys going. So thank you to Leroy for coming on, getting his dulcet tones and his thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, sideline ref, just telling the on-field ref, yeah, he was offside, completely agree. Might have took a little bit of deliberation, but we get to the right result in the end. And South Africa now will have a fresh set of 6. Just highlighting to the ref that they're dropping early. It's really good heads-up play and good understanding of the rules from South Africa, just to let the referees know, like, England aren't advancing. It's a good dive low to the ground, but the touch is good enough. South Africa are always working down this right-hand side. Maybe could do with moving the ball a little bit, creating some separation, but now they run the QBs. Back to that player. Oh, lovely hole to the link, and the link goes straight through, and that's the reply that South Africa needed. Superb ball skills, superb option. They congested the defence through their short side quickies, and then they run the QB. Quicking player receives it, gives it back to Half. Half picks a really good option, fixes the defender. Really good line hit in the link wing hole. And South Africa finally get their reply. England now with Harry missing, feeds the ball off. Oh, lovely delayed pass. Is ball away? They're happy that ball was away. Score given. And that's just catch and pass to the extreme.
Yeah, and England just do what they do best, and that's just score without really looking like they're working hard for it. The transition there, straight through, looking for it. Yeah, very happy players there, very happy.
Yeah, and it's this part of Sam missing and Cole Graham, Harry missing and Cole Graham, sorry. So used to seeing both the missing brothers on the pitch at the same time. But Harry missing and Cole Graham are really punishing the South African defence, creating opportunities, creating separation, and at the moment it's just proving too much.
Yeah. They're just a really organised unit, England, aren't they? I mean, there seems to be some real flair to the South African team, but England have kind of flair and organisation and cohesion all in one. Look, they're just there as a unit. They know exactly what everybody's doing.
Yeah, South Africa moving the ball really well. They look to use the double cut. 3-on-2, third cut, fourth cut. Moving them from side to side, and the touch comes in. But they've milked the offside penalty, and that is absolutely superb from South Africa. From absolutely nothing, they create a penalty, they create opportunities, and then they've got a second offside call. Sidelines are happy, on-field's happy, England aren't happy. But South Africa get another score. Superb. It's not often you see 7-8 cuts done in a row, and then to get the penalty off the back of it. I think it's Joe Tomlinson that's just offside at the line, and South Africa react faster, get the ball down.
And that's just knowing what's happening. It's i.e., I'm going to run at that player, he's offside, I'm confident he's going to give him offside, and I'm going to run through him and score the try. And then they don't give the offside, they say try.
Yeah, 100%, and it's just really good recognition and well listened. Referees obviously called him offside. South Africa reacted well, but here comes the link punish that they're struggling with so much, and this time they pop the ball back on the inside to Harry Missing, and Harry Missing gets underneath the covering defenders, and they absolutely love that one.
There's a lot of happiness going about there. Look at that for speed. Good hands, good cut.
Yeah, they check off, and then they give the ball back, looks to go on the outside, doesn't, feeds it back in. There's the variation on the link punish, and it is just superbly executed.
Brilliant play. Really, really impressive. So it's kind of like, look, if you're going to be so audacious and go and score a try against us, we're going to go and get 2 the other end. So please stop it. because we're controlling this game. That's what England's saying at the moment. They're really bossing. And their defence as well. You know, you were saying about 2 centres coming up earlier, and they're not. They're staying as a flat 6 the whole time, and they're not pushing. And the only time they did earlier was when that penalty was given away, when they've just been 1 player up.
Yeah, definitely. Although South Africa get underneath again. Oh, offside penalty, so South Africa are going to have to bring the ball back. But it's really promising signs. South Africa showing that they can punish the England defence. Yeah, Link does get up and makes the touch. But there was 2 offside players.
That's one for the to be discussed, isn't it?
Ground just giving way. You can see it. The greens turn into brown as the mud gets kicked up. Joe Thompson, beautiful touch, really good profile, and a brilliant snipe from Link. It's number 8, Keelan Brown, getting up and making the defensive play. South Africa persisted with the quickies. Now they run the QB. Can they get underneath? Matthew Mayle looks to make the touch. Doesn't make it.
That's a try.
Oh, brilliant honesty from Matthew Mayle. Yeah, the referees thought the touch had been made. Matthew goes, no, didn't quite. And it's those moments that you've just got to appreciate the quality. Because, yeah, just avoids the touch from Matt Mayle.
As Thibaut was saying in that other game, the honesty and integrity of the players. Wow.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, it does hurt the ego, especially, you know, especially when someone goes underneath you that you think, yeah, I probably should have had that one. But brilliant honesty. England look to reply, but it's a really well-defended play from South Africa. And they defend really well, South Africa. Just promoting the middle on the far side to avoid the link punish, and it works for them in this instance. England had to resort to the 32s. South Africa seem more comfortable defending those. Being held up in the touch of South Africa. We've got to go forward, create some ground, bit of a firm touch. This is the men's game. You've got to win the roll ball. Scooping player. Can he find the separation? Unfortunately not. It's going to be given off the mark.
Yeah, and we said that from the first game. The refs have been sharp in that all day, and they're not taking, you know, any kind of like, well, just a little bit. If it's off the mark, that's it. It's being turned over, and the players got to be switched onto that by now, really, because it's like it's pretty consistent.
Yeah, definitely. England looking to explore the link punish, doesn't happen. Harry Missing takes the ball down, 32. They come to the short side. Oh, and the pace is too much, and South Africa retreat beyond the line, and it's an easy dot down in the end.
Yeah, that was a weird one, wasn't it? I mean, they just forgot to defend on the line. It was the pace coming across. I'm coming at pace, and if you keep backing off, I'm just going to put it down.
Yeah.
And I think it was Ronaldo was just dropping off too much. Once again, though, let's add to that. It's easy from up here.
Yeah, definitely. And when you're defending a team that's running at you with pace, it's very easy to forget where you are on the pitch. But that's brilliant feet. Touch is being claimed, but the referee gives it offside call.
Sorry.
Fresh set of 6.
I like to keep it in tight. It's all in down the centre, trying to split it out. There's no danger of the long ball. Oh, it's there, and oh! Now, did the cap get in the way?
Yeah.
Did it fall over his eyes and he missed the ball before it went down there? And so with the head, where was the problem?
I think the pass had just drifted forward. Theo Edwards, really good recognition. Player was offside. Unsure. I think he's being made to take the ball back and tap it again. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, that's different.
Taps it from the same position. South Africa player was offside, so South Africa get away with one there. England roll into the transition, but it's really good aggressive defence from South Africa, shutting them down. This is 4th touch. England haven't crossed halfway. They look to gain some extra yards. They haven't. 5th on halfway, static. Ball to the wing goes, but it results in nothing, and South Africa get a superb defensive shot.
So, Joe, from our kind of like analytical point of view up here, you're on the halfway line on the 5th. Now, rugby league, you kick it forward because you want to put them back.
Yeah.
Anything else, right? What's the, what's the best you can get out of that? Just run sideways, run, just try and hang in there, get it forward. I mean, there's not many options.
You've just got to try and go forward. I mean, to be perfectly honest,
straight into the touch.
To be perfectly honest, this is going to sound a little bit harsh, but if you're finding yourself on halfway line at 5th, you've not worked hard enough to get off the pitch. Simple.
Yeah.
And you're really up against it, and there's not much that you can do unless there's an absolutely spectacular play that comes out of nowhere. 9 times out of 10, if you're having to scoop from a completely static dump on the halfway line, you're not really going to do much, and that's just the unfortunate truth of it. So maybe England need to start working a little bit harder getting off the pitch to allow the players that are coming on to find a better platform.
So like you say, that transition just basically wasn't smooth. They came in on the 4th transmission, 4th touch, and it was, basically before even 4 of them were on the pitch, they were on the 5th.
Yeah, and I think more credit to South Africa's defence. They were flying out of the line, making touches, but then from England's perspective, 4th touch is there. You know when you're not past the halfway on 4th touch. Oh, and that's lovely hands to go around.
Well, he's in touch there, I think.
Yeah,
was the call, and that is half time. So we'll take a little mini break here and be back with the second half very shortly. Right, 6-3 England, South Africa, all to play for, and a dangerous South Africa start us off. And get a score early on from here. Could all start coming together. They've done well getting up the... Now, that is the 5th, so I believe there's one more touch, or is the ref giving it? No.
Offside penalty, so South Africa will have a repeat set of 6, and these are the guys that look to make things happen for South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. The White Caps, as they're known. Well, I've just named them that. Josh Paulson and Ronaldo.
Yeah, you don't need your full name. Ronaldo's good enough.
Yeah, that works. Unless it's Ronaldinho.
Yeah, the only one better. Nice QB, little bit stop-start. Need to take it quickly. They see the space on the wing. It's now no longer there.
You can also be Ronnie to your mates. They got the numbers outside.
They use their cuts.
Oh,
lovely.
nice. Was there a touch there? Pennicard with the touch. No? Yeah, it was. That was the 6th.
Yeah, really good defensive effort there. Just stop a surefire try. Antwise chucking the ball up. And here comes the fresh legs. A little bit of loss of control there, but it's given hard by the referee. And England essentially have a tap-off.
With 6. And South Africa subbing one of their wings. He's now moving inside, switching out. So they're using one of their pods, switching out with the winger, claiming a touch. So England roughly on the 10, hanging there. It's static at the moment. England are making things happen, but it's very static and it's very narrow.
Second penalty in succession there for South Africa. One more and someone goes for time. Theo Edwards.
I like they go for time rather than to the bin.
Yeah, Trio de Castro. Oh, fire up option.
There was a gap there. He just didn't have the legs to get there. It was Paulson coming across, cutting it out.
This is Pennicard. Trio de Castro, they're trying to get on the link, but the link is dropping. They go to the wing instead, and if you drop early to protect the link, you've got to be cautious of the space on the wing, and it's really good heads-up play to identify the space and then execute.
That was well taken here. You're just going to pop up.
Yeah, you can see the link.
Touch.
You can see the link and the visor dropping early to try and protect himself. Doesn't want to get dumped on and split. Doesn't matter in the end.
The Sam Clutcher goes over. Excellent finish. Stretching the lead out now, England. That was close.
Yeah, ball just goes to ground. But South Africa, when they get rolling, they look really potent, just not quite finding the right option. Ball isn't going to hand. Like you say, the rain has stopped, slightly drier, so those passes can go, and England moving the play lovely. Just using the ball, creating space. That second touch, much better from England. And they've saved the touch there, passed it away, Harry missing. And they'll have one more to make some space.
Oh, that was pretty forward. Well, in fact, it wasn't pretty. It was completely forward, but anyway. Oh, no, there's a touch there just as he came across. So, unlucky England, but they got well up there.
Yeah, it's a much better transition, saving touches when they can, back in their hands. You know, we saw them get shut down pretty convincingly by South Africa on occasion in the first half, and just back in the hands more to create more separation between themselves and the defence.
Good transition, but they're transitioning. Once again, I think that was a third or fourth touch. And like you're saying, England are saving those touches by giving the ball away, by having that support right on the shoulder. And so the transition comes on and they've still got, you know, 4 touches to play with.
Yeah. South Africa just struggling to get out of their own half now. England looking to capitalise. Harry Missing orchestrating the attack. They look for the link punish. Link is dropping. Harry Missing. Quickie. Oh, ball is judged to be touched in flight, so that'll be 6 more. Harry Missing just ghosting through a gap, but the mirror defence by South Africa is good enough to hold them out. Harry Missing. Cole Graham, dump. Receives the ball back.
Did he get that gap? Was there a touch on the leg? They're looking, they're touching, they're discussing the refs.
Yeah, I think there was a touch, but offside. 1 more penalty. Someone goes for time. Oh, no, referee says first on the line. Harry looking to quick keep, sees the ball back, looks open side, brilliant hold, catch and ground. England get their reward for the sustained pressure.
Yeah, and just a little slip on the inside there as well that, you know, ball out about, but really great move here.
Yeah, Harry Miss is just orchestrating what he wants. He knows he wants the quickie. He was able to bring up both of the middles, get on the outside of the link. Yeah, and the ball is down. Brilliant line.
Very well orchestrated. England very, very efficient. I mean, I know there's like still 30 minutes ago, but they just look so like clockwork, don't they? Know exactly what they're doing all the time.
Yeah, so good, and yeah, it's such a well-drilled side. Coaching staff will be happy that everyone seems to be on the same page more often than not. Quickie play comes. Matt Mail gets out of the line, shuts it down with ease. Joe Thompson injecting some pace after Pennicard. Mail. Brilliant transition. 3rd touch on halfway. Fresh legs are on now. Oh, and just a loss of control when things really look to be motoring. That ball rolling beyond the ruck.
Yeah, it's just those little things, and this is England's 2nd game on here, and you know, especially in the first game, you mentioned it as well, how the refs are picking up, you know, through the mark and those little details. So England should be aware of that and got to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, I agree. Few mistakes just creeping in. England looking to extend the lead back out. Lovely quickie. Dives for the line. Always going.
He's giving it.
Lovely recognition. Theo Edwards and Tom Pennicard working together. Quickie splits in, gets the ball back, kicks on the outside. Oh, the defender just slips at the line, and the dive is good enough to get over.
Sold it to me. To me, it looked like a touch as he was in the process of. But you got to remember, mine is only an opinion. And it doesn't really matter. As the wind now, there's no rain's gone, but the wind's picked up because the old gazebo is now shaking around a bit. There's a bit of a draft around the knees. As I mentioned earlier, the shorts was the wrong idea today. But we are in the middle of summer, so let's not complain. Here in Nottingham, the University of Nottingham.
Oh, lovely. South Africa loving these switches.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Remember, we had about 7 or 8 of them earlier. Didn't go to hand.
England did really well there, because some more inexperienced sides would bite on some of those switches and try and get out of the line and make that hero touch, but rather than that, they just stay solid, stay protecting their space. They don't bite on any of the manipulation, and are able just to see it out. And now the potent transition. Matt Mayo.
Oh.
That's such a shame. It almost landed in the arms by accident and then goes to the ground. It is 6 more.
Yeah. If only he could have kept that in his bread basket. That was everything, instead of giving them 6 more on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't quite have the legs to get there. Needed a quicker ball, or needed a man in the middle, and needed that extra pass.
England staying patient. Joe Thompson, and that's an easy. Oh, touch has been given.
Yeah. My money was on touch on that one. Excellent facilities here at the University of Nottingham. Really great setup, and some eagerness there on the behalf of. Was that Ronaldo? No, that was Josh Paulson. 2 white caps out there. I mean, they look completely different, but it still doesn't mean I don't get mixed up.
Slip on the line. Ball goes to ground, and South Africa complete a really solid defensive set. Just need to get that ball down crisper in the transition, and then you're driving against the retreating defence. At the moment, this England defence can just get back up and put the press on. Yeah, 2 really good touches there to stop the momentum. Better from South Africa there, getting the ball down early. And now they've got to try and create. Hips not square at the ruck again.
Now, you make that sound as if that was the reason for the penalty. Right, so he didn't get penalised for not having his hips square at the ruck.
Yeah, so you've got to have your hips square to the try line at the bottom. If you dump the ball with your hips turned towards either touch line to the side, then you can gain an unfair advantage when splitting out of that dump. Don't often see it get called in the midfield. It's normally something that gets called more when a team has a repeat set of 6 on the line. Not like England need a repeat set of 6 on the line, really turning the screw now, and the penalty cards are just running things out there.
Yeah, we just see it here, and then we'll go back to that hips point. I just want to. Here we go, really good, and just look at it open up, and even I would give him that one. So it's like, oh, you haven't got your hips square. Yes, that's the penalty, but it's because you're not standing square to the attackers. You're turning your back and giving yourself that advantage, and so yeah, it's kind of like everything's got to be fair and equal for the defensive team to be able to get there without you turning your back on it and making it like, you know, slight out of hand so they can't see where it's coming.
Yeah, pretty much. The referees are really hot on creating an equal opportunity for both teams to be competitive at the roll ball, and those hips not square, it does favour the attacking side. So referees will be hot on it. South Africa persists with the quickies, down at the line. Touch made.
And England just pull away, 10-3, 7 minutes to go. Just a little try machine, really. But I tell you something, a unit.
Yeah, it's a really, really good performance from England. Very dominant. I feel like most of the England age groups, England teams have really gone out there to make statements. And we saw boys 18s do it. We're going to see boys 18s again on live stream later on. We've seen the girls 18s do it. And now the boys 20s for the second time. They're really putting the hammer down. Do you know what, I would love to see England boys 18s versus England boys 20s on live stream.
Yeah?
I would love to see that.
Do you think they'd give them a run for their money? Or the wily old heads would pull them through?
Yeah, 6-touch turnover. You can just see in the background of the pictures as England roll through their transition. The French contingent on that far side is absolutely outrageous.
I was going to say that. So the wind is now picked up. It's coming towards us. So the far pitch, I think that's pitch 6 or 7, right? You can now, when they roar, with those French do, it comes flooding across here. So it'd be great to have them back on this pitch with the wind bringing in that chat of theirs.
Yeah,
because
they're
it's picked
absolutely,
up.
they're huge, and they've got the air horns out, the clackers out.
And they're playing the Welsh at the moment by looking at the over there.
Feisty affair.
Yeah.
Oh, just holding him up in the touch. South Africa get a set of 6.
With a new transition on the halfway line.
But they were able to complete it to get fresh legs on, and now they can strike from deep.
They just happy to run it up the middle and use up those touches.
Yeah, if you're not able to pass around, it's a good way to get from A to B. Options there.
Yeah, but now like I'm saying is that, you know, it's you're stuck there with one touch. You know, I think England have been more efficient of getting the ball up and having more touches in that attacking third.
Yeah, it's just the speed of the ball off the floor.
Yeah.
At the moment, South Africa just taking an extra second to get the ball off the floor and into the hands of players to drive forward, whereas England are able to get to the side, get the ball down easy, get the ball off the floor, though that's a brilliant touch. Oh, just saying that he swung around into that ruck too aggressively. So England get the set of 6, and they'll have 3 or 4 to strike at the line with. Harry missing on the ball, with Will Murphy there on screen.
There they go. That same, that, if you weren't watching and you just looked up, you'd say, why are they replaying that try from earlier?
Yeah.
Right? So from this touch here, there we go. This is exactly the same as earlier. This bit here. Touch there, down, run off there, and into that gap. That carbon copy.
It's just so good. So good. Harry missing. We'll do that all day. So good. And I will keep reiterating the point about this England side and all of the England teams that you have down here over the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. Is a lot of them have personnel that play at the very top level of club rugby.
Yeah.
So they're used to playing at a really fast pace under a lot of pressure, a very intense game. So when they come to the age group, they're playing against people of, you know, their own age range, playing against their peers who maybe haven't had as much exposure at that high level.
Yeah.
The maturity is just absolutely glowing, and it's situations like this where they're not worried, they're not thinking about beating people, they're thinking about making as many meters and getting the ball down for their strike players. For Theo Edwards, who passes the ball off, and it's very well defended in the end, but South Africa always having to strike from deep, never really forcing that midfield turnover.
Yeah, it's an efficient machine. I mean, England they were in the third with 2 touches to go, and that's the difference now. South Africa, that's the 5th touch, and they're nowhere near the England line. And ball goes to ground, and there's the turnover. Yes. As everything gets blown off. Coffee cup nearly goes completely there as the wind picks up. Pushing on. Well played. Is it there? Did he give a touch? So they're discussing. Wanted a try as it came across, and yeah, no, there was a touch.
Yeah.
He called it, and I think it was a blatant touch personally, and the refs got it exactly the same as my opinion.
Yeah. Will Murphy and Harry missing. More of the same. Will Murphy receives the ball. No, he doesn't. Harry missing, just goes through the go. Oh, that is so good.
Nice.
So good. Sold me with the dummy. Thought it was going back to Murphy. Doesn't. Pumps the dummy, then gives it in behind the touching player. I mean, what more can you ask for? Big dummy, right foot step, goes through the gap, engages that player. He's got to commit, passes it around the flailing arm. And Will Murphy just dots it down. And you know, if you're working with Harry Missing in an attacking sense, you've just got to be in the right space because he will find you.
Yeah, he never goes, does he?
No.
Never goes missing.
You should have seen it a few years ago at Nationals where it was Harry and Sam on the same pitch. And
it was missing and missing.
Yeah, we loved it.
And that, and the full-time whistle, England run out a convincing 10-3 victory. I thought that was going to be a bit closer. And let's see if we can get somebody's reaction.
Yeah, it was a superb game by England. Restricting South Africa completely in the second half. Really turning the screws, showing their prowess, and also maybe taking the foot off the gas a little bit, just relaxing, them ensuring the victory, not willing to risk any injuries. And South Africa, for all their hard work, just couldn't quite get over the line as consistently as England could. And yeah, I think we've got a player interview about to begin, so I'll pass it straight over.
Well, pleased to say I'm joined in here by the South African captain, Ronaldo. A convincing win by England in the end, but that was a good performance from you.
Yeah, I think we're just a little bit too hesitant on the line. We're not pulling short enough, and we're getting on the attack. We're fine, we're doing good, but our defense is just killing us at the moment.
But England are a very, very disciplined unit, and it's hard to break them down. I mean, they got so many options when they're on your defensive line.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of options, great players, and they have striking players and defensive players. At the moment, we're struggling with injuries, so we try to come for them, but yeah.
So what's the plan from here? Are you learning from this, and what are you going to be changing up?
Yeah, I think we need to get back to the tent, regroup, and just talk about defensive stuff. Leave the attacking for now, because we're struggling now at defense. Because they're gonna come with us tomorrow again, and we need to focus still on USA. So yeah, we need to just freshen up and go on.
So plenty of homework then.
Yeah,
so tonight there's no seeing the Nottingham nightlife. It's just going to be sitting down, like in front of the board, going through everything and seeing what you can pull together from it.
Yeah, I think that's our schedule is full for tonight.
Yeah, good, excellent stuff. And so, you attacking play though, yourself and Paulson, real link in the middle there, and you're trying to play everything off there, keeping it tight in the middle, and then playing it out wide.
Yeah,
Is there going to be any change in that?
I don't know, it depends. Can't tell now, but we have a plan for them tomorrow.
Yeah, so a different mindset tomorrow as you go for it, yeah? Well, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. I know I took you away straight from the celebrations and the chat about it, so brilliant stuff, well played, and good luck later today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you.
My name is Sam Clacker. I play for London Wolves and London Eagles. I first started playing for England in 2019 at JTC, and this will be my third tournament. So going into the game, we weren't 100% sure about what the competition would be like. We were coming to the tournament saying South Africa's going to be the big top dog, but obviously not underestimating USA and their athletes, because they are athletes throughout the country. And so it was completely, not random, but we were unsure what we were going to face, and I think the boys would be happy with what we performed. That's what we say. One of our mentality points is dog, or effing dog, and so it's just getting that aggression, and you would have seen it in that game then. It's getting off that line in midfield D, making sure they don't get momentum, don't get to look up at all, just down their throat the whole time in defence. That's what I see. So normally a captain, people say you need to elevate the team, you need to make them riled up and make them work for it, but for our team, I don't need to do that. And so personally, I think I was selected by John as captain. Oh, actually, I was selected by the team, but selected by the team because I level it down again. I keep it realistic. We make sure that we still stay task focused without getting too riled up and overboard. So in that game, again, we got overboard a bit, and so there are a few of the leadership team who had to calm everything down and settle us and make sure we were still focusing on the objective at hand. This is my second year with John, and my second year as captain with John. I think he's one of the strongest coaches I've ever had. Technically, he's obviously there. He's played men's opens for years. but this year he's developed a new, we like to say he's downloaded a conscience, he's downloaded not personality, he's downloaded emotions, and it's just great interacting with him. It's like he's part of the team, sort of, and hopefully as we all play and we're older, it'll make it easier for that integration into men's open squad. So for the first game they played here today, we were keeping a close eye on them and watching who their threats were, and so I think we're confident in who we've identified. With France, we're more random, but they look like they have a really strong drive going. But of course, their weaknesses, they tend to play slightly too loose, and then their passes drop off and all that stuff. And so we're looking, again, with our aggressive midfield defense, to get up in their faces and down their throats. We're coming into the tournament to win. That's it. We're coming in to win every single game. One of our smaller points is to get less than 10 turnovers or errors per game. So that's more minute. But we are looking to win, and we are looking to dominate all of it.
Right, welcome back. Just in time, as you see, the players run through the tunnel. And that's mainly set up supporters and the boys teams, men's team as well, I should say. Because the women and the men here, all close-knit little unit. And good to see, and we're raring to go.
and we are a couple seconds away from getting underway the girls 18s action. I'm joined in co-coms by Tom. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, doing well, mate, doing well. The jury's taking a battering. Talking 3 days in a row is a tough job, but we get there. And South Africa take on England in the girls 18s, and as I said earlier, might be a little bit biased. My little sister is playing in this one, Jessica Wright, #1 VC. And this South Africa side made vast improvements yesterday on live stream. We saw them twice. First game, struggled. Second game, looked ever so dominant. Got the win against Wales, and England will be up against it. We've seen so far from the England side that it's all pace and power. Is that something, you know, from a player's perspective? Seems like there's that. All the teams are trying to run with pace, are happy to scoop from deep. Is that something that everyone is sort of agreed on that we're going to do?
Yeah, we're always trying to be really physical in the roll balls, in the ruck. We get to move down the pitch really quickly, and that obviously just helps you score.
Yeah, and we've been talking all weekend about the importance of aspects like of your transition, you know, giving the fresh players a good platform to scoop from. And it seems at the moment not many teams have been able to stop England's transition consistently. And we'll see if the girls can pick up where everyone else has left off. Just two teams filling each other out. First couple moments of the game, South Africa trying to get their transition. They run a lot of switches, do South Africa, trying to manipulate the ball in open play, but that's fifth, static. At halfway, gonna have to create something, try and draw a penalty, but that will be given touch and pass. No, called away, and that's 6-touch turnover. And the girls will essentially have a tap off to, well, potentially get some fresh legs on, but it looks like they want to go down the other end. They just send one now. They eat up the yards down this box side. Diving for the line. Referee seems happy. And they give the opening score. And that is the benefit you get from having a direct transition, moving fast. I mean, they just eat up the yards down the wing, and then one touch, almost an improvised 21 play down the wing. And that's #6, Cara Edwards, going underneath. And that's something we've seen from every England side so far, is that pace in transition. You know, how often does that get worked on in training? Is that something that's, you know, pretty much nearly every session, or do you take the experience you have from your club side and sort of rely on that more, especially in the transition?
I think it's relentlessly drilled into us in training, to be honest. I think it's something, as an England setup, we really pride ourselves on, in being able to drive down the pitch well. And as a team, you need to be able to do it together.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, you know, anyone who's been watching live streaming will see the NTS. You know, every team at that top level of NTS has that dynamic transition, trying to get down the bottom end of the pitch and as an efficient way possible. And it's certainly carried over into the international setups, even the juniors. I mean, the ones of note are the boys 18s last night. I mean, the transition absolutely devastating to play against. And in that first half, when they got their 16 tries, pretty much all of their tries in the first half came off the back of that transition, working the ball wide, using the width. And it can't be understated how important that powerful transition is. South Africa looking to reply, open side quickie, bit of an improvised play, trying to dive underneath the touch. The England defence too good. England now trying to drag over to the box side. Good yards made off first touch. And good speed again, brilliant. Second touch and they're at the halfway line, and now the fresh legs come flying on. Just have to take the ball back ever so slightly. England continuing to progress. Lovely little dummy just to create some separation. Jessica right now in at link. Got a feeling I know what's coming. Link punish. They go open side. Ball goes, unfortunately, just to ground. And that'll be South Africa ball. And for the time being, South Africa doing well in defence. Not doing anything too spectacular, but the defensive spacing seems good enough for the time being.
Yeah, I would agree. I think England are probably looking to condition a bit to start this game. Get them beaten short side first before they're looking open side.
Yeah, as a player, when you use the terms of like conditioning, What are the key things you're looking for when you are trying to condition a defence?
You're looking to have them scared of you, basically. We're looking to beat them short side, have them scared, so then you open up the space open side.
Yeah, really well put, really well put. I think a lot of the really successful teams as well are able to stay calm in their setup and commit to the conditioning almost. Say, okay, look, you might defend this option 3 or 4 times in the first half, but then when we change the impetus and we flash it back the other way, you're not going to be able to defend that in the second half. And not something you can implement in 20-minute games. However, 40-minute games are a whole different kettle of fish. Oh, England scoop close to the line, almost get the reward, but the covering touch just comes in time. And South Africa at the moment just defending at 1s and 2s, not really moving as a unit, and the space is there. England potentially just needs to be more clinical. Almost half court there for South Africa. That would have been a nightmare turnover. But this is much better, moving at pace. But now it just slows down, and it's this scenario in which South Africa just need to go forward a little bit more, because you're inviting the pressure onto you. And if you're England, that's the picture you want to see. You want to be able to just fly out of the line at a static defender, well, a static attacker, and just go and make that defensive shot. Moving the ball. Open side cricket. They look to the short side. 2-on-1 on the wing, and they execute it superbly. Question of a forward pass. Oh, unfortunately, the referees agree, so the score will be chalked off. Forward pass given. South Africa get away with another one. South Africa driving up the touch box now. Just waiting to get fresh legs on. Could speed up that transition to create some more opportunities. It's just a bit too much stop and start. And you know, I suppose you've been in this situation yourself. Is this a lapse of communication for South Africa, or are they just succumbing to defensive pressure from England?
I think this is a lack of their basic principles probably in South Africa. They're not winning the roll ball, they're not moving forwards. They can probably run through England a bit if they just committed to it. Yeah. There's no team, because you have to advance backwards and touch. Like you can run through a team if you commit to 1 or 2 touches in a row, but they're just not, they don't have that confidence that they are going to make the yards if they just commit. And they're losing it. You see it when they get to halfway. They quite often get there on touch 3, and then they just don't keep moving forwards afterwards. They get touch 3, 4, 5, 6 all on the halfway.
Yeah, I completely agree. And sometimes you just need that one person that's going to just get the ball and say, look, I just want to go forward. Let's just start making some yards. And at the moment, South Africa doing good work in the first phase of their transition, and then undoing all of that by slowing things down and, you know, potentially waiting for the right players to be in the right positions. But if they're not there, you've got to be able to react on the fly. Good touch made on the line there. England looking at using the hammers to get in behind the South African defence. Just not quite happening for them. Yeah, hammer play. Oh, ball just goes to the ground. Can't quite stick in the hand. And South Africa again, just, you know, they are defending relatively well. They're keeping England out, albeit, you know, through some errors on England's half. But this is a much better transition now. Really going forward. They just need to keep that momentum going forward. Lovely spin pass. No touch. Brilliant yards made. Needs to get the ball down. Does. Unfortunately, the hips just aren't square. And the one time they're able to get into that red zone, just surrender possession to England a bit too easily. Lets England off the hook, actually, because I thought that they were, you know, they were up against it a little bit in that transition. But this is, you know, second touch coming, and look at where England are.
They've really been dominating this field position, haven't they?
Oh, 100%, 100%. It's been really impressive, the transition especially. And now this is you've got two cracks at the line here in your line attack. Jessica Wright on the ball, taking the ball down, 32 shot. Goes for the line. Maybe could have pulled out of there and recycled the touch, but it's 5th. Got to create something from nothing. No touches available. They look wide. They go for the wing. I think that will be given touch and pass and turnover. And for you, if you're looking at this, you know, we're coming up to 10 minutes in. Anything you're seeing from England's perspective that they could do more effectively in attack?
I think they've just got to keep trusting their short side options initially. I think they're looking open side a bit too soon. They've got in the field position. I know Andy will be drilling it into them on the sideline, but they just need to keep trusting that they can do it. South Africa haven't given them anything the other way.
Yeah, completely agree. And you've got to take that confidence as well. And I mean, for me, I would potentially look at running a couple link punish, just conditioning the width of the defence. And then when you do look for your short side option, there potentially could be more gaps available. At the moment, England persisting with some, you know, typical structures, your 32s and your quickies. But at the moment, South Africa are able to rely on their pace in defence rather than any sort of defensive structure. So just maybe got to create that extra bit of separation so then they can't rely on their pace as much.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And they got that link punish on the left-hand side about 5 minutes ago where they got the forward pass.
Yeah. And to be honest, I know there's a fair few players in this England side that are very adept at running those link punishes, and you know, especially the short side plays. I'm always of the mind, if you've got a 40-minute game, you want to condition that short side early doors so that link is, and well, as you said earlier, scared of that option, and then you sort of create that second guessing, the lack of confidence, and then the holes start to appear because people are over chasing. But at the moment, England maybe not asking as many questions of the South African defence as they could be, and South Africa are able just to absorb that pressure more times than not.
It's one of those games for England where you're looking at it and they've done very well, but the scoreline's not reflective of that.
Yeah.
And one mistake here and South Africa could easily be back in this game.
Well, that's the worry in games like this, isn't it? Is yes, you are on top. You've had all of the field position. You've had the vast majority of the ball possession. But one mistake, one line break, one intercept, and all your hard work's undone because their score's essentially back to 0-0. So England have really got to capitalise on the pressure, because at the moment it's just too easy for South Africa, and that'll be given as a forward pass, unfortunately. We've seen some that have drifted forward, but they come out, as long as it comes out the hands flat, you can get away with the pass slightly drifting forward.
Yeah, you can sometimes. I think it's really important for England here to stay positive. I think South Africa will be taking great pride in the fact that they have limited England here. And if England need to stay positive in their box, keep believing that they are winning this game, and not allow South Africa to almost get a glimpse and get a foot in.
Yeah, 100%. It's easy to get, you know, maybe a little bit bogged down at the scoreline, especially when you have been so dominant. You've been able to shut South Africa down so consistently, and then to only put the one try on the board, it can feel like you've left some opportunities out there. But at the same time, bingo value for it. You're completing your sets, not committing too many errors. Your transition looks very good. You're getting fresh legs on quickly, but it's just those little micro errors that alleviate the pressure and give South Africa a good opportunity to launch. Good hands from South Africa just to work around the shooters, but England's getting up in the face and really shutting them down at every opportunity. It's almost like whenever England turn the ball over, there's extra impetus to go and get that ball back, almost frustrated at the mistake.
Yeah, I talked about South Africa having to play through England, but England's press has been superb. This is most sets for South Africa, they're barely getting over halfway.
Yeah.
And that makes it so easy as a team. You don't have all those sets on the line. You don't have the worry that they almost scored here or they're going to score there. And we talked about all that conditioning. I mean, South Africa won't have done anything. There's no one on this England team scared.
No, not at all. Not at all. And, you know, England at the moment, the relentless press is causing so much havoc for South Africa, but they just can't capitalise when they've got ball in hand, although there's an opportunity there, and Cara Edwards is a grateful recipient for it. For me, that is ball down. Referees are going to have a brief chat.
There we go, they're going for it.
Yeah, happy days, brilliant score, Cara Edwards.
That's a second for her, isn't it?
Yeah, just gets underneath. We saw the improvised 21 down the short side. There's nothing improvised about this, 32 short. Just lovely right foot step, recognises that the separation between the South African middles is just too much. Exposes the space, gets underneath, doubles the lead. And now England can start to feel a little bit more satisfied with their work. Had all of the success, and now scores starting to tick over.
Yeah, you will be much happier with 2-0 England going in at half-time. Maybe 3 if they can, but having it 1-0 after all that dominance would have been almost a punch in the teeth.
Yeah, definitely. And then South Africa do get the offside penalty, so a good opportunity now for South Africa to bring the deficit down to 1. And we saw them on live stream yesterday. They are more than capable of doing it. They just need to have that structure in attack. Something that I was critical of them on live stream was that they're sometimes just running things 2 heads up. But they rely on the quickie structure, and the pace is good. That will probably be an offside call. Don't think she hit the line. Referee's in agreement. So there's 1 on the line. South Africa back to the quickies. Checking the ball back inside. Fizzed. No sympathetic pass there. She looks to dive for the line, but it's a really good covering touch. Eloise Hillebrand getting across, making the touch for England. South Africa just taking a moment, discussing the plan. Looks like they're telling the Link to stay out. Wouldn't be surprised if I saw a fire up. Link arrives. Pops to the wrong side, and unfortunately the lapse of communication results in an England turnover. And for the first real time that South Africa have tested the line, England have passed that test with flying colours.
Yeah, brilliant defence. They came step really tight. They moved on from the penalties. I know they got caught offside a couple times, but they moved on. They really defended well. And South Africa were disappointed not to capitalise when they're getting so few chances in this game.
Yeah, it really feels like you've got to take those ones. Jessica Wright on the ball, looks to use the width, doesn't quite get there. Probably could have gone down the hands. But England now starting to try and use the width more often. As the rain starts to pour back again. You get little moments of reprieve and you think, oh, the ball might actually dry up. We might be able to play expansive rugby. And then the English summer says, no, thank you, pal. No exciting rugby for you.
I know, I'm looking at this pitch I'm playing on here later, watching it get battered. The rain's not going to help about that.
No, definitely not. But I've been saying all morning, it's prime diving weather. Primo diving weather. It's one of them where if you've got the wingspan of an albatross, you're diving from 15 metres out trying to get to the line. Oh, South Africa worked the overlap really well, but the pass doesn't go. And she throws the ball in frustration, and Jessica Wright quick to highlight it. They advance the extra 10. They roll into their transition. Good dump. Nice dummy, really good touch. Trying to scoop through, looking left. Oh, just trying to arrive late in the mid-link hole. Doesn't quite happen, but they'll try and use the width. The overlap is on. Ball goes, try is scored. And England beginning to use the width in the previous play. The hands do connect on this occasion.
That's where we're talking about condition as well. Cara Edwards on the ball again, bringing all the defenders in. And they've got the space outside. South Africa probably annoyed that they didn't get back on side to be there. But beautiful, beautiful heads-up rugby from England there.
Yeah, just good catch and pass. And this is what we had to say about the boys' 18s. And I didn't want to have to make the comparison. I'm glad I didn't have to. Angus did. But we were saying that, you know, that New Zealand side in 2014 to 2015, it just did the basics better than everyone else. And sometimes that's all you need to elevate yourself above your opposition, is those core skills of clean dump, picking the ball off the floor, very fast, very nippy, and then that catch and pass is good enough to expose space.
As long as you've got a game plan and you are running your fundamentals, that is exactly what you need.
Yeah.
Like as long as you can beat a player short side, everything else is just fundamental skills. Can you do the basics? And you're going to lose games as well. If you're dropping the ball on touch 2 and 3, that will lose you games.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And all credit to them. England's completion rate has been, by and large, very good. As they roll back through the transition, that's off the mark, though. Just taking a couple extra steps after the touch was initiated.
Bit of commentator's curse there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely talking about a completion rate. And then the ball gets turned over, it's always the way. I've sort of resigned myself to not complimenting many people. South Africa now. Look to Aussie out. Good setup. Unfortunately, the hips aren't square, and the moments that they can capitalise on just falling away from them at the last minute. And England surrendered the possession and get away with one.
England is still relentless on the line. They're not giving South Africa a minute to think. You can tell the girls on there for South Africa just don't have the time they want.
Yeah, and we've spoken a lot about the tactical conditioning, but the physical conditioning of the players is absolutely excellent. It's the half-time hooter goes that brings us to 3-0, and England will be happy with their work. We are going to take a very short break, and then we'll be right back with you with the second half. and we are back with the second half. Huta about to get us underway. England are going to look for more of the same, and South Africa, you just feel like when they get in the right areas, maybe needs to be a little bit more clinical, some more structure and communication. England are flying out the blocks early doors. Superb dump. Cara Edwards looks for the wrap. Oh, ball sticks and the ball is down, and that is the start of dreams. Oh, ref's going to have a quick chat. Oh, touch. Superb touch. Thought for all my money that was down. Sweeper coming. Cara Edwards again. Looks for the step back. Drawing the penalty. South Africa not hitting the line.
This is what you get when you got the conditioning. They're so scared of Cara now. Yeah. She scored 2 in the first half. We're going to see if England can use that now.
Yeah, South Africa just not advancing at the pace at which some of the England girls would like. Just highlighting that, and the referee agrees. That second penalty on the line now. One more penalty. Someone goes to the bin. Got a feeling we're going to be seeing this sweeper play. Comes round. They look to go round the outside. Oh, lovely little manipulation. Shimmy of the hips twice, fixes the defender, is able to get the ball down on the outside. And as we said before on the try, they got chalked off. We can say it now with conviction, it is the dream start for England.
Yeah, South Africa just not getting up into England at all. They're giving them all the time they want to set up exactly the plays they need. And that's just, it's one of the things you can see is so different between the two teams. We'll see it now as South Africa try and attack, that England are just relentless in getting into their face.
Whoa, good hands to avoid the drop ball there. I thought that was a bit of a heart in mouth moment, but yeah, I completely agree. South Africa just not putting England under enough pressure, whereas you can see England there absolutely flying out of the line to put pressure on the South African ball carrier. Although South Africa recycle it well. Hammer play, and here comes the pace. We've seen this on live stream before. Ball out to the wing, but an amazing covering touch on the far wing.
That's an awesome touch.
Diving touch, and it's those ones that are just as valuable as a try. Saving what would be a surefire score, and they might get 6 more. Jessica Wright just hanging her hand out in the passing lane. She's unhappy with the decision, but I think it's a fair call. You won't get any bias from me, Jess. And South Africa just sacrificing some field position to get fresh legs on the field. Transition is fragmented, and England, look at the pressure, just getting up, and they've forced the turnover. And they may have given away the 6 more, but it doesn't matter because they sprint up the field to put pressure on. Jessica right now hitting this at pace. That player's offside, you could play through air. Brilliant drive. He's forthcoming, so they'll have a couple touches. They move the ball. They'll have one more. They need to draw the defence out. England can feel a little bit hard done by, and I am starting to get a little bit more strict on some of their teams. But some of the South African defenders just not advancing on the line, and you can't help but feel if England start pulling out of those touches and highlighting it to the ref, they will get more penalties.
It's something you've got to be kind of thinking about as a team and as someone that is kind of dominating the ball. And the England team will know who their playmakers are, in that you do have to watch the other team getting off the line. And if you need to take a step back and just reassess, you can do.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something I would really look for in terms of engaging the line, and then once they drop, you then pull back out and just say, by the way, sir, look at where they are, look at where I am, and then you can roll back into your strike play. And we do say we don't want people calling stuff for the ref, but sometimes you've got to give them that little helping hand just to highlight some of the small infringements that happen on the field.
Yeah, you see it all the time with some of the best players. Just give a little point, maybe not even a word, just a point at the player dropping backwards.
I won't name names, but my favourite one is there's a certain player who will be screaming the touch count for the refs, and even if the refs have got it correct, on 5th touch will scream that's 6, and then if they get another roll ball will scream that's 7, sir, until the refs start to really think about the touch count. And it is a fine line to walk, but you can get away with some as England look to drive up the middle. getting fresh legs on in the field. Just periodically ensuring that they get the 1s and 2s on. Jessica Wright. Fin the ball off. Open side quickie. Comes to nothing. Jessica Wright. Feeding it back in. Hammer. Dives for the line, and that looks good. Lovely play from England. Creating the separation in the middle channels and then using the hammer to expose it beautifully. And at the moment, it's one-way traffic.
It's Cara Edwards again, beating them short side. Lovely dive.
Yeah, and Cara Edwards is really running the show right now out on that pitch. Superb skills, and you know, we saw the South African team just a delay in commentary as the helicopters whirring above us, and calls are made from there. And there's just a brief break in play. Just seems like confusion. Obviously different to contact rugby. If someone's down on the field hurt, the clock doesn't stop. We are on a very strict schedule. As the helicopter lands, we hope whoever that's for is okay. Touch is one of those games where you do get some nasty injuries, and it's not something we'd ever hope on anyone. So we're hoping that individual is okay. I'm sure they'll be getting the attention they deserve. As we wait for play to get back underway on this live pitch. The South African player just jogs off. 2 applause from the supporters. If there's something Touch is good at, it's sportsmanship. And the action's back underway. In South Africa, South Africa think they go all the way around. Unfortunately not. People getting the telling off over the tannoy. We take player welfare very seriously. As England are all through their transition now.
Yeah, again, England are flying up the field every time they want to. They've got all the field position this game. The 5-0 scoreline almost flatters South Africa.
Yeah, I completely agree. England have been dominant from the get-go. They look to go down the short side again. Hansen. Oh, Hans was nearly enough to get into the corner. Just doesn't quite complete. South Africa driving up the sub-box now. Trying to find some success. But the England press is absolutely relentless, sending up 1s and 2s. Always pushing South Africa back and limiting the space, and it is just too dominant at the moment. South Africa struggling to find any get-go. They've not got any touches to play with. I'm not sure they're aware of that. And that's another midfield turnover for England. Big contact. We love physical touch. Jessica Wright. Cara Edwards. Back to Jessica Wright. Jessica Wright, quickie. Cara Edwards picks up. That'll be 6 more. Oh, it's given touch first. So it'll be turnover ball for South Africa. And on occasion, South Africa has shown that they can defend England fairly consistently.
They have stayed predominantly tight for most of the game. The South African defence, given how much pressure they've been under, the South African defence has withstanded a lot.
And if you're the South African coach now, you could take some pride in some of the defensive performances. Jessica Wright looks for the link punish. It's a race to the line. She's dumping from too far out. Well, let's see if they run it again. They're trying to get on there. They do. Cara Edwards, fire up. Good hands. One more will go. It does go, but the covering touch is very good. Pace of that South African winger just to get across and ensure that there's no option in the corner.
It's again good defence by South Africa chasing out there.
They look for the long. Long ball goes, catch and pass. Referees are happy. Supporters at the end there are happy. But England take the lead back out to 6. And
I'll get in there bigging up my sister now on the wing. Maisie Pollard. Lovely take, but I mean, in fairness, the plaudits has to go to Cara Edwards again. She's been awesome. What a ball there.
Yeah,
good take and down quickly.
Superb ball and good catch and ground. Got to be bigging up the siblings as and when we can. And that's a better midfield strike there from South Africa. Just engaging the two middles. Not really seen that as of yet. South Africa just running as individuals at the moment. Oh, and the England player goes for the intercept and the ball goes to ground, so that will be a repeat set of 6. And it just gives South Africa another opportunity. And now in this situation, if you're England, are you more focused on getting more scores or keeping that South African score to 0?
I think as a player, I'd be focusing on keeping that South Africa team to 0. I think they've been so clinical all game, England, that to let them now would be disappointing. They've shown they can score, but the defence is all the time. You can't let up on it. And you'd be disappointed if you let 2 in now, you'd feel like you'd put in 30 minutes of effort for 10 minutes of kind of losing your head.
A brilliant feat there from Tilly Palmer-Denning to create the separation. Generated loads of momentum forward, and in this set, England have succeeded in keeping South Africa out, and they're trying to extend the lead. And they draw the penalty, so they'll get a set of 6. Got a feeling we'll see more of those 32 longs that have been so successful. Short comes first, early release. Oh, big contact on the line. Just both players losing footing at the wrong time, and South African player looks in a lot of discomfort. We're hoping that's nothing too serious, just a case of being winded. And South Africa very smartly have decided to sub whilst there's a break in play. Get the fresh legs on in defence.
It's very, very heads up from the South Africa players there.
Yeah, it's little things like that that you've got to take advantage of. I think one of my favourite ones in NCS was one of the opposition players was being force subbed, and whilst they were being force subbed, everyone else subbed at the same time, and you just had 11 players sprint off the pitch, and a fresh 11 comes straight back on. And by the time referee had turned around, there was a brand new set of personnel on the field. You've got to take those opportunities when you can. England recycling the play. Look to give the ball out to the wing. They do. Ball just goes to ground and maybe guilty of overplaying a little bit there.
They'll be disappointed to do that on touch. Was that touch 1 or touch 2? Yeah. So early in the set. When they have been striking the line and looking dangerous, they'll be disappointed.
Yeah, it's those instances, and I talk a lot about it, and it is one of my bugbears when you get a fresh set of 6 and someone throws long or does something risky on touches 1 and 2. I always sort of say if the space is there on touch 1, it's going to be there on touch 5 as well. As long as you're conditioning in the right areas, you will still find that success. And England were gifted with another possession.
Yeah, it is something coaches will say all the time when you throw away the ball so early, especially when you put so much effort in, and these girls clearly have so much effort in a full game plan. Lovely dive.
Yeah, scores good. Jessica Wright checking off in the midfield, creates a separation. South African defence retreat. And it's all too easy to go over. That's Madeline Miles Kingston getting over. Superb dive. Superb dive.
This game has just been relentless from England from start to finish, and they're really starting to let it show on the scoreline now.
Yeah, from 1-0 for the vast majority of the first half, they've really begun to turn the screw. 7-0 is a very convincing scoreline. As long as they can keep that 0, they'll be very happy. And South Africa desperate to get a score on the board, because they have done some very good work. Just in the final moments, the composure's just not quite been there, and just not been quite organised.
England have consistently taken away the 7, it has to be said, in defence. South Africa struggling to even run strike plays. They can't dive at the line to even threaten.
Yeah, it's very impressive defensively from England. As South Africa look to go through a gap, and they've found the pass to the wing. That will stick. And the one time that England let their foot off the gas, South Africa go around the side and make them pay. It just shows how clinical South Africa can be when given an opportunity. And the one opportunity they've had, they've capitalised.
Yeah, I don't think you can give the scooper that much time there.
No.
They've not shown that they've got amazing hands to South Africa. I think you've got to make them pass the ball sooner rather than later. But
yeah,
it's a brilliant decision from the South African player to pick up and go.
Yeah, it seems to be a case in England's perspective of just sitting off it slightly too much, and I mean they go right back up the other end and equalise that score that just went in for South Africa. And it's almost like they got very frustrated that they let something in. They go down the other end and right that wrong.
That's the exact response. If you're Andy Pennisar, the coach of this England team, that's exactly how you want the girls to respond.
Yeah, it's number 5, B. Graham, getting over for the score, and very well worked, brilliant response. And they'll look to force an early turnover and go back down the other end and increase the lead once more. South Africa now, just moving the ball in the midfield. Very static, bit too far out, not in the red zone. Something we've said about South Africa consistently is they're just trying to dump and scoop from too far out. Switch is on, long ball goes, and sideline ref isn't happy with something. Touch and pass.
So unlucky, they are looking better now, South Africa. They're starting to find the ball to the wingers, they're starting to set up the plays. Maybe England are just starting to take the foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, it's just a shame it's taken 35 minutes for South Africa to find their feet in the game, because once they have, they've shown that they can threaten the England line. But England, by and large, for this game have just been too good, too clinical, too organised. They're really leaving South Africa with nothing. And Cara Edwards, she's someone who can create something from nothing. Try to put the big step on. Doesn't quite come. No, look at England, straight back up in the face, putting the pressure on. But South Africa work it really well down the box, and that's first touch on halfway. There's no half.
That's just where, as a coach, you're gutted. You've made so many yards, just 1 and 2. There's just no one there to capitalise and keep your momentum forward, and yet again they're static.
England now driving. 2 minutes to go. They'll want to finish with a nice try, just to put the icing on the cake in what has been a very impressive performance. Striking opportunity. The check-off back inside. This is 5th. Scoop. Ball goes. Oh, maybe needed to go one more. But that's 6th touch and turnover, and South Africa are able to defend. And now South Africa will want to go full length here. Finish on a high. But the English defence is relentless in its pressure. Oh, good feet. Big contact. We love some physical touch.
Yeah, it's these 3rd, 4th, 5 touches for South Africa where they're just not transitioning off. They're getting off the pitch very well now, but they're just not finding the yards and the setup.
Yeah. I think it's more a case of the ball's on the floor for too long, so that by the time the half is there, the defence is 7 metres back and set, ready to go forward. So, you know, for all the good work South Africa have done, there are some small tweaks that can be made to their game to help them find more success. There's Jessica Wright on the ball, feeds the wrapper. Oh, hands could and should have gone. Option was on. Yeah, that was a 6th touch turnover, 30 seconds remain, and for the South African perspective, you know, you probably will watch back this game. You will be disappointed with the scoreline, but a few small tweaks here and there, and you're fixing the problems that have hurt you in this game.
Oh yeah, I think if you're a coach, you watch this game and you go, actually, a few tweaks in a training session, and actually they would have challenged much more. And it's here where there's no half. I think when it's happened all game, as a coach, you've got to be asking what can we do differently just to change it.
Yeah, definitely. South Africa try and play some jouet rugby to try and go around the outside. They might do. The ball is still live. I think touch has been made, and that is all she wrote. England finished the winners 8 tries to 1. Superb result, superb performance, and just too direct, too positive. South Africa in the end just couldn't quite live with them. Amazing, and we've got amazing. So we were just talking about the intensity from England. Half time result wasn't as convincing as it probably could be. Left some scores out there. What was the feedback from Andy?
Andy's feedback was mostly defensive work, and for the middles to call early their separation, so that then everyone else can get in their gaps and cover their area and have less overlaps in line defence, and driving straight up the pitch. So we just keep hitting and hitting, even in subbing, because they're quite tempted usually to go laterally instead of straight forwards.
Yeah, 100%, and we saw the change in intensity indeed, because in that second half I think you starved South Africa at any sort of real possession. They didn't have many attempts at the line, although did finish with a quite positive score in the end. We saw you change from attacking short side to then running some 32 longs. Is that something that Andy was like, look, we've conditioned the short side now we need to work open side?
I think it's based upon what the girls see, because obviously we've got both options in the tank, and I think they saw that conditioning one way was working, and then they would get shut off on that way, so then they'd have to switch and go open side, and chuck along.
Yeah, definitely. And just before we let you get off to the team, stand-up performers Cara Edwards, as per usual, I suppose.
Yeah.
How hard is it to defend someone like that, and then how valuable is it to have someone like that on your team?
It's so valuable to have someone like that on the team. She's so switched on, she's such a great player, and that rubs off on the rest of the team. So she's able to share her expertise, and defending someone like that, I'm so glad I'm not playing against her. She's one of those people that you're glad you're on the same side as. So yeah, she's great.
100%, and you know, what a convincing result, 8 tries to 1. I was saying probably trying to keep that South African side to 0, but
yeah.
You know, they're good value for the score in the end. I think they're trying to drag one more on. Yeah, come on, we've got another set of headphones. Amazing. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Abby Pritchard.
Amazing. And what did you make of the performance out there?
I thought it was good, considering the weather conditions. It wasn't one of our best games, but they did put up a good fight, to be fair. We did have a chat at half-time, talked through everything. We did do it out on the pitch and came away with a good score, so happy with it. And we've got stuff to work on later for France, so we'll just see how that goes.
Yeah, I think France will be a different test in itself, but we saw in the second half the intensity of turnover was just, you know, night and day for the first half, really forcing the turnover, trying to force as many errors from South Africa as possible. That defensive, we've seen some teams use the piston defence, getting people flying up at line, but it seems like you girls just want to send 6 up at a time and swarm the ball carrier.
Yeah, we do try to talk through defence, but I think just everyone's just so manic and everyone just goes up and everything like that. But yeah, we will walk through our defence and sort that out for the next game. But
definitely. And have you shown everything you've got? Have you got more plays in the playbook?
Yeah, we do, but we're keeping that a secret for the final day tomorrow. I can't let that out yet.
I don't blame you. Right, I'll let you get off. I need some food as well, but thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Cheers. And yeah, we've got a slight 10-minute break before the next game. Just trying to get it up. Oh yeah, there is a camera. Hi, camera. Wales and Scotland, mixed 18s. That would be a really huge game. Oh, sorry, Scotland, France. First time we'll see Scotland on the live stream, which is something to look forward to. And yeah, we will be back with you guys soon.
I've been working on myself. I really try my best to change.
Walk through it 1 rep, and then we're going to mix split up.
I got it.
Welcome back to University of Nottingham. We are ready for this Scotland versus France mixed 18s battle. I'm Mark Tipple, all the way from Australia, joined by the legend himself, Peter Walters. Pete, nice and warm here for you, middle of summer.
Oh mate, I've just come from home with the same weather. It's the middle of winter back home. I thought I was at home.
Thought you were getting a European getaway, and here we are.
Yeah, she's cold and wet and the grounds are getting cut up a little bit, but hey, there's some good touch going on.
Mate, it's brilliant to be here. It's been a fantastic week so far, and this game should be a good one to watch. This French 18s mixed team, one of the leading teams in the division, with a developing Scotland team, we believe.
Exactly, and the French team were in, I think they actually won the last Junior Euros last year against England in the final, so you can't discount them. They played England and lost by 1 or 2 yesterday, beaten everyone else so far, and there, as we say that, they go in to score off the tap-off.
Yeah, nice. So I think that was a quickie release. 33 out the other way. Pete, talk us through it.
Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, it's middle there, like you say, 33. He turns and he bounces out the link on a fire it up, and he draws the winger, passes to his winger, and she scores in the corner. Great setup.
Good setup. Assist from Arthur Ferry, and I think Audric scored in the corner there.
Scotland's done a quickie there on the link. The girl comes and takes it forward. They're driving forward. And that ball's very slippery. The long passes aren't really going to be on. There's wind up as well, so that's going to come into play.
Yeah, definitely. And the better teams, the more experienced teams, take that into account in everything they're doing, catching, passing, but even their box patterns, Pete, you might have to make adjustments for that.
Yes, and you've got to stand a bit closer as well. And it depends. You've got to know, okay, is the wind behind our backs, so we're going into it. So depending whether you're going to throw the ball in front or throw the ball to the body.
So France, 5th touch here. 11, Benjamin Braun gets a 6 again. Yes, he does.
Yeah, Benjamin, I remember that kid. He was in the 15 mix last year. Now he's up in the 18 mix. It's good to see these kids around that age when they just shoot up 4 inches the next year and they're muscular by another 8 kilos. It's great.
We see number 1, Joseph Audier, dive in on the 32 peel, the rooster play.
Yep, and they're running the same on the other side of the field. He's thrown it, but they've stopped and changed. They've got a penalty. Scotland not advancing off the line.
Calling him forward. Braun has a dive at the line. That's 2nd touch. Scotland up to the task on that one. So they're really looking at this 32 peel platform.
Yes, they are, and they're running a couple of quickies too, so the drop and lift for Scotland is going to be crucial. They've got to drop back to the line, then lift off the line.
Nice ball to number 9. That is Gabrielle Karen scoring that one. Good little second phase play.
Yeah, and the Scotland link was in quite tight here. So he's in there on the ruck. So you throw out to his link, and he just dives in. So try.
Good try. France are coached by Maxime from the French mixed open team and Cécile from the French women's open team. So drawing on plenty of experience from their coaches. 32 peel for Scotland this time. Same move the other way, and that's 5th touch.
Yeah, moving across to their right. A little bit of unsurety there, not too sure what to do, Scotland. And that's the change over there. Let's have a look at what France do to come off their line. They drive on forward, 32 far side. Now a lot of the French teams are doing this. Then they release the ball out to the link. Sweepers come round and they head towards the box. There's great yards there. Fifth and final, it's a middle dump. Goes short side, passes off to the link. Looks like he's got that down. Good play, France. Another try.
Evan Jolly, good scoop. 33 middle platform. Picks up from half. Nice little right foot step and awareness. Body awareness, Pete, to get away there.
Yeah, he was quite understanding that his defender was still offside. He could get a play through call. Well done.
So if you're a grandparent or someone new to the sport watching, when we use the terminology 32 or 33, you might hear us say, especially in New Zealand terms, a 1 is a winger, a 2 is a link, and a 3 is a middle. But it kind of makes things a bit more simple when calling moves and whatnot, Pete?
Yeah, it's just another system, so that's been used for many years. You know, the 3's a middle, so if the 3 drives over, if a middle drives over to a link, then that's a 32. If a link drives to a winger, that's a 21. Yeah, it's quite helpful.
Ooh, good little step back, and France are able to win another penalty there. Drop ball with a potential try coming, but they'll get a repeat set. So it's number 8, Audric Nicole, and number 17, Lillian Tatard, working in the middle here.
Yeah, they're quicking the link there and throwing off to the winger to score. So a good sideline play. It's always worth a little punish play in the corner. Always worth the go.
Arthur Ferry here, as we see, he'll end up with the ball at link. They dish off, link comes up.
Yeah, exploiting that two-girl side. It's perceived as a weakness, and you know 70% of touchdowns seem to go on that two-girl side because teams make it a point to attack there. There's a mismatch, so try there to France.
So Arthur Ferry with his second assist, and Charlotte Tonso gets her second try in that far corner as France go up 4-0. .32 Peel, Rooster play again, and good defence from France. The female link gets up, makes the touch, 5th touch here, last touch. I believe this is Scotland's only team at this championships as well, Pete, so it's good to see them have some representation.
Yeah, you'd think that they're quite a big a nation, so I'm not too sure why they haven't got more teams, you know, like the England and Wales and the like, and Ireland. But yeah, I'm sure they'll be working hard on trying to get their juniors back so they can have more representation here.
Braun, 11. Bit of footwork, but ball goes to ground. I guess France the other way around. I mean, both of us actually happen, even though Australian and Kiwi accents you'll hear over the mic, both of us are working with Touch France, and they are going from strength to strength with their juniors and seeing some good results, mate.
They are. I mean, they've got 5 teams here this weekend, which apart from England is one of the most representations, and their teams are doing really well. I mean, they're all in intention for semis, and you'd expect 3 of them to possibly make the finals. They're going so well, sitting in second place, I think 3 or 4 of their teams, so they're going well.
Yeah. France now transitioning with the ball, about to set up. Tatard, number 17, has been pretty influential in the setup.
Yeah, they tried a quickie there in the corner, but there wasn't a hell of a lot of room there. Now they're going back the open side. And that was 6 touches.
So good defence from Scotland, up to the task on that occasion.
Yeah, heading towards their box. What I like about the French teams is that they're very proactive on wave defence. So basically attacking the other team's attack when they're coming off their line. They've got their systems well ingrained with all their teams.
Have you been surprised at the technical knowledge of the French contingent, Pete, or not really? It's where you thought it would be, or?
Yeah, look, they're quite understanding of systems and the like, and the technical aspects. Sure, there's still more work to be done there with their coaches and their players, but they're very proactive. I really like that about them.
Little 32 platform. Aurelian goes from half. Number 28 finds Charlotte again in the corner. Oh, Romain that time for the try. Good scoop from 28 Aurelian Leprunic.
Yes, he's got some nous about him. He takes that defender in field, steps back the short side, has to pick up a runner, and he finds her. Well done. Try, France.
Love to see the ball in 2 hands when they pick up from half as well, Pete.
Yeah, always, and he showed the ball there, so it just makes defenders wary of what you're going to do. They tend to hesitate at times when they see the ball in 2 hands.
Scotland now. Good line, and I think she's made a fantastic touch. Yes, 34 Ocean. Great try-saving touch from her, and this is 5th touch for Scotland.
Yeah, the guy showed some real speed there to get outside his middle.
So Pete, where next for you after this trip?
I'm actually off to Sweden tomorrow night, so I'm there for 4 days, then back in France for 4 days, then I got London 4 days, and then the last 12 days finishing with the Euros in Vichy, France.
Fantastic, great trip. And doing some development work with the Swedish team?
Yes, they've got a team going to Euros. I was actually with them last year at the Euros, so I've got some coaching courses there and working with that 30s team, I imagine, and then I've got some coaching in London as well for 4 days before I head back to France.
With your Galaxy companions?
With Galaxy and a couple other coaches, and also the London Vipers. I've got a session with them, so
awesome,
looking
mate.
forward to it.
That's very good. As France win a repeat set, Scotland done for off the mark in their dump. They didn't play the ball where the touch was made, so France get a penalty, and that's first touch there.
What I like about the, not just the French, but when you get a lot of newer players at that level that could only have been playing for maybe a year, they you can really fast track their learnings with good coaching because they don't have any bad habits, you know. So if you teach them the right things to do, and especially the technical aspects like driving the ball and decelerating and getting the ball down, beating them to the bend, that sort of stuff, you can really fast track the learnings. And I've seen that even with our French teams over the last 2 days.
So Scotland just moving into the line, but this is 5th touch again, so this is final. And you've obviously seen quite a fair bit of development in the European game over the past sort of 5-10 years, Pete?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this World Cup, which is going to be held here in Nottingham, hopefully the weather's a bit better next July, that's going to be awesome. There'll be all these European teams. There's lots more newer countries as well. So, but just seeing how they've developed, and even the top countries here like England, I mean, they're going to challenge against Australia and New Zealand. You know, they really are. They've been a lot of work, and I think England are going down to Australia for New South Wales State Cup. I know USA are going to the New Zealand Nationals in March. So there's teams really putting in a lot of effort financially as well, you know, to perform at the World Cup next year.
Isn't there a real hunger, considering no Southern Hemisphere has come up against a Northern Hemisphere international team for over 4 years now? So it's like everyone's bursting at the seams to make this happen, and there'll be such a good feeling in that World Cup next year, I reckon.
That's right, and we'll look forward to watching the island teams and what their lineups are going to be, because a lot of these players are based in Australia and New Zealand, and they're certainly good performers as well. So it's going to be an awesome World Cup next year.
It's France setting up again through Aurelien, number 28. One of France's most dangerous players. Quickie play there and gets touched. What happened there with the tight plays, the link came in, saved the touch, but there was a big hole from the wing. So let's see if he recognises that now.
Yeah, they're sweeping the short side. And Scotland very tight in there. They managed to make that touch, I think. He's just checking with the referee's just checking now. The player's not injured, so that's good. And penalty.
So not moving forward or offside?
Yeah, it looks like not moving forward. So France looking to set up something here. They're just taking it slow. See what they got. Okay, well, it looked like a 33 peel. Rapper didn't sort of get around quick, so he didn't have much of an option there. That was great defence from the winger. She was in tight and she just ran a direct line straight out to shut down the link. It was good defence.
Great touch from Niamh Matheson on that far wing from us for Scotland, and that shuts down a couple of repeat sets. So good work from the Scottish team.
Yeah, and there's France again working forward, attacking their attack. They're going really well. That's on 3 now, so they're getting to halfway and they've made some good yards there. That's 4.
The
5th touch is going to be made around about the 10-metre mark, which is pretty good defence. You can hold them to 5 around the 10-metre mark, mate. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Especially in these conditions, territory can be hard to come by, Pete.
Yeah, that's right. There's a little bit of wind, so the passing you got to watch, and obviously the ball's slippery.
So they're playing touch 3 there. Got touched and then hit the ground. Braun, number 11, has been influential in their attack. He's sort of directing them around. 32 peel play, it looks like. Wraps around, step back, try time.
Yeah, well done. Step back to the short side. Player went a little bit straight on him.
He did well to set this play up. See him guiding everyone around, Peter.
Yes. So he runs straight, and then he steps to the short side. It's hard for the defender to go one way in these conditions and suddenly turn back the other way.
You can tell Braun's got that nous about him. Like you said, it sounds like he played that 15s in that 15s mixed team last year, and that experience is priceless.
It is. And Scotland have run this twice where they run a 32 long, and they really run. They're putting pressure on them. They're just not finishing with it.
In these conditions as well, the ball might be slippery, but the ground's slippery, so defenders can easily slip over. Whoop, like that.
Yeah.
Scoops through, and I reckon that's a try. Oh,
that was close.
Good recovery from France.
Yeah, called the touch there. Could have gone either way. Now France, nice and dynamic, driving forward. There's a difference there. You see, they're nearly at the 10-metre mark, and that's only the third touch.
Oh, good run there from Charlotte Tonso. Down. Now it's Evan Jolie from half. Have we seen the touch made first? Talking to the sideline referee. He's got try.
Yeah, there mustn't have been a touch made there. It looked close. Just watching the replay here. These are scoops short side from middle. Oh yes, it looks like he got it down before the guy coming across and the girl on his outside made a touch. So 7-0 at the moment to France. Very clear lead. And Scotland be looking to try and get their first one as they work their way down now.
.32 Peel wraps around, good hands there. And Byrne for the wing, 15, but Benjamin Aston from Scotland, but that's 5th touch now. Oh, 16. Cameron McCallum, actually. 5th and final. Pete, what's your priority? What's your go-to on 5th? Do you like running hard for a late switch or a cut, or what's one of your go-tos on 5th?
Oh, we sometimes if we're static, we tend to just run a show, which is like a fake cut. Otherwise, we try and finish. You're trying to finish with a set play. If you come off the back of a subset and you're on there, you normally know what play you're running, even though it could change depending on what the defence does. Because most teams, you want to finish at speed if you can. If you're down there and it's a static, well, then that's slightly different. But if we're a static, we try to run a show. Yeah, do that a lot at middle, because teams will tend to, when you run that open side, they'll tend to shut down on the 5th and final. So short, long.
I imagine your teams haven't very often just given the ball to the other team. Do you generally try and have a crack on last, have a go?
Oh, big time. Yeah. I'm not a fan of just running it into a corner and dying with it. Yeah, I'd like to have a crack on the 5th.
I don't get it either, because how many tries do we see scored on 5th?
I know.
And there seems to be this sort of theme of coaching, kill it in the corner, but I've never been a fan of it.
No, likewise.
So that's 6 touches. Scotland just really struggling to come up against the strong French transition defence.
Yeah, and with time up, that hopefully the coach has given them the time, so they'd want to go like right now, as time's almost up on us, and finish with a try. I'm a fan of counting the clocks down and giving my players that touchdown and the touch count in the last minute. Yeah, right down to the seconds.
Have we got a try here?
No try, touch.
So you like your manager or something keeping the time?
Yeah,
Pete?
definitely. Yeah, and not telling the whole team, but as coach, I certainly like to know what the time is, and it's a good habit to get into that. You know you've got 40 seconds, and you're organising the next subs and what they're going to run out there. Because if it's like 10 seconds and they go on field, well then even if you're scooping from halfway, I'd like to have a crack on that. Yeah. Yeah, because it could win you a game in a tight final.
Absolutely. All right, so the first half sees France up 7-0 over Scotland in this mixed under-18 battle. This is day 3 here at the Atlantic Youth Touch Championships in Nottingham, and we will be back in just under 4 minutes. Welcome back to Nottingham. It might be freezing cold here, but vibes are high and the touch action is red hot. I'm Mark Tibble, joining you here in commentary, and joining me in commentary is the New Zealand legend himself, Mr. Touch, Peter Walters. Pete, second half, if you're the Scottish coach, what would you be telling them to try and get something out of this game?
Well, firstly, they need to get down to the attack zone, and they've run a couple of plays, but their setup hasn't been quite right, their positioning and stuff. So, if I had to look at them, I'd look like they haven't got as much nous, and they're sort of newer players to the game by the looks of them. Because when you haven't got the setups precise, then it's it's like, oh, we nearly scored, but we didn't. Yeah. So it looks a bit like that to me. They're doing the right things, but just not quite clinical enough.
32 Peel Rooster play. I actually like that platform for them because they know how to run that move quite well. I'd like to see them step short side potentially and get a defender slipping over, maybe. Yeah,
and that comes with nous, being able to manipulate a defender and work in one way or the other. And that sort of stuff is really going to work today with this weather. It's hard to go one way then change to the other direction.
Peter, as we see the tournament going on, obviously it's international touch. Not a lot of these countries get to train together very well. So we're seeing the touch get better as the competition goes on, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And even a lot of the newer nations, I mean, USA are here. They've brought, I think, 3 teams, and they've a lot of their players are new. Some of them are just first timers. And so they're going to walk away with a whole lot of experience after this tournament. That's what I like about these tournaments. When you're a new developing country, is you learn so much.
Absolutely. The other thing I loved, because I remember when it happened to me, is you really catch the bug. You fall in love with the sport, you see what it has to offer, then you go back and you start spreading the gospel, don't you?
Yes, and you tell your friends, and look, I'm playing touch now, and we played in this tournament. That's right, and that's where we want to happen. We want our sport to keep building and building.
I think with the skills as well, there's a lot of talk about, as we see Scotland just driving, that's 5th touch there. Trying to have a crack, but France up to the task. We hear a lot about, the relationship between touch and rugby, and that'd be a separate podcast altogether. But not only is it so good for your skills if you're an aspiring rugby player, even if you don't want to play contact, this is a sport for you.
Oh, big time. And I just talks in the last couple of days, but certainly what I've heard in recent years is that a lot of the rugby unions over here, they don't have a good relationship with touch. They think like, oh, we don't want our players playing touch, they learn bad habits. But coming from New Zealand and Australia, and even with South Africa and England, they know the value of touch to rugby because there's so many transferable skills. The catch and pass, the vision decision, the footwork. You look at a lot of the New Zealand players, especially the women, a lot of them they represent a New Zealand level for touch.
Yeah. And now they're winning gold medals at Olympics and things like that. So
exactly.
It's just a laugh when rugby associations and federations don't see the value in it.
Well, we're basically the best pathway for rugby and rugby league.
Drop ball there. France can't make the most of that repeat set. And if I was to list, it's awesome to have you here, Pete, to be honest, and I've loved chatting to you and learning from you. And if I was to list, your CV would be into the night by the time we get done with it. But you have helped international rugby sevens teams and that with technical knowledge and stuff like that. So there are some people in the know that know the benefits.
Yeah, like New Zealand definitely, and Australia, they definitely know the value. There's been so many touch players that have represented Australia and New Zealand at the highest level that have gone on to other sports and represented their countries, and like you say, won gold medals at Commonwealth Games and World Cups and Olympics.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. Like, I'm very grateful. I didn't get to play professional rugby, but just thinking about what the sport offers me, like, I'm getting to do some development work in Bulgaria. I went to China last week. Like, what it gives you, the relationships you build all around the world, the awesome community.
Yeah, it's
pretty special.
Huge. And and I know there were a couple of Bulgarian people over for 6 months in New Zealand and Australia. It was so cool seeing them. And so I do hear what you're saying, and I catch up with a lot of people that, and it's pleasing when you can help their development, even if it's just chatting for an hour about things, you know, and or help someone with their team and give them a little bit of insight into how they can adjust things to be a little bit better.
Okay, Braun 11, he picks up from half. He's been dangerous all game. He's got good footwork, good awareness, dishes off. They've got hands, they've got numbers. Another pass, but that one goes forward there from Ocean Reveille.
Yeah, unfortunate there.
Good skills. I mean, it's pretty exciting, especially when you see kids in the under 15s as young as 11, 12, 13, 14 with, you know, touch, awareness, knowledge in Europe. And 10 years ago, that just didn't exist, did it?
And you just have to look at our French 15 mixed. And some of the kids in there are outstanding. You know, you can see they've only been playing like 2 or 3 years, but they're just so good. They've got now natural nous about the game. They know the rules really well. You also see the newer players who are not understanding of the rules. I know when I coached Sweden last year, when you turn the ball over after the 5th touch, they're all stopping and looking at the ref and going, oh, what happens now? You know, but once you learn the game and you learn the rules especially, then you can be so much better.
France now, link quickie outside. Good recovery from the defender. Number 6, Lauren King, I believe, the Scottish defender. Referee's got a penalty here, though. Not quite onside, I believe.
It's another repeat set here for France. You'd think with the amount of possession that they've got a good chance of scoring this set. Yeah, look at that. Just hard to change direction in this weather.
And Audric Nicole, number 8 for France, takes advantage of it. Repeat set, middle quickie. Bringing them out, giving the old come here.
You look at them hard, go one way, then just stop. And the defenders, when they react to that change, it's too late. Cover come across a bit late.
Great diving finish as well. That's 8-0 now to France, and first try for Audric.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Scotland come forward and really work hard to score a try.
France advancing, Braun 11 with that ball again. 32 platform, and just a little bobble there from Gabriel Caron. I'm sure I'm announcing these names with a terrible Australian accent when they are beautiful French names, but please forgive me. Pete, what's your advice, just quickly, if you're a developing nation or you're involved in touch footy, trying to get touch rugby, trying to get the sport launched in your city or in your country?
Well, a couple of things. One is where you find the enthusiastic people to come and be part of it, and the second is what you actually do to support that, you know, in regards to resources and coaching manuals and online stuff for them to see. I mean, a lot of the touch in a lot of these developing countries have been started by expats who just basically got a bunch of people together on a Sunday, run around and play touch for a couple of hours and then have a meal together. That's how a lot of these nations started, you know. So, and pretty much, I wouldn't change too much of that template. Get a group of people together, get them enthused, spend some time together, so you trust each other, and say, hey, do you want to take part in this new sport?
Yeah. So a couple key leaders in it for the right reason, spreading the fun, making a healthy community and build it from there.
Yes, and those resources like the online videos and stuff like that, they're important as well. I know when I coach under 16s, you know, you can give the kids something. You send them a video at 10 o'clock in the morning. They're all at school, the under 16s, and go, oh, we're at training tonight. We're going to run this play, and they watch it 100 times. So when they come to training that night, they almost do it perfectly because they've watched. That's how they learn, you know, watching on their devices and stuff, and then bang, they get it, and it saves you so much with your coaching. Yep, and France in for another try there.
Rose Jubin with the what was called in the end?
Oh, okay, I missed that. Maybe it was forward.
Yeah, maybe. We're seeing the replay here. Not sure what it was. Maybe they got a forward pass in the end or a drop ball, but it wasn't a try in the end. So still 8-0 to France.
Yeah, just over 10 minutes to go.
I think another thing we've been talking about when you do watch the videos online and whatnot, as Scotland just pick up and finish their set, is it's good to watch the videos and learn, but in understanding of why moves are being run, Pete.
Yes, and what's actually happening. You're dead right. You can, on the other hand, you can watch videos, especially the high-level stuff coming out of Australia and New Zealand, and think, okay, yeah, we're going to run that play, that's cool, and we'll run that and it looks good, and they're scoring off it. But the technical aspects and understanding all the little nuances about what's being done can be another thing. You know what I mean? And it's like you run it with your teams, and firstly, you have to have the skill to be able to do what you're watching. And secondly, understanding their body positioning, their timing, all of that stuff. It's not as, sometimes it's not what it seems.
Yeah. As Scotland now still waiting to put their first mark on the scoreboard, transition out. I think that's fourth touch, but they win a penalty. So Aurelian, number 28, going early, it looks like. So a good chance for Scotland to get up into the French red zone and have a good goal at the line here. Second touch, nice little show and go. Just got to go forward, try and get to 7 to 10 metres out for a real crack.
Yeah, they changed their gill and they look like they're using it for the striked up, yes. So they got a 32 peel.
Good play. Oh.
Okay, that was promising. That was a 32 peel.
And the wing opened up as well, Pete.
Yeah, it's obviously left to right, so it's a little bit of a harder ball to throw if you're not a natural lefty.
If they had someone that can throw long here, you'd run a 32 peel, early give to the wrapper and try and throw long.
Yeah, that's a good option. Okay, the girl here is going to quickie the... Oh, yeah, they've run a rooster again. And Scotland just make the touch, so... Scotland's doing well to negate this attack.
France strong on the short side. So 32 out this time.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, she made the touch. Yeah, it was a good option by Scotland with some good phases of attack there.
Yeah, that was probably their best little phase of attack there.
Yes. Something I wanted to point out is that I noticed you've been throwing out a few French words, me and you coaching the French teams, and we're learning sort of one word at a time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super.
So, super. Mort.
Yeah. Avance. Avance. Means go forward.
Yeah.
Number 1 scoops through. Joseph Ordeer finds 13. Blun Levesque in the corner. That's a great setup from France.
It is. So let's have a look at here on the replay. Drives it in. Scoops short side. It's got good speed and finds an unmarked defender, the winger. Well done.
So Blun Levesque, the daughter of Arnaud Levesque, who's the talent development manager of France Touch. So he'll be happy with that try.
Okay, Scotland working their way down. Running the 32 peel again. Girls on the strike dump.
And as we saw in the last set, Scotland have now opened up France's open side. The coaches, when they go back and watch, just like we said, something that you know, takes advantage of that. Running the 32 peel, running that rooster and giving early to the wrapper, who could then hit a link or wing.
Yes, short-long option for sure. Yeah, France are very well drilled. They're clean and aware of their, you know, their drives and their options on the strike up. Okay, looks promising here for Scotland. Good touch by the girl there.
So yeah, as France, long ball on last. That young lady, Levesque again. Ball down, but it's gone backwards, play on. So France, mixed 18s, it's heating up in this division. They went down to Wales by 3, down to England by 2, but I think the scores were like 11-8, 11-9. Classic high-scoring mixed play, there's nothing in it between those top 3 teams in this division, Pete.
There isn't, and like we say last year at the Junior Euros, they are actually the champions. They beat England last year, so they are the current champions, the 18 mixed. Same coaching lineup.
Yeah.
Few of the players from last year, so, and you can see they're well drilled. She's kept, she's running the same systems that she has. And yeah, they're well drilled. So that division, like you say, it's going to be exciting. And as we head towards semis and finals tomorrow.
This combination coming on now with 11 Benjamin Braun and number 1 Joseph Ordier running the attack has been, I really like the look of it, Pete. They've got nous, they've got footwork, pretty dangerous.
Yes. Okay, another rooster play there, or 32 peel. And good shot by the defender. Oh no, he missed him. Yeah, unfortunately he just missed the touch there. Good try.
Good try there. I think Gabriel Caron scores his second try. Number 9, good hands. And what we love to see as well from 15 Benjamin Aston. Yes, he missed the touch, but good honesty there.
Great honesty, yeah.
Just telling the ref, no, I didn't get that one. One of the things we love about the sport is the integrity and the honesty we ask our players for. 32 out, good play.
Yeah, that was a good option. You talked about it before, and it's exactly what they've done.
Yeah. So good process from Scotland. They've got France really protecting their short side, and they've opened the open side up. They just haven't been able to take advantage quite, but some good play calls going on.
Yeah, and as we progress to the 36-minute mark with only 4 minutes to go, Scotland's working hard to try and get a try.
They go through France again. Oh, he's dropped the ball. Aurelien Leprunic drops the ball on that occasion. Evan Jolie, the number 7, he's already put on 2 tries with 2 assists. Scoops through again. Can't make the most of that one. So the score stays at 10-0 to France as we go into the dying stages of this one. They'll be pretty happy with this performance, you'd think, Pete?
Oh, they totally will, and you can see them working hard even now. They don't want Scotland to score at all.
Not sure what it was there. Penalty for something. So Scotland, can we see them get on the scoreboard? I think their coaches have recognised where the opportunities are in that open side. Hopefully they can get to the 7 and give themselves a chance.
Yeah, well, they're working down. They're running the same platform, but they do have different options off it. So that's good that they're doing that.
Another thing I'd love to see less teams do, Pete, is muck around with the ball in this midfield section. Just go forward. Get to 15, 10, 7 out. Would you agree?
Yes, on the turnovers. If it's you're turning over quick and they're not onside and stuff, if you go direct real fast, you normally get them by the second. All they're doing is going backwards now. Just over 2 minutes to go. Scotland turnover. They'll be working their way back down the other end. I've seen here a lot where players are just sort of swiping the leg over the ball.
Yeah.
And they've been getting away with it. It's like they haven't actually gone over the ball. But yeah, it seems to be working for everyone. A lot of teams that we've played against the last couple of days have all been doing that, and it's like it's not actually going over the ball, it's going over the top of it, but not forward of the ball.
How, just after this, I want to hear how you would coach that out of players as we dive at the line again. I think France will have another crack because this is 3rd touch, maybe 4th, but Benjamin Braun again setting up. 32 peel, wraps around. Scotland, good defense. In good defensive shape there, but penalty given, not moving forward, I believe. So Joseph Ordier in the number 1, he's been dangerous. It's a rooster play. And Benjamin Braun, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, he has. He's got that down.
So Braun 11 scores that one. Talk us through it, Pete.
Okay, so 33 peel. He comes in on the primary. and just go straight forward. Scotland, he made it look easy because they didn't actually step forward off the line, the defenders, so there's no drop and lift there.
Really good technique on that two-handed dive and conditions to suit a two-handed dive as well from Braun, so well done to him. Okay, they've got the peel again, little back flick. Okay, they're on the right track. They almost got what we're hoping for with the 32 peel, the rooster early release. Pete, talking about stepping over the ball, is there something that you try to do? Do you get the ball behind your foot straight away, or how do you sort of coach that sort of thing?
Well, you can actually bend your knees a bit more and just put your arm back a bit further, so it's another 4 to 5 inches further back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I know we talk about that when we're teaching quickies, is that sometimes you'd call for that on a quickie play. So you know you've got to reach further and put it. If you put it back another 4 or 5 inches, and that takes that away. Yeah, but I'm not a fan of that sort of swiping over the ball.
Yeah. And Aurelian Leprinek, he wanted to shout out earlier before the match. I had a chat to him. He scores to finish this one off. It's 12-0 in the end. France over Scotland. Another assist to number 7 Evan Jolie. He got 3 assists in that match.
You can just see the experience throughout this match of the French side, probably in years playing, as well as which gives them the knowledge. They just looked, too sharp for the newer Scotland side. So, but well done. I'm sure there are a lot of newer players in that Scotland side, and I hope they carry on with the sport. You know, they're quite athletic. They've got some good skills. The girls look great. And athletic just as the boys do, and yeah, it'd be good to see them carry on with the game. Same with those US players. I remember chatting with a couple of them yesterday, and some of them hadn't played touch before.
Yeah.
3 of them hadn't played touch before they got here. So it was just cool seeing
Were
them
they from a rugby background? Or?
Yeah, they were. The girl was from rugby background. A couple of boys that picked up. So
yeah,
it was cool to see them, and they were loving it. They hadn't won a game, but they were just loving it. You know. Yeah, it's a great sport.
That's what it's about. Catch the bug, take it back, and just stay involved with it. Something we've learned from and got a lot out of. Hey, Pete. So thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here in Nottingham, and it's a pleasure to work with you, and that was a lot of fun. So thanks for coming on board.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, and all the best for everyone for the weekend. Hope they do well and take away some good memories.
Cheers. We'll be back with a stellar under-18 boys game between Wales and England up next in about 12 minutes.
Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
It all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Evans.
Tight. Eyes up, Tim. Pressure.
Cheers to Bristol. Hip hip. Hey. One for the ref. Hip hip. Hey. One for us. Woo.
And one for the ref.
Hooray!
So close.
Go on, Darren! Act really casual.
And I am joined here by Mark and Ellie. Mark has just done the commentary for the game prior. What did you make of that?
I thought it was a really impressive performance from the French mixed 18s team. I know coming into this event they were pretty excited about their prospects, and that was the first time I got to see them properly. Look, they're well drilled, well coached, some good experience across the park against a developing Scotland team. And they'll be right in the hunt with the Welsh and English teams in that division, I think.
Oh, 100%. France across all of the divisions have looked really solid. You can tell that there's a really clear coaching structure because most teams are playing very similar styles of touch, which is what we want to see. And the next game is tipped to be an absolute stormer. We finished with this fixture yesterday, and England were, I mean, I could say unplayable at times. The transition was ruthless, and I was talking to a couple of the lads I know, fortunate enough to know the likes of Sam Thorpe, Dylan Madge, and they were saying, actually, we have gears to kick up. We didn't have to get out of third gear to get the result, and 16 tries to 0. I mean, if you're doing that in third gear, that's a scary prospect. I'm wondering if Wales can make the adjustments needed, because when their transition just rolling too much, allowing England to encroach all of the space, and then it was a simple catch and pass in the end that was able to whip it round the outside. But it's a very interesting prospect, and we've seen the men's 20s for England and for Wales. Very promising sides, but I was saying to you off camera there, I think there's the consensus from coaches, supporters, that if this boys 18s team entered the Euros at Opens level, there's not many teams that would compete against them. They are absolutely rapid, and we are in for a treat. On this tap-off, we are just a few moments away.
Very impressive. Elliot, any names you recognise or you've come up against at NTS level?
I know Dylan Madge. I knew him when he was tiny, because he lives where my grandparents live in England.
Nice.
And I remember when he started playing touch. And every year since, I've seen him at a competition. I've seen him at nationals, and he always says hi. It's very exciting.
Yeah, and Dylan was one of those players that really punished Wales. He was finding space in the link wing hole all too often, and he loves to hang out there, just getting the ball down. And just before we kick off, actually, Dylan sent me a message on Instagram, and he just wants me to remind everyone of the aggregate score for this boys 18 side. They have scored 52 tries and conceded 6.
Yeah, right, not bad.
Yeah. We've got to appreciate the conversion rate there, and the defence more than anything to almost scoring 10 tries for every one that you concede is absolutely outrageous. And we'll be seeing some dynamic play here. This is Tom and Adam Jacques, the twins from Chester, on the ball.
Quick little word on the refs here. I see 2 French refs that we know very well.
Amazing. And the referees have been really good, actually, with keeping control on some of the games, because England and Wales in the past have been a bit of a chipper fixture. There's no love lost, I think it's fair to say.
A little bit competitive.
We're all a passionate bunch when we play touch. They go for this short, diving underneath.
Oh, he's got it. Yeah. So good setup from England on their first set. I believe, is it the brother, number 1, Zach Burns, 32 peel play, step short side, just dives under 2 defenders. The Welsh look like they're in good position, but
The
yeah,
conditions for
good try.
diving are pristine. You'll
Yeah,
slide miles and miles today.
Definitely. I've heard some people complaining about the conditions for passing around ball in hand, but you know, it doesn't matter if you get to
I think as a
dive at the
player,
line
it
from
doesn't
10
matter
out.
too much. You're quite warm playing, and you're sliding all over the place. It's quite fun for those boys.
And I think what you said there, Mark, is really, really indicative of what we saw yesterday. Is Wales didn't do anything wrong. It just outclassed in areas, and you know they would have watched that game back, you know, through fingers, I'm sure, and will recognise that actually in some areas they could have just put more pressure on England, forced them to play more. In the transition, England were absolutely devastating, and we're going to see the first example here. And England yesterday were very happy to take a couple touches up the middle, but that's a first mistake, and England yesterday only made 2 over the 40 minutes, and there's 1 early doors, so
I made a mistake earlier. Thomas Kerr. I was looking at the Welsh list. But I'm pretty sure it was Thomas Kerr that scored. Sorry, Thomas.
now England roll into the transition. Good wheels up the sideline. Wow. Just caught.
So coming into this kind of game, Mark, if you were the Welsh coach, what would be your instructions to them?
Well, I think you know me well enough to know that defense is the first priority, as we see a no touch there, but the referee's got them for dropping out. So whatever, we had 16 tries scored against us, so hopefully we learned a few lessons in those 16 tries, and I'd just be tidying up whatever went wrong in our policy and trying to make them throw long in these conditions. So stay a little bit tighter in defense, throw long, and then hope that slippery ball causes some issues. Yeah.
Key word there. Sam Thorpe dumping 32. Doesn't give the release. Happy to concede the touch. And it was this pod that did a lot of the damage yesterday of Sam Thorpe, Cooper Bainbridge, Ellis Watts. Absolutely electric. They run the long. Cooper just feeding the pass. Maybe should have taken the touch. And so far so good for Wales, able to repel a lot of the English attacks.
England running a lot of 32 platforms, so a lot of middle down for length, both sides of the ball. So you can see a clear attacking game plan from their coaches being implemented well by the players.
Yeah, the 32 is somewhere they found so much success, especially that long. And yesterday, as the game progressed, we started to see those progressions through their structures of their inside play off the long, shorts, early release, the occasional screen. And at the moment, Wales seeming more than up to the task. Just giving the possession away.
I mean, so far, like, we say that with every team, whether junior, master, senior, but especially in these conditions, the most important thing is to anticipate your touch. You know it's coming. There are 6 to play for, and that's how you make space. And coming up on, the Welsh have just lost the ball, but coming up on their attack, there was no moving forwards, simply because they had to take 2 steps back almost every time they took an offensive touch.
Just a little bit stop-start at the moment. And there are the Jacques brothers in the middle. Very talented individuals. Getting in behind the press.
Oh.
Strange incident.
A little bit of confusion.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion. Maybe a tad over eager. But England will get a 4th sub.
No, well.
And England get the repeat set of 6.
Interesting to see how they adapt to that.
Thomas
Should they require any adaptation?
Good defensive touch from Tal Nurse there. And Wales defending a lot better as a unit compared to what we saw yesterday. Jacques to Jacques, 32. They go for the short side play, dive at the line. Another brilliant touch from Tal Nurse.
It's a good defensive set from Wales there.
Yeah, really good, especially considering the conditions
Some good
yesterday.
shoulder positioning.
Early release on the 32, and the long ball goes, and Bailey Blackburn's in all sorts of space.
Such a dive.
Such a well-worked move. They condition the short side, so they absolutely condense that Welsh defence. And then that's just natural ability. 32, early release, long ball. Bailey Blackburn, it's a recipe for success in the corner.
So interesting you talk about conditioning here on a set of 6. It's not one touch and then score. It's setting up your try over multiple touches, and that's what makes a difference.
100%, and this is an English side that is very patient in their work, are very happy to maybe surrender a couple touches just to ensure that the space is, space is available when they need it. Wales looking for a reply. Ball just goes to ground. Good defensive pressure from Dylan Madge up in the link channel. But Wales putting pressure on the transition very successfully. England having to burn a couple touches.
Okay, so that's third coming. That'll be third.
Good pressure. Wales implementing really good shoot defense. England finally makes some progress in this set. And what's he got? Not off the mark. So good defensive pressure from Wales.
They really
Maybe they have been up all night studying.
Yeah, definitely. I think the coaching staff have had probably a restless night thinking about this fixture. But at the moment, Wales really showing that they can improve, and they're going to fix some of the small problems that really did hurt them in the game yesterday. And England having to work very hard for the success.
So Wales here, you just want to see them go forward. They're still 30 metres out roughly from the line. Finally get a scoop on 5th. Good numbers, but runs out. So as Peter and I were speaking about in that last game, you don't want to muck around with the ball too much around halfway, around the 10-metre line. You need to advance so you get 3rd, 4th touch around your 10-metre, 7-metre area outside the opposition try line. England, you'll see doing exactly that. Every touch here, they're going forward, and that's what you need to do.
Just slowing down a little bit in the middle. 5th coming. Now they've got a scoop from far. Jacques can't get the pass to stick. And Wales get a very good position to launch the transition.
We'll see if, like last time, they all bunch up in 10-metre space rather than space the game out more, which England has been very good at exploiting, moving the ball around.
Wales here, 5th touch, but a little bobble. Didn't play the ball correctly, so England get their ball just inside their own half.
Yeah, we've seen a few of them called actually over the past few days, just not passing the foot over the ball, potentially gaining unfair advantages, and the referees are very hot on it. That's a big dominant touch. That really good shot from Wales, forcing the turnover.
It must be the rugby background or whatever's in the beef they sell in Wales, but there's some big, strong boys in the Welsh contingent. You should see
some of the size in the boys' 15s. They are. I mean, Fiji touch players, legit, massive. You could tell me that they are sevens players for Opens age, and I'd be like, yep, fair enough.
Yeah. Well, like we've talked about, touch is so good for your rugby skills. If you are transitioning into contact or you play a bit of sevens, there's nothing better than the skills that touch gives you.
No, I was lucky enough to play with a couple of players at Northwest that have gone on to go pro in rugby league, rugby union. It just goes to show that this is an insane starting point.
Good skills, good hands from Wales, but England up to the task again. Their defence looking very solid. Like we said, 16-0 yesterday against this Welsh team, but good to see some marked improvement from the Welsh. Joe, what are you noticing at the moment that they're doing that they didn't do yesterday?
They're shutting down this transition. They're sending up 2s rather than 1s, and England aren't able to pass around like they were yesterday. And England having to work really hard through the middle, but when you've got the pace of someone like Cooper Bainbridge feeding it out to Ellis Watts, and then it's just a race for the corner. And England do finally get the result off the back of the transition.
After a lot of stoppy start.
It's a great attacking play. It was Bainbridge, that man, left to right pass to the link, and they find 11, Bailey Blackburn, in the corner for his first try, I believe.
Yeah.
He's got some real wheels, doesn't he?
Yeah, Bailey is rapid. We saw really does yesterday. There was an opportunity for a tap back on the inside, and Bailey was like, no, I want to see how good my winger is, and attempt to go around the outside. He's a very confident player. And for all of Wales' good work, England slowly starting to find the gears.
So what's that, 4th touch? Wales can set up for a strike play here.
I mean, we can see that they're still a good 10 metres out. They're not anywhere near the 7 yet, which might make it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, just not rolling into their strike with any real momentum, just always checking off, and then, you know, the English defence it's very easy to get set, especially when you're defending someone who is not rolling into that strike done with much momentum.
With such a strong Welsh mixed 18s team, you imagine the boys 18s was a little bit more of a development in terms of their selections?
Wales are smaller. I mean, that might sound a little bit
Smaller
simplistic to say, but much smaller as a country. So
And
your
we are
pool
very-
of players is obviously a lot.
We are very
more
blessed in the UK
restrained.
as well with a very good touch system. We've got the NTS, development and elite, so plenty of opportunities for these young players to come and develop.
And soon at university level, a lot
Yeah.
of them might be joining university level. As we know, touch has just become a buck sport in England.
And, you know, if you look at can't comment all too much on the Welsh side, but especially for the English side, I can name 7 or 8 players who are all operating at the very highest level of club rugby for touch in the UK, and then they're able to take those experiences and the maturity into this level of competition against their peers who might not be competing at that same level as consistently. And I think the disparity between the understanding of the game does just start to show.
Will be reflected in 16 now.
Yeah, definitely. Although England...
Right, it'll be interesting to see what Wales does here. If we have any of the conditioning of the defence that we saw earlier on their try line.
32 Peel, release out. England defensive shape up to the task, looking very strong. So Wales have to reset. This is either 3rd or 4th touch. This will be their last. England get done for not moving forward with enough intention, not moving forward off the line quick enough, which is a big feature of the new international touch rules. So Wales get a repeat set, get a penalty here. And that's the 2nd penalty. So if England give away another penalty here, they actually have to drop a player, the next offending player, and they'll be defending with 5. Let's see what Wales do. Good little link quickie.
Oh.
It was play through, and he scored it. Really good footwork there from the link. So dish off, number 5. Ewan Clark, and 14, who is Charlie Wood, has the conversation with the ref but gets told he wasn't onside, so it's play through, advantage played, and Wales score their first try in this tournament against England, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like on the replay, Charlie Wood just missing the line by a fraction. Referee's more than entitled to call play on. And Wales already improving on their performance yesterday. And England just resorting to forcing it ever so slightly.
Wales' defensive shape has gained in not only structure but also confidence. I think that's a good boost for them. Only 6 minutes into the game. Wait, it's been 14 minutes. Only 14 minutes into the game.
It was confusing on pitch 1 because we've got the timer counting up on our screen, and then on the electronic scoreboard that was on pitch 1 there was a timer counting down. So there was a period of time 10 minutes in where it's all about the same, and then past that, yeah, you've really got to have your wits about you. Good covering touch there from Cooper Bainbridge, just shutting out any potential space. Sam Thorpe, one of those more experienced players in the English side, but Wales going through their work very nicely.
So that's 5th.
potentially losing track of the touch count there. Would have thought they'd like to strike off 5th. Not quite the case, and now they have to create something with no touches.
But moving it away from the England sub box.
Yeah. That was a feature of the game that we saw yesterday, but England were very happy scooping 50 metres out. At the moment, it's not the case. Not having anywhere near the success that they had last night. It's a much tighter game, a much cagier affair.
Well, this has been... Oh, no.
I think that sums up England's first half. Do all of the all good work for the first half. And then that final pass just goes to ground.
Would you say that's a little bit of panic, or is it just conditions?
Probably a bit of both. And to be honest, I know quite a lot of these players for England, and they'll probably be annoyed that they've not converted more, so therefore trying to force the scores to get the dominance back that they had yesterday, and in doing so, maybe just overplaying in areas where they really should be focusing on getting the ball down, getting a crisp dump, and driving forward through the wash line.
.32 Peel Rooster play. Wales dive at the line. Touch is made. Good attack, good defence. 50-50 call, ref right on the spot.
I think they're having a little bit of trouble seeing the lines, giving the mud.
So Wales, the try scorer from earlier, Ewan Clark, runs it out to the left, but that's last touch here. England not looking too troubled right now, and Wales just
killing it away.
Killing it on last, yeah. Ooh, so Wales get done for a hard touch there. England get out of jail and look to be getting out of their own half. That second, third touch coming here as they set up transition and win another penalty. So piggyback all the way to their Welsh try line as there's a forced sub from Sylvain
Charas,
the French referee on the field at the moment. That second touch.
Some really good ball movement around the pitch.
32 platform again. Good footwork. Goodness me. Number 2, Archie Devlin.
Yeah, he was instrumental to England's success yesterday, scooping through the pace, the step. So athletic, so powerful, so mature for the age. And England just moving the ball around. Archie on the long. Oh, the pace is just too much. But brilliant covering touch actually from the Welsh middle. Was unsure if he could cover the ground fast enough. Yeah, you got someone like Archie running at you at full tilt. Wouldn't back many to make that touch.
Yeah, he's threatening, but yeah, Wales, great diving touch there, mate, as they find themselves with no one on the field. The winger left all alone. And Wales territorially in a little bit of strife
That
here.
is 5th.
That's 5th and last. Not aware of the count on that occasion. So I believe in this division, these are the only 2 teams, is that right?
Yeah.
And they've been coming up against the mixed 20s a little bit as well.
Yeah, so they've, well, I'm pretty sure they've just been playing anyone and everyone that they can. They just want to get out here and run. I've been saying on comms, I want to see these guys play the England men's 20s at some point. Because that would be a really...
Have they not?
No, not yet. It'd be a really tasty affair. Especially when you've got someone like Sam Thorpe on the pitch. So mature.
Now that's 5th.
Got to create.
And last.
And I've been hearing quite a lot about the strength of the England men's program. So good to see, you know, what's coming through for future generations as well in the not too distant future.
No, definitely not. A lot of these guys, you know, are currently operating in some of the, you know, most elite clubs that England has to offer. But you know, Ellis Watt's just been selected for England Men's Open, so there's the first little taster of what we have. Everyone's happy with his work. Sam Thorpe, Cooper Bainbridge, Archer Devlin, Dylan Madge, just to name a few, all hot on the heels, all asking the right questions of what do we have to do, what do we have to do, and it's been shown with Ellis's inclusion that if you do the right work and you ask the right questions, you get rewarded, and there is a clear pathway for these guys to enter those men's open setups and mixed open setups.
So Ellis might be part of the group that's going to Australia later in the year?
Potentially. Don't want to say all too much and jinx it, but Ellis is a very solid player, and for the privilege of knowing him for a few years now, and come on leaps and bounds in maturity and physical ability, started picking really intelligent options, really impressed us yesterday, and yeah, it's really positive.
Very good. Well, that's an impressive first half from Wales considering the scoreline.
I was
yesterday.
worried. We told me 16-0 and I thought, oh, we're going to have to come up with some new adjective to describe all these tries and try and give Wales some encouragement, but I'm impressed.
No, incredibly impressed. It's absolute night and day to what we saw last night. It really is, because it was sort of a little bit worrying, to be perfectly honest, seeing the level of dominance that England were able to put out there, and they were loving their touch. Every score was met with laughter, cheers, high fives. They loved it. Whereas today, yes, the conditions don't suit England maybe as well as they did yesterday, because England loved to move the ball in open space. But Wales, full credit to them, putting enough pressure on in the transition and actually, asking the right questions when they get to the English line. And England may be lucky to get away with not conceding a score when they were two penalties down on the line. And if you're the Welsh coach, there's so many positives you can take, and you are
They're
truly
not
in
letting
this game.
England just play. There's much less flow. It's so much stop-start, which is not ideal for either team, but certainly not ideal for England in this situation.
Ewan Clark, the try scorer for Wales as well, on that link quickie. He looked like he has quite a bit of attacking nous about him. Good footwork, and if I'm the coach, I'd like to see him be put in the same situation and ask this England defence some more questions.
Yeah, I think something we've not seen enough, although I'll say enough in inverted commas because they've not really had the opportunities through England's pressure, is conditioning those links to stay wide and then changing the point of attack to maybe try and look for space through the middle. At the moment when Wales do get into attack, it's relatively comfortable for England to move as a set of six and close that space, whereas if Wales start to back their hands, maybe you attack down the right hand side, then you move the point of attack to the left hand side and try and create that middle separation, they might be able to find some more success in the second half.
Are we saying here then that the games are won, touch games are won in defence, not in attack?
100%. At the moment, Wales performing in defence way better than yesterday. And England, I mean, you've already conceded one. You didn't concede any yesterday, so that shows that maybe you're taking just a little bit of a drop down in intensity. Maybe thought this was going to be a slightly easier game from the result yesterday. Maybe a little bit of complacency kicking in, but I'm sure that the coaches have gone, right, that's enough messing around. Come on, let's show everyone what we can do.
Well, Wales have the tap now, so an opportunity to get within one of England, and I'm sure they'll be pretty pumped up and pleased with themselves. So hopefully they can carry that momentum into the second half, put in another strong performance, and keep this one at least close, if not challenging.
Yeah, if Wales get a score straight off the tap-off and bring the deficit back down to one, it is anyone's game. It's an old adage, but the rain is the big equaliser because you can't throw as many of those long balls. You can't back the hands as much as you could do, and those passes that would stick in the dry potentially don't in the wet. So, Wales have really got to favour themselves here, especially having the tap-off to start. As long as there's no early mistakes and they don't allow England to build in confidence, this will go right to the wire.
The fact that they can believe now that they are putting up a fight rather than being walked on all over is important for their mindset and their confidence in the sub-box especially.
Yeah, 100%. And, a lot of these Welsh players will know a lot of the English boys playing against each other in the NCS series. So there's the extra little bit of motivation, win some personal battles, get one over on your friend potentially.
All right, Wales tap off. That second touch, you really want to get nice and close by fourth touch, especially on a tap off. Fourth there, they've got one more to play with. It's 32 Peel. Back to middle platform here. quickie for number 10, Fraser Britton. Long ball goes to ground. Opportunity there for Wales. Encouraging signs once again.
Yeah, it seemed like they were looking for that link to hit the hole. Fortunately, link maybe just a few seconds away from where he needed to be. And England have a really good opportunity to launch from deep, but they've given away a roll ball infringement.
I'd like to see Wales play their full set of 6 on the line here.
Yeah.
If they need to.
Sam Thorpe throwing himself at the touch. Moving a little bit gingerly.
.32 out. Another penalty for not moving forward this time. England get done for.
Yeah, England living right on the line. It seems like they want the links to make as many touches as possible in those circumstances, but then the middles are just dropping too early.
Okay, 32 out. So that's second touch. Ewan Clark in the number 5. He's the try scorer from the first half. He's at the close link. They run a 32 peel. Rooster again, a massive long ball early on in the set and a little bit of a waste in the end. Didn't need to run it and it definitely wasn't on. So unfortunate, but England have been done again for not moving forward. So that's the second penalty.
Yeah, 2 on the line now. One more. Oh, no. Referee deemed three penalties. England player goes for time for the rest of this possession. And now Wales playing 6 on 5, although the sideline ref just wants to have a very brief chat.
Yeah, personally, I think that's only the second penalty, but he's sticking with it, I think. So, yeah, 3 penalties. And England, like Joe said, defending with 5. Oh, boys.
What a touch. Although it's a missed opportunity for Wales, but Ellis Watts take a bow because that touch just threw the dumping player way off balance. And
England are moving forwards.
Whichever player was sent for time, you've got to thank Ellis at the end of the day. It's just saved your bacon.
That is 5th coming.
Good strong touch, hips and feet in front like we like to coach. That's 5th and last now. Good run, good hands, ball to ground. Good skills in the wet as the rain starts to come down even more as if it wasn't already wet.
Yeah, it is really streaming down now. Got to take extra care of the ball in the roll book, in the ruck. Make sure you're securing it at all times. Don't give away any needless penalties or turnovers.
Wales 5th touch now, trying to cook something up. Get a little draw and pass, but nothing cooking. The fields are holding up really well here, though, I have to say. Like, even on field 2, they're preserving field 1 at the moment, as the referees are just talking, I think if it's 6 again or not. But we had some high-profile leaders from Touch Football Australia doing reconnaissance for the World Cup happening this time next year. So good for them to see what this will look like in any kind of conditions.
Definitely.
Hopefully sunnier conditions. Last year at the Euros, sunny conditions.
Yeah?
Yeah, held up very well in sunny
The
conditions.
sun does shine here?
Sun was shining. It does shine sometime in summer.
Very
in
occasionally.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, I promise you, we're not satisfied with this being our summer.
No, the University of Nottingham, the town of Nottingham, England Touch and FIT doing a fantastic job of hosting the event. We're having a great time. The vibes are high, even though the weather's a little bit cold. Can't do too much about that, though.
No, we were saying the atmosphere for the weather, and you know, each team has a good amount of support out. Some people having to travel a fair old way.
32 platform again from England. That's been their go-to. Lovely long ball.
Yeah.
And that's a fantastic finish. Thomas Kerr in the corner.
God.
This will be a great replay.
So close to the touch line.
So 32 out. Archie Devlin, beautiful left-right ball. dive. Oh, that's world class from Thomas Kerr to score his second try. 4-1.
Another bit of information as well from Dylan Madge. Got to big him up. He's like my inside enforcer. It's brilliant.
Isn't he playing right now?
Yeah, Tom Kerr. That's his 12th try of the tournament so far.
Right.
Top try scorer for England right now. Superb play. We were joking about on live stream yesterday, saying it must be such a good job to be an England winger in this team, because the vast majority of it is catching ground, but that one was far from it. Lots of work to do in the corner. Tom Kerr, good value for his 12 tries.
Yeah, you can see why with finishes like that. Good hands from Wales, but that's set complete, so can't capitalise on the halfway tap. England get out of trouble. That's first touch and good momentum early in the set. Those strong Welsh boys get done for using the force on this occasion. Just going a little bit in too hard in the touches. Maybe a bit of contact with the head, which is unnecessary in any sport, let alone touch footy. So first touch there, that's second.
Yeah, another one.
Done
Just
again.
Unnecessary touch there, just extending the arms. Touch had been initiated and made, and it's just the extension of the arms to carry on that contact. Referees are really hot on unnecessary behaviour, and he's not been fussed subbed. He's not aware. He has been sent for time.
They were warned, I think, in the first half more than once.
And they will play with 5. 2.5 minutes. England need to capitalise. These two have all the tricks of the trade to do so. Jacques for Jacques. Welsh player on the floor, and it's an easy release. And England beginning to turn the screw in this second half.
It's not always because you have only 5 players on the defensive side that you always score. So that they were able to adapt pretty much immediately says a lot of the level they're playing at. And the heads-up touch they're playing especially.
100%.
So that 32 platform once again proving beneficial for England as number 9 Sebastian Hilbrand scores his first try. Wales, it's always difficult. Is it 4 or 6 sets? 4 completed sets or 6 completed sets that they'll be playing with 5 players?
I think it's either 4 completed sets, or unless a certain amount of time has elapsed, whichever of the two come first. I believe it's typically 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So trying to attack with 5, very tough, and the wet conditions maybe just getting the better of Wales as the ball just squirts loose at the bottom of the roll ball. And now England look to go all the way immediately. Superb defence there, and pace shown from the Welsh player. Gets across, makes the covering touch, stops the full length there.
Harry Court's a winger we haven't quite mentioned much in this match, but another one with wheels on this close wing.
Yeah, and he got an interception on his line yesterday and went full length, or as well as my co-commentator was saying yesterday, gone full court.
England must be playing with a 6-5-3 setup, so 6 middles, 5 links and 3 wingers. So a little bit different in Europe. I've been surprised at how many teams have been running with 3 lines of 4 and the 2 wingers playing the whole match.
Yeah,
not seen that often down south. This is in the Southern Hemisphere, especially at men's open level. This is much more common setup.
Yeah, I think the mentality of the coaches for this boys' side is, okay, a lot of you are going to go on to play men's opens touch, so let's start implementing the structures you'll be used to, start exposing you to the very highest level of structure. So then when you do make that transition to men's open, it's all that more seamless. Because at the end of the day, although England will always want to win these games, and it will feel like the be-all and end-all whilst they're on the pitch, this is quite honestly the very start of some of their touch journeys, and you know, it's quite easy to forget that, you know, some of the players in this team are as young as 15, and when you start to think about that, it does become a very scary prospect for the future of England.
So 5th touch here for Wales. Oh, and just not straight, I believe, but they'll be back to a full assortment of 6 players, Wales. So it's back to 6-on-6. And if you don't know the international game at an opens level, it's some fantastic football. We haven't seen a World Cup or too much international play since 2019. World Cup here in a year. And the England men's and women's team, and probably mixed, as we see just quickly, the twins there, the Jacques twins, is it? Setting up, eventually ball down. Good attacking play from them once again. The England Open teams have really advanced a lot in the last 4 years, and all 3 will be looking to medal at the World Cup next year, I assume. That'll be a real goal.
100%, 100%. I know, especially for the men's, they are desperate for silverware. And the women's as well has been coming on loads. I know a fair few of the mainstays of the Women's Open side have started to hone their trade down in Australia, started to go down and play some touch in the state of origin. So, yeah, England will be setting their sights high at that comp.
Yeah, well, making a trip to Australia, if you're an individual or even as teams they're looking to do, that's showing the investment that they're willing to make, and it can only pay off. A good defensive touch from the link. Number 6, Ed Maguire, just stepping up there off the line, making sure that when Jacques did dive at the line, he could just make the touch beforehand. 32 platform again, looking to set it up. It's really been their go-to. 32 short or 32 long.
Yeah. Oh. Although he's give the penalty for a hard touch, which I'm not sure was the case. I would have thought it was for dropping early, but penalty's a penalty, I suppose. England will be happy with the result. Now you've got a fresh set of 6. You want to use them all.
32 long, and it is long for that number 12, Harry Court. But what have they got?
Forward pass.
Unfortunate for England. Good skill execution. It is hard for the referees and touch how you know, those forward call passes.
And that's why there's 3 of them. Touch is a collector sport. In, through it all.
Generally, the ruling is if the ball comes backwards out of the hands, then that's gone backwards, even if it drifts forward later on. So if you ever see passes that look like they might have gone forward, if it comes backwards out of the hands, that's generally an okay pass.
Yeah, Wales won't be so happy with the number of technical errors they're making here. I mean, in touch, especially in these conditions, the instruction usually is to take care of the ball at all costs. Low error rate to be able to move forward. And it gets frustrating as a player. Lots of stops and starts.
I wonder if Ellis could have just pinned the ears back there and got under, stutter step a little bit, trying to fix the hips, but Wales don't bite. And here's the long. Oh, lovely
March
dummy.
through.
Just sends the defender, go get me some food from the van, please, pal. Gets the ball down and, you know, condition the long ball. Link's too worried about the pass. Has to go with it, and Ellis just goes, yep, thank you very much. Superb heads up.
Yeah, that man we mentioned earlier, in and around Men's Open England selection, Ellis Watts scores his first try in this one. That's 6-1 now to England with just over 5 minutes remaining. England defence up to the task, have not let Wales score in the second half. So 3-0 second half so far. England transitioning and have controlled the ball and the game well in the second half, considering the rain has increased.
Yeah, definitely. Showing a lot more maturity on the ball, making really good decisions, not risking as much as they did in the first half. Potentially in the first half, too busy trying to too busy trying to match the tempo that they set yesterday as the referees just briefly speak to one of the Welsh players. Just a slight delay of game.
The French.
Back chat.
He sent him.
I think it's for back. It might be for back chat.
Every game, referees say, we're not letting that through. We're going to sanction it, sanction it.
So once again, Wales down to 5 players. That certainly hasn't helped their cause in the second half.
Considering that they've been playing with 5 players over and over again, their defence has held out so strongly.
And number 12, Alec Davis, just making up so many metres there for Wales. That was something they had to do last night considerably. Less so today, as Wales have found their footing in the game a lot easier. But Wales desperately need the score. You don't want to be shut out in the second half.
Oh, good scoop from 9. And great attack from Wales. I think the touch was made, but Reece Rutley, the number 9 from Wales, great scoop and good pace. Especially with only 5 players on the field.
Yeah, to potentially find the extra man is outrageous.
Oh, great defense from number 6, Dylan Madge. But England get done once again for not moving forward. So that's definitely a takeaway for them to recognise. Quickie play. Good defence. Elliot, having spent a lot of time in France, being half French, half English, what are the sort of the differences you see in English touch, especially over the last couple of years you've been playing here, compared to touch in France?
I mean, one of the things I'm taught playing in England is the separation between the middles and how close the links are to the middles that enables us to move the ball around, but the links are ready for a strike play or to move out. And that's not something that in France I think we've been very good at, especially in Women's Open. It's a lot more centred, close, mid play that is just too easy to defend nowadays. And so the ball movement, especially on the 7, is nowhere near as good.
I think that's been a real emphasis on creating middle separation over the past few years. I know it's something that coaches have really been starting to implement. It's something you hear a lot more as well when you're talking to coaches. You're hearing players speak. Obviously, we mention it a lot on the commentary. Is that middle separation? You just create more distance for 2 individual players to cover, and you don't allow the team to move as a unit of 6. You almost then separate them into 2 units of 3, creating the opportunities down the middle. And yeah, I think we're
and it enables you to move the ball around, which is something that when you're all bunched up over, you know, a 10-meter space is much more difficult. And we kind of see this a little bit with England, able to move the ball around on their 7 meters attacking line. Such good ball movement though here from Wales. Now I'm saying that.
Good skills from Wales. I think they eventually get done for a touch pass, so they got touched and then passed the ball. If you're not aware of the sport,
back to 6 players now though.
Yep, but back to 6 for the last minute, and this will pretty much be the last set for England.
Oh, go.
Harry Court's out there, the number 12 for England. Lightning pace. He scored 1 try earlier, 1 of the 6.
No, just being told to take the ball back. Slight delay. Now here the Jacques brothers. Open side quickie. Looks for the pop back to the inside. Brilliant defensive coverage.
Where are the Jack brothers from? They've been pretty impressive this match.
So they're out of Chester. I've got to big up Liam Lawton. He's hanging around here somewhere. One of the mainstays in Chester. And they began playing junior rugby only last year, maybe 2 years ago. And since then they've just hit their stride and they've developed physically and they're understanding the game. And, you know, 2 contact prodigies as well, playing academy level rugby. So the core skills are all there, and yeah, I believe I'm correct in saying they're only 15.
Very
so
impressive.
to play this level at 18s is incredibly impressive. And if I'm incorrect on the age, it's only by a year out. So yeah, plenty of years in this 18s division for them, and you can't help but feel like these guys are going to be here for a fair old while.
But overall in the game, probably a good takeaway for Wales. You have to notice little victories and little success, and improvement where it is.
Well, I mean, conceding 10 less and scoring 1 more, I mean, you'd take that. You would take that any day of the week. So Wales can be very happy with what they've done. You know, from your mind, Mark, 2 interventions, you know, 1 in attack, 1 defence for Wales that they can use to develop their game throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, we saw that try in the first half from Ewan Clark challenging the link, and I didn't see him get too much attack after that. So if I was them, and I'm sure they'll go back and watch and perhaps listen to this, I'd like to find who your 2 or 3 main attackers are, find what each of them, they choose 1 favourite move, and then let's go over that as many times in a game. So we're just increasing our chances, increasing our percentage plays, and our chances of scoring. So, yeah. I think we've got a special interview now. The coach of England and under-18s. I'm Mark. What's your name?
Will, how are we doing?
Will, very good.
Hey,
you probably know Joe, do you?
Yeah.
Will, good game there in tough conditions. I believe the scoreline yesterday against Wales was 16-0. So, bit of a change.
Yeah.
Completely different conditions. What's your overall read on that one?
Yeah, we're happy with how that went. I think in the first half we struggled to get out of our half cleanly, and it showed because they were able to pin us in a little bit more, put a bit more pressure on our drive. But yeah, the conditions they're not really favouring the fancy football. Compared to yesterday, it was nice and dry and warm. But I'm really proud of the boys the way they stuck at it. Were able to adapt to the game plan on the run and came away with it in the end.
No, what I found really impressive as well is, like you say, your first half 3-1, you let that score in that you didn't yesterday, which I know they'll be gutted about. I know there's been talk about conceding less than 10 throughout the entire tournament, so brings that aggregate up. But in the second half, you changed the tempo of the transition. In the first half, you're trying to run it at the same pace as yesterday, but the conditions are nowhere near the same. Was that something that the players did they problem solve on the fly, or is that on you as coaches going, look, boys, this isn't working, let's dial it back?
No, it's something we spoke about as a coaching team at half time, but the boys were already talking about it when we came to the huddle. You know, they're the biggest critics half the time. They want to have that 16-0 back up there. You know, they want stuff to be running cleanly. They want to be able to flow through the game. They identified it, but it's just great to see that they're able to process that at such a young age. And I knew I had a clue what was going on when I was playing these age groups, and it's just crazy to see them adapt.
That's very cool. And just one last thing, we were just saying what would be some takeaways for Wales, and I said trying to find just a very clear platform for a couple of players and going over that a lot through the match. Now you guys had 32 platform throughout the match, and then you could find different options off that. What's sort of, without giving too much away with your game plan, what's kind of your thinking and your philosophy around that?
Yeah, so all through our campaign, we've gone through various platforms, but being able to make it simple for them, so when they're a little bit tired, when conditions are like this, when the game plan's simple, where there's an option and then 2 really variations from it, they're able just to flow into it and make these really easy reads, and their ball skills are so good that it just comes off and looks really great. But yeah, when we watched Wales play Ireland yesterday before they played us, looked like they were running some link quickies quite nicely, and some good boys that could bomb off the back of it. So we were expecting that, but it looks like they'd get a little bit flustered at the end of that one. But yeah, conditions don't favour them there.
Definitely not, and I think England very good value for the result. We will not keep you for too long. I'm sure the boys will be anxious to give you some feedback as well as you giving the boys some feedback. But just one last one, because we're going to see you on live stream again today. We're going to see anything different or more of the same?
We'll probably keep a lot of it the same, in fairness, especially when it's like this. I'm really happy with the way the boys were able to control their own bodies. We saw a couple hard penalties in there, but I'm liking the way the boys are just controlled, being able to ride, listen to the refs. So we probably won't change much. Just our execution in the first half. As long as we can pick up from where we ended it in that game, we should hopefully look for a good scoreline again.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Bill.
Cheers,
I'll
gents.
let
Well
you
done,
get
bud.
back off.
Cheers, mate.
Take care, pal. Amazing. And, you know, England, such good value for their result in the end. And I completely agree with what you were saying to Will there in terms of Wales' attacking structure. Just finding the ability to pick a couple platforms, stick with it, rely on them, and be, you know, really concise. I think sometimes in that game, maybe just too many cooks in the kitchen trying to run too many things. Just finding that one platform that works well and sticking with it, I think, could prove invaluable for that Wales side.
Absolutely. I'm sure they'll be encouraged by marked improvement from yesterday as well. I now have to race off to help the French women's 20. So thank you, Joe.
No,
thank you, Elia.
Mark.
Thank you.
Amazing. And we are gonna leave it there. We're gonna have a 5-minute break before we're back with the next game. If my paper will turn. Oh, it's England Mixed Open. Thank you, Mark. He's ahead of the game. England Mixed Open. Mixed 20s against South Africa Mixed 20s. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back for another instalment. This time England, South Africa, but this time we're mixed boys, 18 and 20. And so it just doesn't get much better, does it? Big shout out to Mark and Ellie and Joe in the last couple of games. They did such a great job on the comms. And so back with myself and Joe, and Ellie will be coming in as well as South Africa get us off to a pedestrian start, I would say, at the moment, unlike them from earlier, but I'm sure they'll be finding there the white caps. We'll be seeing probably, is it Paulson and Ronaldo in the middle, but everybody's taking cover at the moment. So we'll wait and see how that comes together. Welcome back, Joe. All good, mate. I tell you something, it's been non-stop, isn't it?
Yeah, quick drink break, just giving the voice a little bit of downtime. And then straight back to it.
Good
Gotta
stuff,
love
mate.
it.
Well, it did love it. It's exceptional. Really, really good stuff right across the board. And organisation. I mean, the weather, the only thing we can't control. Everything that we can control has been absolutely spot on. Just had a gentleman from the RFU come up and say what an amazingly well organised event. We had to twist his arm to talk about how good commentators were, but he was just saying so good. The website, the organisation here today, knowing what's going on, everything else. So a big shout out and say thank you to the RFU for sending your man, your spy in the camp to see how he goes and then telling us how good we are. So thank you very much indeed. So see South Africa, it's all South Africa at the moment, and dives in there, and 10 stuck his hand up there. It was that Marcus Armand saying touch, and the ref agrees. So remember, any touch anywhere on the body stops the game. So we get the 6 touches, could say tackles, touches, and then it's a turnover. So you've got to get your magic working before they run out. And this is mixed, which means that at any one point you have to have 3 girls on the pitch. Oh, and that has been given, and that was tasty. Really good finish here in the corner. Dummy to the left. Even I bought that. And here's the quick one there. Pop up and then wide out. And here we go. In the corner. Isabel Ho. It's got South Africa off to the start they were looking for.
Brilliant start for South Africa, just recognising that the touching player for England was offside and on the floor. Put the gas on around the outside, and it's just really good catch and pass. And we say how valuable good core skills are, and you see it there.
Right, now let's just give everybody watching the offside rule. Right, it's different to football.
Yeah.
Different to soccer.
Definitely different.
Slightly different in this compared to rugby as well. So, how do you get offside, Joe?
Yeah, so as soon as the touch is made, as you see there, the touching team, the defending team, have to retreat back 7 metres to be onside.
Right, hang on then. So, 10 yards.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Just, you know, old and new money, all that type of stuff, you know.
Yeah, so you've got to retreat back. If you don't hit that offside line, the referees do not call you onside. That's when you're off. And as soon as you can identify an offside player, that's the person you want to run toward.
Right, because those people aren't allowed to touch you, or it's a penalty. So they won't touch. So there's the touch, and you'll see the team there retreating 10 yards, 7 metres, really quickly. Right, and back they go, back they go. And that's pretty much how it works. And then if a player doesn't retreat and you run into them, they are offside and you get the penalty.
Yep, and then a repeat set of 6.
And then you get another set of 6 touches, and like a knife through butter, straight through there. South Africa make it the only time in the game you can do this. I've said it before. What have they done? They've doubled their score. Here we go.
Lovely play. They're just dragging the English defence across, and then the cut back against the grain.
And that's what you called there. If anybody got open golfs on this weekend, so you got on there, you got some of the holes have got a dog leg, so it goes around the man. So if a player comes up out of his line, he creates a dog leg, a gap in between, and that's what we saw there. They just came across, and they weren't in the line, so we have a nice big gap. So there's a heck of a lot of tactics involved in this in the game of touch. And what I'm trying to do is understand it myself and make it simple for yourself listening in, whereby Joe will keep you at the upper echelons on the ball, knowing exactly what's going down.
Yeah, much better defensive set there from England. And England don't want to panic here. Yes, South Africa have probably taken you by surprise. You weren't expecting them to start this fast. And then you've got to be able to relax and take your time and work through your processes. Don't force anything. Just stick to your drive, get from A to B in an efficient manner, and then you can scoop when you have the opportunities. Joseph Tyne on the ball. Fifth coming now, scoop there. Good hands, but a brilliant shot from South Africa, not allowing any space for England. And at the moment, England up against it.
Right, so a turnover happens if you've touched it 6 times, or if you knock on, or if you drop the ball and it goes to ground. So you can't bounce pass.
No.
No, the ball has to stay off the ground all the time. So, and we will try and also talk you through the referee's signals, because they're very quick, and sometimes we're not 100% sure what they're saying. But once again, that's why we got Joe here.
Yeah, that one there was off the mark. So the South African player was touched, and then took a few extra steps and then dumped the ball. Well, you've gained an unfair advantage because you've taken extra meters. So you get the penalty. England get the penalty for off the mark.
Remember, it's a gentleman and ladies game, and the last thing you want to do is cheat on anybody. So it was, obviously he didn't do it deliberately, because that would be ungentlemanly or unladylike. He just unfortunately moved forward.
What feet! That is superb. Thomas Cohen take a bow. Absolutely nothing on in front of him. No supporting player. And then one step, and he slows down. He's like, okay, this is a 3-on-2. I don't like 3-on-2, so let me just do you with the feet. Let me do you with the feet. And now it's a 2-on-1, and I like a 2-on-1. Executes in the corner. So good.
We doff our cap to the quick feet. Well, who did you say?
Thomas Cohen.
Thomas
Superb.
Cohen. Sir Cohen, as he's now known. So they narrow the gap to half. South Africa, this is a quick game, this one. It's up and down, non-stop quick. It's all good.
Oh, South Africa.
So, goes to ground, hits the floor, turnover. England gets 6. I know we've had a lot of messages, people saying, love this game, it's great. And asked a few questions, and one of them was about the referee's signal. So we're going to try and tell you what's going on and let you know about the signals. And that was a nice little handoff, which you're not allowed to do. But the momentum in this weather, it stopped raining now, thankfully, but giddy up, it's been wet here today.
Superb transition, just unfortunately getting caught there. Just losing your momentum as you go into fifth touch, and now the pace from South Africa. What a dump to get the ball down. She's offside.
So what we saw there was the player ran at the player that was offside, and so he couldn't touch him. Nobody was catching up with him, and he just kept running at him. And then the next pickup ran at the other offside player as well. And so basically, you're kind of like, you know, using them as a shield. Really, really quick stuff here from South Africa, and nearly there. And you can see the player, as soon as that ball goes down, they know what's happening and they go back 10. And just telling them to move back as well.
England now rolling through the transition, trying to get fresh legs on. They've managed to stop the flow of South Africa. But apart from one moment magic from Thomas Cohen, not really threatening. And unfortunately, we'll just wait for Robin's call. Forward pass from the base of the ruck.
So just like rugby, you're not allowed to pass the ball forward. Right, I want to say rugby, RFU, rugby league, rugby union, you can't. Rugby touch, you're not allowed to pass the ball forward. It's all got to be behind, and that man's got to be coming on at pace, and that's one of the things that you get taught in touch. It's about coming on at pace to the ball. Give yourself that momentum and move forward. You want to try and have your fifth touch as far up the pitch as possible to make sure that you yourself aren't trying to find the magic of the sixth touch 50 yards out.
No, 100%. And at the moment, South Africa just running out of ideas when they get into the opposition's half, but England surrender the ball needlessly. However, they may get a little
out of jail card. Ref is chatting, and can we see a signal from him? Looking for that signal. Can have a chat. All gone quiet. And okay, it's the England ball, no signal. So the reason was given on the pitch, but it wasn't signalled to us here, unfortunately.
Good drive here from England, making good yards.
Now remember, if you a lot of the time you're, did he get that down? No. So a lot of the time you'll see running at the players and putting the ball down without being tapped, right? Now what that does is that puts every player around him offside. So the guy behind him can pick up quickly. He can run at those players because they're not allowed to tackle.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be tapped. So this is where running. So he's running at pace there. Those players are offside.
Yeah.
And that's one of the tactics here. Now there was a call there.
Yeah, off the mark. Just taking the extra step.
Once again, where the ball goes down is where you take it from. So some great tactics involved here. So he's running. Now they get the ball quickly. Those guys are offside. And that's why they retreat quickly. And it's like, you know, impressive backwards running. And that ball went down and then rolled forward.
No, it's going to be given a hard touch because the touch came in from the side and pushed the dumper over. And if you're making the touch from the side with the extension of the arms, then there's no opportunity for the toucher to get the ball, for the dumper to get the ball down. However, England give possession straight back. Oh.
And he's got some wheels on him. And was there a touch there? There was, because that was a vital touch.
I don't think he can quite believe it.
Just thinking, really? Did he really touch? I didn't feel anything, ref.
Yeah, smart heads-up play here from South Africa on the box, deciding to get some fresh legs on rather than, you know, dragging the ball all the way over. You've now got a couple fresh players on who can strike for you. Little Aussie back into the middles. South Africa look for the quickies, not quite there. They wait for the fresh legs. Fresh legs arrive. Sweeper play. England dropping early, not engaging the touch. That's too obvious. South Africa have the set of 6. Can they properly use it? It looks like they're trying to engage the link. Joe Tyne makes the touch on the ball. Too obvious. Gotta be more disguised than that.
And then we get 6.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, that is the second penalty on the line.
Right,
one more penalty.
In the 7 metres from the line, if you commit 3 penalties, then somebody goes off for a little break.
Yeah. Well, it's until the possession of the attacking side is ended.
Yeah. So it's not a sin bin for 2 minutes, anything like that. It's just that possession.
Yep.
So feasibly, it could be 6 touches. It could, if they just keep possession from any other reason. It's as long as the opposition have got the ball.
Yep, exactly that.
And you see the transition there as well. So don't ever worry if you think of playing this, you think it looks quick and fast. You get a rest every minute. You can allow to pop off. You have pods of 4 that come on and off. Only the wingers normally just stay on all the time. And he was touched there. Yeah, back he goes.
Brilliant diving touch just to stop the score.
And the news is here in the amazing facilities of the University of Nottingham. Mass graduation is going on at the university today.
Yep.
Do you know, I was here a year ago, my daughter was graduating and it was boiling hot and we were all suffering wearing our jackets. This year it's somewhat different, but the rain has stopped. There is a little bit of warmth in the air again, the light coming through, and so hopefully that's it for the rest of the day now with the rain. It was meant to finish at 2. It just stayed with us a little bit longer than it should have done. A bit like the Aussie batsman up at Old Trafford.
Still in?
Still in. 161 for 4, not looking good at the moment. Well, it'll be all right. It just depends how the rain goes. But yeah, so looking good here now. Right in the heart of England we are. Pretty much dead centre. Oh, nice play. And this is just pushing them up, but the support is slow. That's because there was a transition going on, i.e. the substitution, and they didn't get round quick enough, and so the ball was held up. And then once you get within 7 metres of the line, the offside line is the line, the top try line. So that's what you defend. And no, is given a touch there. So that's the end of the 6. So it's turnover, South Africa's ball from their own try line. All right, you want to take this up. Let's get as far as possible on the least amount of touches. That's the idea now. Just try and get it up. So you're trying to magic from further up into the break here. Remember, they're all offside. They can't tackle him. And he gets to the 10 and he has to go back.
Yeah, South Africa really, doing some good work in the midfield, but then just slowing things down as the roll ball comes. Oh, what a dummy. Big show and go, but the 2 women just crowd him out before he can go through. And I've got to say, the South African side looks absolutely rapid in broken field.
Really, really good. Right, so England set from the middle. Joseph Tyne distinguished with his black arms. I think that's a, he wants to stay warm. The singlet doesn't quite work for him.
Double sleeve in it.
Yeah. Well, I went back and put the trousers on the top of them when I realised that the shorts were the wrong choice for the day. Frustrating.
Yeah, it seems like whenever England get into their groove and get into an opportunity to attack the line, it's just the 1%ers that are failing them, and every single time they can even this game up, handling errors creep in, roll ball infringements creep in, just allow South Africa to soak up the pressure.
Don't ever think that this isn't one for you're not fit enough for it. Remember that you can sub on and off, but if you have got the legs and the fuel and the engine, this is an amazing fitness game. It's just non-stop. You've got to keep going all the time, and as you climb the ladder playing better and better, it just doesn't stop. It's non-stop, continual rugby. So remember, find your local touch club, go onto the England Touch website, and you'll see all the details about your local club if you want to get involved. And as Mark was saying, transitioning to or from the game, you won't find a better game for getting your kind of handling, catching the ball, and awareness around you. Because you've got to be looking, and it's got to be quick. Now, if you were playing sevens, the guy's going to tackle you. You have a mini break as such, a few seconds work it. With this, you can't do that. You've got to keep it rolling, you've got to keep going, and you've got to be aware of what's happening. You've got to know what's going on around you. Great little try there.
So good, it's that man again, Thomas Cohen. Looks for the counties, takes the ball back on the inside, and then just puts the gas on, hits the line before the defender can hit him. And at the moment, it's the magic of Thomas Cohen that is keeping England in this game, because aside from that, they really haven't performed all that well, especially considering the performances of the England sides we've seen on live stream. I mean, South Africa, they're just so powerful, so dominant, and England at the moment, to be honest, struggling slightly with the pace of the South African side.
Yeah, and we hadn't seen that earlier from the 20s and the 18s. With the mixed here at the moment, finding it hard to stay on top, but doing a cracking job. There we go, look at that, change of pace.
Much better from England in the transition, making up loads of yards. This is 5th now, so you've got to scoop. They do, Rappers there.
And I think there was a touch there. Yeah, the referee with the arms straight up like that, signalling straight up. That means, I think he's saying 5th as well, I think.
Oh, what a touch.
And as the half-time hooter goes, it was a forward pass. So you can't end on a penalty. So South Africa got one last chance and knocked on. So that is half time. So tight game. Joe, quick one. Money, give me one word.
Oh,
that's one.
Patience.
Patience. Okay, give me one word of England or South Africa for the victory.
South Africa.
Join us when we come back for the second half. Well, remember the word that he said. He said South Africa. He said two words, actually. South Africa. That's where Joe's money is. Obviously, I'm a patriotic Englishman, so not only am I following this the cricket up the road, which I was hoping to dig Mark about and tell him how we're putting the Aussies to the sword. Obviously, I'm going to go for England, and we are underway. I'm sure that Joe's actually supporting England, but that's who he thinks is going to win.
I am. My heart says England.
But your head says South Africa.
My head does say South Africa at the moment. It seems like they're able to... Seems like South Africa have more personnel to cause problems, whereas at the moment, England's success comes from one man.
Thomas Cohen.
Yeah.
And he can't be on the pitch all the time.
Exactly.
And it's, I was going to say it's a turnover, but nope. Let's go again, they said.
Tap penalty. So that'll be a fresh set of 6 for England. Thomas Cohen can do his work. Unfortunately, that is hips, not square. And that is a real coach killer.
It's kind of like there was no player near him, so there's no advantage. So why would it matter? I can understand why it matters at certain times, but nobody's near him at that point.
Yeah, it's just the consistency of the rules, to be honest. If the hips aren't square, the hips aren't square. Referees know best.
Yes, I know, but that's like, you know, going through a red light, a pedestrian crossing at 2 a.m. in the morning because nobody's around.
It's a shame you can't use your feet to control the ball in touch, because that was almost superb, Hans.
Hands? Feet
yeah.
you mean?
Insane. Yeah, you can't pull a Simon Zebo in touch. You can't use the foot to control it. But it won't matter all that much. South Africa forced the midfield turnover.
Right, so they get a set of 6, and they go again now. Like we were saying, just got to get as far down with the least amount of touches, and there we go. See, 2 touches, and we're already 3 touches. We're already 30 metres down.
Yeah.
And now you're attacking in the last 7 metres with 3 touches. Makes all the difference. Just push it up and get a quick ball. Remember, all those players are offside.
Oh, great hands.
And is there.
Roll it, roll it. Go to the wing.
Remember, there's always somebody out on that wing.
Yeah, they just lost the lost direction there. If the link had reacted fast enough, dumped the ball, if you'd run the phase and flashed it to the winger. Winger was an acres of space, but it was just too slow, the recycle.
Right, now remember that the link, so you got the player that takes the tackle, right, and then you got the half coming off them, and the link is the player that you're passing to from there.
Well, kind of, not kind of. So, if you see on the pitch right now, you've got your 2 middles in the hats for England. They're your mids. Outside of them, you've got the sleeve and the female on the far side. They're your links. And then you've got your wings on the outside. So just referring to those positions. And link, typically, you want your faster players that can strike, because they're striking with a full picture in front of them. And your 2 middles are typically your workhorses who can get through loads of work, loads of defensive touches, and loads of offensive dumps, and complete the sets cleanly. But you know, speaking of completing sets, that's something that England are struggling to do, is they're just giving away turnovers in the midfield to South Africa.
So literally, it's positional that you're referring to.
Yeah.
The middles play in the middle, and they look to take the ball up. They are, you know, in good old rugby league, rugby union, the donkeys. They do the work, the grunt work. They take the ball up, set the platform. They're always the good-looking lads, right? As a second row, I would know that, right? So that's what they take out, and then they, from there, they pop it off to the links, and the links are the ones that you want, like there. You want to come on at pace, and unlike that, catch the ball. And just take it up from there, and then you've got the wings on the outside. Now, the wings don't always have to be the girls in the team, do they? But
no.
That just depends on their pace and their handling and what they want. And obviously, if you've already got 3 on there, one of them can't be anyway.
What I would say about the wings as well, because typically in mix, it is females on the wing, but if you think about what's demanded of a winger, you've got to have good attention span. You've got to stay focused for a long time. Clear communication,
sure where this is going.
Good hands. So you think about that, and the best wingers I've ever played with, and I'll shout out one of them right now, Bex Holmes, voice of a foghorn. You could hear her from miles away, and you know, she had the safest hands of anyone on the team. She was the best communicator of anyone on the team. She'd make sure that everyone would be on the same page, and that's what you want from a winger.
Absolutely. So you're trying to tell me that females got a better attention span?
I'm trying to tell you that females typically make better wingers because they stay focused, they stay on task. Whereas the blokes can get a little bit egotistical and then try and do a little bit too much. And yeah, I would, I'd take a very loud winger.
I don't know what you mean about focus while we're watching this. Slide in there, but definitely touched, and that was a 6. That's a turnover.
Yeah, South Africa, the speed at which they roll the ball and get into their drive is really helping them, but just on a couple instances, they're slowing it down to check the ball off rather than just taking the touch and making meters. That's much better. You're making loads more meters up the box side. And now they start to move it into the midfield. This is fifth. They've got to create something. Referee's on the floor. South Africa miss him.
And is he still on the floor? He's up. We're checking he's all right. I think that's pride more than anything else. And he's going to come to the sideline and run the side for a moment while he just gets over the shock of hitting the floor.
Yeah, as much as it is a damp floor, it does not feel good to fall.
It doesn't fall. I mean, I took one of those little electric bikes earlier and managed to fall off at that as well on the corner on the little curb. But anyway, anybody texting, yeah, I'm all okay, don't worry. I know the nation was worrying there. And there we go. So that's a turnover. Ball went to ground. You could say it was a knock-on, went to ground. So 14 minutes to go. So these are two 20-minute halves. And that's why you have a big squad and the players in and out. Coming on at pace and making it happen. There's the transition. So that's the other thing being, you want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, superb. Oh, he's just released too early. It is a phenomenal defensive read. He's more than entitled to go for it. The ball's on the floor, idle. Unfortunately, just released too early, and England get an offside call. South Africa really let off the hook.
That was tight. So basically, you put the ball down and you're meant to have somebody over it, and if you don't and you just leave it there, it's free game.
Yeah, fair game. That's the idea. It's the same rule when the half is stood there isolated as well. So if the half is there and the ball's on the floor and they're either waiting to pick it up or they have just picked it up, the defensive side can fly at that half to force the turnover. And just so everyone is clear as well, if the ball is left on the floor and the defensive team go and touch it before the ball's been picked up by the attacking side, that's turnover ball.
Yeah, absolutely, because you've got to use it. And that ball there didn't quite go to hand. So here we go again.
Link punished by South Africa. They find the space. Brilliant feet. Good covering touch. Oh, the referees just need to talk. Potential offside. Offside is given.
So the arm signal straight out there at shoulder height. That's the offside call. So all the calls are quite similar. Just the height of the arm seems to differ.
Yeah, and motion as well.
Emotion or motion?
Bit of both.
Right, we want to see a bit more emotion.
A little from column A, a little from column B.
Yeah. Has he got in?
Great touch. Number 6, Thomas Pollard. He joined us on comms earlier. He's out there proving he knows his stuff. Brilliant defensive touch.
Let's go again. So Rachel Reardon's trying to make it all happen in the middle there. She's hanging off for the contact.
Brilliant diving touch there. England middle, number 2, Aidan Manley gets up, makes a diving touch. And England need to complete this set to get out and get off the field, because this pod has been on, well, I mean, anyone would say far too long, tired legs, and they are able to get fresh legs wrapping round. We've got some South Africa fans coming and having a look at the live stream box to find out the score. Very happy with their side's work. England complete their set of 6, which is something they've not been able to do in this second half so far. So positives building.
So 10 minutes, no score. You're going to say that's a Pyrrhic victory to England at the moment, just hanging in there.
Yeah, at the moment it does seem like they are, but here's the wheels. Can they make the covering touch? Yes, they can.
Did. Yeah. So once again, just confirm, in touch if you play at your rugby club or whatever, when you have to pull the tag off at the tag rugby, or as you get on a bit. It's meant to be 2 hands on the hips. This is just contact.
Yep, any touch at all.
And it makes it a lot easier to referee and everybody know, just touch, that's it. None of this arguing, like, you know, what did it do, what did it do?
As long as the touch is made and it's called nice and early, you can't have any complaints. In South Africa at the moment, 10 minutes to go, it's all even. They'll want to take a big scalp. In England, England really struggling, and another unforced error in the midfield. And at the moment, if you're the coach on the England box, you're saying, guys, we've got to stop giving South Africa tap off after tap off after tap off. Oh, on that instant, South Africa fumble the ball and let England off the hook. And South Africa sub in D, which is not something I would recommend, because then you've got no defenders in place. And if England had had recycled that ball faster, they would have had empty field to run into. Lucy Hawkrug now taking the ball up, organising the attack. Thomas Pollard working well. Lucy Hawkrug getting the ball down.
And now they slow reset. Make sure they don't give away a touch there just while they stand until they're set. And there they were set. And unfortunately, that was Tom Pollard just throwing the ball forward.
Yeah, it's a bit, again, completing your set of 6 for England is got to be a priority, because you've not really been able to do it all that much. But for South Africa, you know, England aren't asking the right questions. They're not stressing the defence. It's very easy for South Africa just to meander off the line and make the touch. There's not enough pace, there's not enough direction, and South Africa complaining about a hard touch, but there's none of that. The dumping player was too upright. No attempt to win the roll ball, and England get the reward for a really good touch. And again, can England complete their set and get fresh legs on? This is 5th coming, so they'll only have 1 opportunity now, but here's the danger man, Thomas Cohen, checks the ball back off inside. Dump is made, 5th, both of those middle players are offside, looks long. The ball
unfortunate there that Keris Godwin just couldn't take it in on the wing there, but the opening was there, the opportunity was there, and that's probably that little rush of blood to the head there as it came across. Remember, your first job is catch the ball, that's it.
Yeah. Definitely.
We talked about basics, but it doesn't matter which game of rugby you play. There's no such thing as a bad pass. It just means that you don't catch the ball. Okay, sometimes the pass makes it harder, right? But so what? You still got to catch it. And if you get that right, then you just continually keep flowing.
Yeah, this is so good from South Africa, really punishing England in the transition. 2 passes away. They might get the 6 more call, or an offside. Yeah, 6 more.
Yeah.
And that is really good work from South Africa. 7 minutes left on the clock, and only we're even.
And the ref there just arm on and was touching his head. Was that just the aggressive touch down on the ball, or?
Some referees have funny hand movements.
They're getting closer and closer to that try line. And they got enough touches here to try and get through.
Oh, it's on.
Get that wide, but they came out.
Yeah, good decision from the referee there, noticing that some English players hadn't hit the line. It's a quick tap and dive for the line. The referee decides, no, we're not ready. Defence ain't ready. You didn't take the tap from the right place. You're going to take it back.
Go again.
So if you notice now, we can talk a little bit more technically about the English defence. They've got 1 individual sat further back than the initial defensive line, and he's the person where as soon as that touch gets made, he's flying up out of the line at the ball carrier to try and put all that pressure on. And that defensive policy is called a pocket defence, where you quite literally put someone in the pocket and send him flying up. So you'll see he'll retreat as soon as the ball's up on the ground. He's up, applying pressure, making touches. And if you want anyone in the pocket for this England side, it's that man Thomas Cohen, because everything positive for England has come through him.
He reads it. This is looking...
Oh, yeah, referee.
Yes, they've given it. They've given it.
Superb. Referee calls players offside. And it's just a really well recognised... Well, it's just a really good read. Yeah, touching player. Oh, yeah, he's never hit the line. The dive underneath, the link doesn't make the touch either, and he is ecstatic with his work.
And big hugs going on the side there for Declan Mason. With 5 minutes to go. Well, there's plenty of time, isn't there? But that wasn't the cleanest to put down, but a hard touch.
Yeah.
Was the call.
So that one, it might not have looked too forceful, but as the touching player is dumping the ball, the touch comes in on the arm, and if the referee deems that you're deliberately targeting the elbow or the arm, that can cause quite serious injury, so hard touch is given straight away. Obviously, you can't help some touches on the arm, but if the referee thinks that's where you're targeting, it's at his discretion to give that penalty.
It's hard to believe some players will try and treat like that, though, isn't it? Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, we were saying earlier about the honesty and the integrity of these players. Into that wide, back in. Good defending.
Every touch by South Africa being celebrated by the box in front of us as if it was a score. Oh,
knock on, turnover. Jumping up and down. They know they've got 4 minutes to hang on now.
Ball goes to floor. The referee nearly does also. It shows how slippery it is down the bottom there. In South Africa, this transition is so good. England just rolling, not getting up in the faces. A stark contrast to what we've seen from some of the other England sides. This is fifth, and now the space opens up. But the touch comes in just in time.
Just in time. That was Danny Ticehurst just managed to get there.
Calls from the South African box of up, 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 up. They know what they need to do to secure this victory. They need to put the pressure on because they know that they can force errors. South Africa player just being told, no touch. Ref calls play on. Joe Tyne, adamant he initiated it. Long ball. Brilliant option. Lucy Oakwood feeds the ball back on the inside. Ooh, big shot in the corner.
Now, that to me was all accidental as they ran across the line and cut back inside, but she took a bit of a blow there.
Yeah, Kerry Godwin's down on the floor, and it's one of those where you've got two people moving at such momentum, and you're reaching for that touch, looking like there's going to be a score. You know, any sort of solid connection there is going to hurt, and it's not deliberate by any means. But the referees are still more than entitled to call it a hard touch, and just waiting for the, so the referee gave the hard touch, and then there was too much back chat from the South African players.
So it was a forced substitution.
Yeah.
Now the other thing being, while that was going on, nobody did no transitions, no subs. You were noticing earlier when there was a stoppage for an injury, looking at it, everybody subbed quickly.
Yeah.
But look, the safety car comes out. Change your tyres quickly. It doesn't matter. It didn't happen on that occasion.
No, not at all. And I think it's because England backed this pod to go out and get the score, and South Africa backed their personnel to get the shutout.
But no Cohen on the pitch.
No Cohen on the pitch. Joe Tyne feeds the ball out. It's much better.
Oh, he never was going to get through.
No. So this is a hard-working South African defence who want to hit the line and bounce, and this is fifth now. England, one opportunity. Run the cut. Cut doesn't come. Touch and turnover, and 90 seconds remain. And if South Africa can just coast throughout the rest of this game, they will secure the victory.
This has been a really tight game.
And I've got a feeling if South Africa get over the line here, this sub-box is going to absolutely erupt in front of us. Such a hard work game. And South Africa now beginning to kill the ball in really smart areas, and they've forced England to have to go coast to coast and side to side. The England sub-box screaming for them to get the game underway. 45 seconds.
So England's last real set of six, this. Transition being made.
Yeah. Just a little bit of afters, but that helps. That does not help England. That only helps South Africa, because now the referees are going to stop the game. Turnover. South African ball, and if they're smart, they take 3 slow touches up the middle and secure the victory. Yeah. loads of time off the clock. Just 3 safe touches is all that will be necessary. No extras, no need to throw the ball around, and they have given away the possession.
I mean, how?
England will have one opportunity, and there's that man, Thomas Cohen. If anyone's going to do it, it's him.
Can they make it happen?
They
South
go wide.
Africa are really up flat. Everybody's offside at the moment. Comes back in.
It's going to be touch and pass, and the coach is screaming, just take the touch. Just take the touch. That's exactly what they'll do. They'll take the touch, and South Africa secure the victory against England. 3 tries to 2, and quite frankly, I can't believe it.
They're down here, like you say, they went a little bit potty down here. Everybody really pleased with that result. What a game.
Yeah, superb.
That's probably
game.
one of the best games of the day, just because, you know, not 100% the quality of the rugby, just the absolute, you know, the grit and determination from both teams, just kind of going at each other, trying to make it all happen. You know, it was brilliant. Right, let's see if I can get a South Africa now. As long as they don't do their little circle in the middle there. Let's go and get. You stay here, and I'll go and get a South African player for us. Hang on.
South Africa come wandering back over to the box, and England can feel a little bit hard done by. They had a couple really good opportunities on the line, but just couldn't make it pay. The only person really finding success for the England side was Thomas Cohen. All the positives came from him, and I'm going to pass this right back over to Richard as he comes over for the...
Okay, so I'm joined now by Ashley from the winning South African team there.
Yeah.
How good does that feel?
It feels really good.
Yeah?
Really good.
So what do you put it down to?
I don't know, we played with our hearts. Like our coach said, we have to start playing with our hearts. The first 2 games we lost, but we made a really good comeback. And then we won the second time. So we definitely can get the gold.
You can. Now, that was tight. It was 2 at half time. It went down to the last 4 minutes, and then you're hanging on.
Yes.
And then all you had to do was run the clock out and you turned over. Was it getting a little bit like, you know, squeaky bum time down there?
It was a little bit, and it was very hard with the mud.
Yeah,
the
a lot of slipping around and everything else. But
yeah.
overall, really pleased with that, and it's just getting better and better. And
it is getting a lot better.
we got a big look at them all. They're out there cheering you all on. There they are, look, giving you a shout. You're the hero down here. Are you the hero?
I wouldn't say so.
No, well, they all think so. Look, you've got everybody around you, like taking photos and everything else. It's great stuff. It's great stuff.
Is.
But what does this mean to South Africa and South
means
African
a lot.
touch? It means a lot to get out there.
It means a lot. We came here to play hard, to play with our hearts, and I feel like we're doing that now.
That's good. So you're really, really pleased with how it's all going. And what's the plan for the rest of the day? You got another game now?
No, we finished with our games, but the other teams still have games, so we'll definitely support. And then we come back and play them again tomorrow.
Right, and so you've got to go and find a pub now with a big whiteboard so you can go through all the tactics for tomorrow while sipping water?
Yes, definitely.
Good stuff. Excellent.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
all
so
right,
much.
Thank you very much. Right,
Thank you.
We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes for the next episode of this Atlantic Youth Cup. It's looking good here.
Detroit. You took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches to get to the line.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Emas.
Tight. Eyes up, tight. Dragon, pressure.
Cheers to Bristol. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. One for the ref. Hip hip. One for us.
Woo! And one for the ref.
Hooray!
So close. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your players, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Right, we are back with you. Now it's Wales, South Africa, and it's the mixed 18s. So that's the under 18s, boys and girls, men and women. It's mixed, and it's going to be South Africa going to get us underway. And the rain has stopped, the wind has dropped a little bit. Well, no, it's still actually raining. It's not as heavy. And so it makes the ball very slippery, makes the ground very muddy, very slippery. And so all of these players have got to use all their wit to keep it going as much as they can. And you'll see there that the straight up with the 2 mids and support straight on the shoulder, because that first touch puts all those players offside. It's all about speed through the hands. How far can you get with 3 or 4 touches and slide in? But there was a touch there as he went to ground. So Wales trying to make some ground now. Great transition there, really good timing. Slick. Pushing through. They used a lot of their touches already. But the referee wasn't taken from the mark. just took advantage from the mark, so back they go. Wales with a big squad. So, if you're wondering where we are, you're just joining this game. We're at the University of Nottingham Riverside Complex. Glorious setup here, really lovely. Big shout out to the University of Nottingham. Terrific facilities, great setup. And I'll tell you something, they look after us here as well. It's really good. Get ourselves set, checking that we're all right. And there we go, South Africa. Forward pass, just as it popped it out there. So we go again. And there's no limit to the headwear. You notice there'll be bucket hats, there'll be caps, everything is allowed. If you want to stand out, choose your headwear. At pace, and again, but I don't think it's, yeah. That was the touch. Hard touch, they're saying. No, knock on. The decisions in touch are kind of like they think about it, they give it, and then they give the signal, but by then the play's already started, so you're still wondering what's happening. But it happens throughout, which means they're thorough with the decisions. Just it's not all signalled to us clearly here. Nice play. I'm saying it stopped raining, it's now coming down heavy again. People who are in the pitch, especially the subs, are just huddling together, trying to keep warm and trying to keep dry in some form. So 3.5 minutes on the clock. Still no score, and we go again. Joe joins us back on the commentary. Joe, you haven't missed a lot at the moment.
Yeah, quick water break. Well, it's just being patient. Yeah, very good play. Very good play from Wales, just highlighting the fact that South Africa just dropping early, getting the penalty for 6 more.
And what's dropping early?
So when you're in your 7, which is the line that Wales are trying to dump on, and South Africa trying to make the touch on.
7 metres from the try line.
Yeah. When you're in that, one player can encroach it. You've got to then, as the defensive team, keep approaching the. Oh, superb.
Yeah.
No touch made.
Yeah.
Lovely feet, but you know, it's the work that they do from milking the penalty that really earns them the right to go and play that. And it is just because of, you know, South Africa have got to keep moving forward to Wales, so South Africa can't just sort of hold the space on the line and not allow any sort of separation. So Wales just backed out of that touch to say, by the way, everyone else is on the line apart from this one player. That is dropping early.
Yep.
Referee gives the penalty. 2 touches later, Wales go over for the opening score.
Once again, lots of these little nuances in the game that make it not just touch rugby as we know it, but touch and go again. All these little subtleties. And the players, they have a little playbook. It's impressive stuff. Wales 1-0 to the good. And there's a touch. And that was the 6th, the turnover.
Yeah, great covering touch there from the link, just getting across, shutting out any space, and this is one of the danger men for Wales. Number 4, O'Callaghan. We saw him yesterday playing against England, and that was a really feisty affair. He's a very big boy for his age. Superb ball skills we saw in the dry. We'll see what he can do in the wet, but Wales goes through off the scoop. Popped into space, and the ball's gone. Wales double the lead in 6 minutes.
Absolutely excellent stuff here. They just saw it, saw the opportunity. He was hanging deep there and just went for the space, and he's got the legs, popped over, and yeah, picked it up. Brilliant try there on the wing, coming in. Wales, a little bit of a, from earlier performances, maybe wasn't expecting Wales to be so dominant early in this game.
Yeah, this mixed 18 side is really talented. They've got some very strong players in there. And South Africa are going to have to work hard for their success.
Right, so okay, you're 18, you're really good at touch. Do you play mixed, or do you play men's or women's? What defines that?
Massively depends. It wildly depends. It would be very naive of me to say that a certain skill set is better for a certain code. I mean, at the end of the day, it depends what the coaches want. Depends if you've got the right skills that's going to fit in with the dynamic of the team. A lot of in mix, typically you rotate as the three boys and the female link together as a unit, working together. And it very much depends on the attributes that you possess, and if the coaches deem that that's what they want to use in that team. You know, you see Wales especially, they've got a massive blend of huge blokes and then some more slight figures. And they will all just complement each other really well. And again, they look for that short side scoop.
That was really, really good. Really good, just hanging there. And you see the break, he just pulls his man, keeps him in there.
Yeah. Really good. They've utilised it once before, so dump is gone. The touching player has to retreat back to get onside, can't make it back onside in time. The pace from Wales is too much, and at the moment, Wales just really punishing them on their scoop play.
Remember the scoop play, that's where at the end where you're going in behind and you're literally scooping that ball up from the base and trying to get that rolling quick on that last, especially on that last sixth touch before the turnover. Did he go straight through? Was there a touch? Referee says there was a touch.
Yep, and that's half court, so the half gets touched. It's an immediate turnover ball. Yeah, loss of control. Clear separation between the ball and the hand of the player. Bounces off the floor, and that's all the referees need to get that call.
So remember, the guy picking the ball up is the half. He can't be tackled. So if he's tackled, it's immediate turnover. So he needs that support straight away.
Yeah.
Does he go in? No, there was the touch. So the referee's arm up straight signals a touch. And there's another one. And is that hips, that one? Two hands straight up.
That's almost.
Because he's given it the wing. No, he hasn't. He's given. Sorry, it's a South Africa. Yeah, it's an England ball.
Wales ball.
Wales ball. Sorry. So that was the hips call.
Yeah, and well, no. So what that was is that was touch made, turnover, because that was 6 touches.
All right.
And then the South African player threw the ball away, so they've been advanced 10 metres up the pitch because you've got to deliver the ball to the opposition side.
I think that hips call should be called the Shakira.
The Shakira. Yeah, Chris Simon, if you're listening, we've got an idea for you, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just loss of control. Ball goes to ground. South Africa turnover.
The Shakira call. That's going to take off.
South Africa now just working through their transition, trying to get fresh legs on. Scooping, looking open side, now short side. Touch isn't made, and South Africa will go over for their first score. And that's much better from the South Africa side.
That's exactly what we were thinking was going to be happening. Look at it, coming here. Nicely in there, nobody's near him. Can't get near him. Yes, that's a good one.
Wales now looking to reply almost immediately. Referee calls half court, but referee's just slightly confused. He was not half, he had the ball passed to him. So it would just be touch. And Wales get another crack at the line. Again, South Africa running that pocket defence, having that player dropped early, but it doesn't matter because he's picked up, gone the other way. Winger's open if he can find her. Pass is just not sympathetic enough, and Wales are let off with that mistake as they get another penalty.
And you can see the weather. It's no brighter here than what you're seeing on your picture at the moment. It's kind of like, I think we'll be lucky playing at 7 at the moment because 6:30 is meant to be the last game, but we could be struggling with this light.
For sure.
There's a board down there, look, light on. It looks so bright. It is getting darker and darker here.
Ooh, lovely score. As we're talking about the light, Wales part the sea, go straight through. Now this is just the reward for sustained pressure, forcing turnover, forcing penalties. 32, pump.
Oh, look at that.
Players left on the floor and he just goes through the hole.
Exactly, sent the guy to the shops.
I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah, and we'll try and get those cameras cleaned up for you as well, but it's just continual here at the moment. What you're looking through is what we're looking through. It's just non-stop, and unfortunately, it's the rain as well is driving in. It's coming across directly at us. Yes, we are heroic for staying in there and doing it all, but it's just really kind of in the nicest way possible miserable at the moment.
Yeah, it's very muggy, very miserable, and if anything, it makes you work harder and makes you appreciate the work a little bit more because you do have to work so hard to get your reward. Yeah. And Gethin O'Callaghan just passing around in the middle.
There's your man Gethin, we mentioned earlier. Leads out of Wales out to 4-1 now. And they're just looking, it's looking all Wales. And there's the opportunity, and does he get it over? And yeah, it's given. Just good little bit like little twitch play in there.
Yeah, so they run the 32 shot. Gethin gets the ball and just pops it into space, relies on his friend being there and goes through the gap. The South African winger just can't shut fast enough. Has got to be thinking about the Welsh winger who's out there as well. And Wales make them pay. And that'll be a loss of control. Turnover for Wales. Hard touch called by the referee, and then Wales get their tap off.
It's kind of like all Wales at the moment, which we weren't. It was a bit surprising. And Owen Lockwood just runs into that touch and then says, that was hard. Well, look, you did run straight into him. Unless he was going to disappear up his own, there was not a lot he could do.
Yeah. It's one of those where if you're arriving to touch his upright, expect to be pushed back because you've given the defence the opportunity to do so. And as much as we say you're not meant to push people off the ball and create unfair advantages, you've also got to work hard to get the ball down, and you've got to be able to get it down in good force. And if you just meander into the touch and then complain that it's hard, yeah.
No sympathy from us, eh?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. You've got to work harder than that, Sunshine.
That'd be nice if we had some of that today.
Yeah, you never know. If I might say it some more. May get a glimpse.
You may just manifest it in. Wales doing everything at pace,
Yeah, just driving South Africa off the park at the moment.
And the transition. I mean, when they stand here on the subs bench, though, they look cold.
Yeah.
But everything at pace.
Oh, feet.
Oh, nice. It goes out wide.
Oh, so good.
Yeah. Brilliant play there. Alan Davis with the finish. She's done that really well.
Yeah, and it all comes from a little bit of a botch 32 play, and he just goes boom, left foot whack, bye-bye, 3 on 2, let's use our core skills to execute. Winger comes in when maybe she didn't need to. And it's a really good read there for Wales just to recognise. Winger stood in acres of space. I think she should get the ball and put it down.
Oh, that's nice, that's nice. But touch there, yeah, right at the end, but through the gap. No. Wow.
Ball down first.
Goes up. Nice touch there.
Yep. Always ball down first. Lovely score. And it's one of those where if the defender's retreating and the attacker's going forward, referees are looking at that picture thinking, who's got the momentum in that play? It's always the attacker.
Yeah. So 6-2. 2.5 minutes of the first half to go. And believe it or not, a man in red just got completely in my way there to see how he got that down. But that was just you know when it's a try, they run back straight away. They're not waiting for the decision. And a lot of the times it's waiting to hear. And I think Sonny Greenman here,
Yeah, good dive.
Well done, Sonny. Oh, see how we go. Just such a cheap turnover.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if...
Oh, was it strong-armed him?
Yeah, I think that was 6-1 after the other. The South African player went flying into the touch. The Welsh players, similarly also trying to win that roll ball. It's just one of those situations where two players meet. It's with such momentum. I find it hard. Yeah, referee's happy with that touch.
I think he just had a little word with him and said, it wasn't bad, but could you not do it so aggressively next time, please?
Yeah, probably.
Wet, cold hands.
Yeah, probably not wise trying to throw the long passes early doors.
90 seconds. I want to say these players they just get to talk about it. They don't get to warm up. They don't disappear anywhere to warm up. They stay out here in this incredibly cold, and it's all day for them as well. I think this is the last games for these two teams.
Yeah.
So everybody's kind of wrapping up at the moment. What we'll try and do as well, in the gap between the next game, we'll try and go and get ourselves some update on, let's find out where people are in the standings.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And then we'll know then all those last games what difference they're going to make to the outcome today.
Oh, great feat to get away from the covering touch, but the South African player just, nope. I was about to say the South African player might have just played at the ball, but the referee says it's a loss of control. And South Africa will have 10 seconds to go and try and cut the deficit down. But they'll have to get a move on. I wouldn't be bothering about subbing, because you're only going to have 3 seconds by the time you're on the pitch and set.
Yeah, but the ball's live, so they can keep it going, obviously. They're on the last touch. Yeah, there it is, it's turnover. And that is half time, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to warm up. They're going to warm up, not a lot. And it's 7-2 to Wales. I can only see it going one way. And let's wait and see. As you can hear there, we get the 2 minute, the 1 minute and the 30-second warnings, which means we're about 15 seconds away from the biggest comeback that we've seen today from South Africa, or the continued domination of Wales. What's it going to be, Joe?
Oh, I would love to see a big 5-try comeback, but Wales seem to just have the depth of quality. It's just outclassing South Africa in this division. But if the South African side can pick up from where the 20s picked up from, I mean,
you never know.
You never know, because South Africa, you wouldn't have really given them a sniff at the 20s, but they showed that they can take England all the way and get the result. But unfortunately, it's little moments like that, and Wales are just.
And you know, you said it was a 5-try comeback. What? It's now 6.
Yeah.
So while we were chatting, inside that first 25 seconds, it's now a 6-try comeback.
Yeah, and it's the two big men again linking up, and then the pace and power was just too much, getting underneath. Superb score.
It's one-way traffic. South Africa, they don't give up the go. I mean, the thing is with South Africa, they're still doing everything at pace, and you know, really trying to get in there. The good news is that it's not meant to be this wet tomorrow.
Touch wood, touch wood. Really hope it isn't. Finals footy day tomorrow.
And we're back onto the main pitch tomorrow.
Back on the balcony.
Back on the balcony. So Sunday tomorrow, the forecast for Dunkirk. Dunkirk and Lenton Ward. That's what that's all about, but not Dunkirk. Is rain that stops at 9. Slight chance of it at 10, but then it's good. And we could be good the rest of the day. And there's even a little sun there as well. So,
whoa, really treated us.
So, fingers crossed tomorrow we're not going to be going through this much rain and wind. But in the meantime, Wales, whether it's rainy or windy, they are just carrying on where they left off in the first half and ploughing through the South African defence.
Yeah, and it's just the pace. The pace is too much, and they don't have a touch. This is fifth. They've got no touches to play with. They go around the outside, pass gets released before the touch comes in, and then it's grounded before the second touch comes in.
Yeah,
superb play from Wales, and yeah, they're not happy with just the 5-score deficit. There we are. Want to extend this all the way out.
That's a Buffalo Girls try, you know that? You know why?
Why?
Because they go around the outside. They go around the outside. It's you might not remember that Malcolm McLaren song from those years ago, but anyway. Just showing me age again. South Africa, looking good.
Yes.
There's the hole. Yeah, they split them really well there.
Yeah, really good play, and that's something that they've looked for the majority of the game. They take the ball out one way, they set the defence in, and it's good feet. And the link just holds his space, finds the gap, gets over, deficit back down to 6.
For Reid Williams with a try, really good. They entice that touch on, entice it on.
5th and last, no touches. Wales were able to capitalise on this for their previous score. Can they create another opportunity? Is there Callahan? And they can. They ghost round the outside, and the spacing for South Africa is just too wide. And you can't allow the big man that much space.
Right. Yeah, Callahan again starts it off. Pops it in. Just there's the space. And yeah, it definitely got in before the touch.
South Africa working through the process, trying to find a reply. Sweeper coming round. Step back, good option. Dumping is a half, finds a half, good quickie. Looks to step back on the outside. but a brilliant touch. Megan Jones for Wales getting up in the face. Ball just goes to ground. I mean, South Africa trying desperately to move the ball from left to right at pace, but maybe the conditions just making that a lot more difficult.
And that's definitely a turnover.
Yep, loss of control.
So at the moment, Wales keeping this, well, it was 5 to start off with. They've extended it to 7. But last time they did that, South Africa brought it straight back, so.
Ball just goes to ground unnecessarily. And now Wales rolling through in their transition, looking to find pace, create some separation. Oh, great feet, but a brilliant shutdown. South Africa now rolling through transition. Trying to find space, but the subs are just slow to get on the field. Oh, what hands to reel that ball in, and there's the pace. Expanding the play.
And we're joined in the comms box by Kari, all the way from South Africa.
Hello,
Kari,
everyone.
what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Shame, I think our heads are a little bit down, but I think we really just need to push through, close that gap, score, just carry on in the intensity, go out with dignity.
You've got to close that gap of 7 tries as well. That's the
Yeah. We just need to really dig deep, play with your heart, go everything, put everything out, empty the tank.
Well, they're doing that definitely, because I mean, like, you know, they first 20 seconds you went 6 down and it's 7, but they're still playing with speed and intensity.
Yeah,
and like you say,
going for every touch.
Yeah. So have you been over all week?
Excuse me?
Have you been over here all week?
Yes, I've been playing for the under-20 mixed team,
All
enjoying
right.
it so much. We've made it to our finals against the England's mixed. We've been playing so lovely. Our team is gelling so well. So proud of us. Really looking forward to tomorrow's game.
I love that passion that you got.
Thank
that
you.
there.
Thank you so much.
Well, gelling lovely, everything else.
Yes,
I like to hear
yes.
it, Kari.
Yeah, it was
Thank
a
you so
brilliant
much.
performance in the game just
It was so lovely.
good,
It was,
so
we
good.
really put everything on the field.
I really like what your coach was saying at the end as well. You just outworked them, and bob on.
Definitely,
Bob on.
definitely. We were in the mindset, pushed every single last minute. We definitely outworked them, and we're hoping to do that again tomorrow.
Yeah, and I know for a fact, having a message from one of the England boys, they're unhappy with the result because they know that they left a few out there. But
Yes,
for my
definitely.
mind, it was
But they still played really well.
Mm.
It was a tough game. It was nothing easy. It just came down to the nitty-gritty, and we had it. We had it in the bag.
100%.
Yeah.
This Welsh team you're watching here, they're strong though, aren't they?
They are phenomenal. I've been watching a few of their games. Their driving is so incredible, and they're so connected with each other.
And are they favourites in this group, you think, for this category?
No, I can't pick.
well, it's not your division, and they're 10-3 up against your 18. So,
No,
so
I
it makes you
can't.
think either your lads are having a bad day, or they're the favourites.
No, don't count out England. Don't count out England. My boy Sam Dixon will have something to say about that.
No, I haven't been watching intensely enough to be able to pick a favourite. I think the whole team as a unit is doing well. Really good. Really good.
Yeah, it's these two in the middle at the moment, O'Callaghan and Sonny. They're just too good. Too big, too powerful, and they understand each other very well. 32 setup. Looking for the early release, doesn't give it. Looks short side, ball's down.
Definitely a touch.
Refs are happy.
Wow. What do you think of that, Kari? What's your thought on that? Remember that the refs are always right, but they might not agree with our opinion. That's the way.
I think the touch on the South Africans, you just need to come up a bit more on the line, so it's a clear touch. Because if you're on the line and you're making the touch, like over there, if you had 2 steps forward, the ref would have called a touch.
So you're happy with that decision?
I think it was fair.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about it, but I think it was fair.
I think that's what we needed to clarify.
Yes.
quite right.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that's something that you guys did really well in your game against England, and England were getting very frustrated because, even the psychological aspect of having a team constantly come off the line, constantly close down
our line
that
speed is
space.
incredible.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's something that all of the South African teams I've seen, the girls 18s, the girls 20s as well, the line speed's incredible, and you do get a fair few offside calls because you're really walking the line fine when you hit it and really pacing it back
Line speed
off.
is really everything because it puts pressure on the other team. It lets your team know what's happening. It's really, you have time to communicate. If you don't have line speed, you don't defend.
Yeah. Spot on. I think you should be in the coaching box for these for this South Africa side. That's exactly what I've been telling you.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh, lovely
I wouldn't doubt
dummy
it.
there, lovely. So close. Unlucky.
Take him off. Take him off.
Okay, let's hope South Africa has a good drive here.
Isn't
Come,
the producer
boys.
kind? He didn't replay that for us.
Yeah, I would be replaying that to the cows come home. Get him off, sir.
Look for the pass, lovely.
Just couldn't quite get through there.
Yeah, I think initiating the touch is also a big thing.
I was just about to say something that this particular South African side should work on is predicting the touch and getting the ball down clean.
Yeah.
Because too many times, yes, you have got players who are absolutely rapid, but if you're always going past the touch and then having to come back, you generate no momentum, no matter how fast the run is.
Yeah, you're getting the yards, but you're not the. I'd rather have momentum than the yards.
100%, every single day.
But I do also make that mistake often. So, oh, close.
Give it early. Give it early.
But Carrie, one of the things, do you agree? It's easy from up here, isn't it? You know what I mean? So easy from up here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're watching the game going, oh, I should be doing that.
You see all the gaps. Yeah, no, definitely.
You're going, why do you do that?
Yeah. No, 100%.
South Africa with a good platform to strike now, though. Forcing midfield turnovers, not something that they've been able to do all that much.
Oh,
but a no-touch called, and it's a very good intellectual play there from Callahan on the field. Just pulling out the touch, recognising the South African player dips their head early, isn't watching where the touch is coming from.
Good hands in the middle.
Yeah, very confident on the ball of these two.
So, Kerry, there's a question that I had for Joe earlier saying it, right? So you play under 20s.
Yes.
And you play in the mixed.
Yes.
So what decision is that I'm playing mixed rather than, say, women's? What kind of like is it? So, you know, I won't tell you what Joe was saying. You tell me, go on.
So I enjoy mixed more because there's a lot more momentum. Like I was saying earlier, momentum really is the game, and I like to think I have quite fast feet. So to be able to run on, get deep, make that touch on the boy, you know, there's something so rewarding about playing good against the men. It's really, and we've played a few games today, or like this tournament against the boys teams, and it is tough. It is tough because the boys strike on you, but you know what? I love it. I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm really, really enjoying this mixed side.
So you enjoy that superiority over the men, you mean?
No, I wouldn't say superiority. I wouldn't call it that.
I would. Fair play. Fair play.
Good on you, because I was just reading between the lines there, Gary. And I like what you were saying.
Oh,
really
good change. Good change. Lovely.
Super.
Great.
And so you speed, you're the wing then?
No, I'm the link.
You're the link?
I'm the link, yes.
Woo. Coming on at pace.
Yes.
Let me press more and more. There we go. Spin it out wide. Nobody's missing that one.
So good. So good.
So, what have you also, this whole tournament, what have you been thinking? I mean, how good has this been, like the whole setup all week and everything else? Has it just been, wow, great? You know, University of Nottingham putting a great thing here for us, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed with the fields, the quality of the fields, the facilities. I mean, everyone has their own changing rooms. I'm really impressed with what the university is giving us, and it's just giving us such a lovely platform to give all our talents, give it all, just go out there and enjoy every minute.
And have you had lots of messages from home watching the live stream?
I have, and I've been so bad at replying, so if anyone's listening, I'm sorry. I will reply soon.
So, sorry, Mum, I love you. Ready? Yeah.
I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that in. Make sure they know. 12-4. It's stretching out.
Drop up, drop up.
Yeah, just a little bit too much of this from South Africa. Going lateral too often. It allows the defence for Wales just to crab across as a unit and cut out the space. Like you say, momentum is the game, and you just need someone who's happy to go forward and take the touches.
Definitely.
Be that workhorse for the side that's just going to go and make yards, especially on a pitch such as this, where it's muddy, it's loose underfoot. It's so valuable to have someone who's willing to just get the head down and make meters.
Yeah, it's so easy to defend a lateral team.
So if you were getting out there and coaching them, the main thing would be to just run a bit more direct at the moment.
Bit more direct.
Just take it up. Kind of stick it up your jumper rugby.
Also, if you're running lateral constantly, you're running away from your dummy half. So then that, again, it kills that momentum. You have no one to pick for you, there's no one running on.
One of the things that England are very, very good at, you've seen them, is their ability to run at the offside player.
Yes.
As they're coming up. They do it at such pace. They manage to catch players in that offside position a lot and run through them and use them as a shield. And I think that's something that, you know, how do you approach dealing with that from your end?
So as the mixed players, we always try and create the overlap onto the goal side. So we always try and tag the middle that's at the back, get them, because then they have to come up. The other middle is already up, so then it's kind of drawing both middles up, get them both off sides and push hard on them. Then it creates that overlap where we just send a rapper onto the links, onto the goal links, and we're through.
So, like we were saying earlier, the girl sometimes what you target.
Yeah, yeah. And coming from a girl saying that,
exactly.
I can definitely confirm the girls are targeted a lot. So it's something you really have to have the inner strength, and not like only physical strength, you have to have strength because you know the boys are going to be coming for you.
Yeah.
So it definitely creates a whole new dimension towards a mixed
Is it just like being in a nightclub on a Friday night though? You know the boys going to keep coming and you've got to keep fending them off. Going, would you please stop? Well, I don't know. I mean, and he said that to me. I'm just assuming that you're like fending them off. You know, go away, go away.
I guess you could say so. Not going to deny or confirm.
Exactly. You're not going to deny. We'll stop there. Yeah, exactly.
No comments.
No comment is a definite yes.
Up in the middle, yes, good.
3 minutes, and I think that South Africa have, you know, they've played well.
Oh, so close.
But I just think there's just a golfing class here, you know, in the level of play. I think that's just the big thing, you know, and they're just massively, like, you know, Wales are just that much better.
I will say Wales are a brilliant team, but I don't think it's that we don't have the skill. I think it comes down to fitness and it comes down to headspace. I think this team is slowly accepting defeat instead of pushing through, because I know these players, they have the skill. I wouldn't say that we're behind or anything like that. It comes to passion.
And where in South Africa are you from?
I'm based in Durban.
Durban.
On the coast, yes.
Very nice indeed. Bit of surf and shark.
Yeah, yeah.
And you've come here for the week for the touch.
Yes, I was actually last week in London for some touring and so it's a beautiful, beautiful place.
Ah, good stuff. And have you seen the sun wave in here?
Have I seen
the sun? You know, that thing that you get in the sky in South Africa that we sometimes get here.
No, it was out for one day and then it became shine and went back.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So that's us British. We're very shy individuals, you know.
No, I can tell. Okay, let's use it.
So last 90 seconds. I think it'd be great.
Oh, close call, close one.
See, my take on everything, right, is you just got to catch, right? There's no such thing as a bad pass, right? You just got to be able to catch the ball, right? So get those basics right. You know, like they say, bad weather, it's not as bad clothing, right? Bad pass, no. You just got to catch everything. And if you can catch, you keep the momentum going, and that's the basics you've got to work on.
A lot of the times, especially with this weather, you need to almost slow it down in order to speed it up.
Yeah.
If you're trying to go too fast, which we saw in our first match against the English side. If you're trying to play too fast, you are going to drop the ball. Let's keep the error rate down, composure.
Straight into him as we enter the last 30 seconds.
Arguably the most obvious hard touch you will see all weekend.
No
just
comment.
chest on chest. No, not
No
even
comment.
interested in initiating that with the touch. That was just chest on chest. Sees the big man and wants a piece. Probably not the smartest thing to be doing. And again,
Oh, I don't think it was intentional.
There's the hooter. And the referee will just say, that's game then. No need to play the little advantage. It's all over and done. And Wales will run out 12-4 victors. Kari, it was good.
It was a very good game. I'm very proud of our team. They kept
so you
pushing
should be,
through.
I think, yeah.
They've worked hard for this. Let's hope they have a better comeback soon.
And that's them done for the day. Are you done for the day now?
Yes, we are.
Just,
so
just commentary to carry on doing, yeah? The rest of that?
I think I should make this my profession.
Well, I do. Because I was just going to put the mic down and let you carry on, you know? I think you've done a cracking job. And so you're done for the day, so you can go and you're warm
Gonna
now.
have a nice shower, good meal, early night.
How nice. Well, we'll carry on here till about 8 o'clock, if that's all right with you. Yeah? Is that right?
Yeah. You guys can get the overtime. I'll rest. See you tomorrow.
Overtime, yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Right, anyway, Carrie, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
We'll be back with you in the next game. Give us 10 minutes, and there's more touch coming your way.
Thank you.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that
you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Emerson.
Tight! Hands up, Tim! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. One for the ref. Hip hip. One for us. Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So
close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready? Quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Welcome back. We are back on again, and now the penultimate game of the day, the mixed 15s, England, and we've got new opposition today, the Cayman Islands. So welcome Cayman Islands, that tax haven for the super rich and the something papers. Can't remember what it's called. And I am joined in the commentary box by Gethin. Gethin, how good to have you here. Thank you very much.
No worries, yeah.
Straight after your victory just a minute ago. And Josephine from Belgium.
Thank you so
Touch Belgium. How good to have you on here. We are underway. Now, your role in this game is just to talk us through it, and I put my feet up and stroll along. But Cayman Islands, how good they've got a touch team. I mean, it really shows that where it goes out to.
Yeah,
so much better than last year, where there were only I think five teams in the X15 category. So that's great to see new teams coming in.
And they've got a big squad as well. That's good. I mean, not big as in personnel, but they've got the numbers there, which is really good.
Definitely the game growing, as it goes. Definitely more and more. So.
Now, Gethin, quickly we'll jump out from this and go to the last game. That was a commanding performance in the last game there. You ran out really well. Pleased with all that?
Yeah, 100%. I guess definitely with the weather conditions, I think we had to adjust our game, coming into today, but happy with the win.
When you say adjust the game, is that because down in South Wales it's always like sunny and like in Riviera?
Yeah,
and so you're not used to this.
Yeah, the rains, we're kind of lucky, I'm sure, it's different for other teams, but I think we adjusted well, especially with the France win earlier. So, just going into tomorrow, I guess we're expecting rain again. Just hopefully play the same performance.
Well, it was meant to be clear again tomorrow, but I just had a look and it's rain and little thunderstorms and everything else. So, you never know. But we will be on the balcony. You lot will be getting wet, so it's not so bad. And Josephine, wouldn't it be like that Northern European Belgium heat wave that's going on at the moment?
Well,
nice, wouldn't it?
It's usually warmer in summer, but it's also raining a lot, so it's not the problem here.
And what are we expecting, Josephine, from the Cayman Islands today? Are they a minnow of the touch world?
Yeah, I think they're a new team. They need to learn, and England is huge, so it's going to be a tough game for them. But let's see what they have.
I do think it's brilliant that they've got it's what the ref gave there, actually.
It's a touch, I think.
It was a touch?
Yeah, it was a touch made by the winger.
But he gave this signal. The refs seem to have some very personal signals, don't they?
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes hard to read.
But when you're on the pitch, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, definitely. There's
You
a lot
know
of
what's
talk.
happening.
Yeah, a lot of talk. They keep it clear. As long as you keep the respect, I think it'll be all good.
What, none of those big, hard touches with the chest bump like you had at the end there, Gethin? I don't think we didn't see it.
Yeah, the last game got a bit towards the end, but shake hands at the end, and I guess that's it.
Exactly. So all of these players are 15 or younger.
Yeah.
And what team do you play in?
I'm the coach of the X18 team, Belgium.
The Belgium under-18s team.
Yeah.
So we haven't had the pleasure of you on our pitch today.
No, I'm not playing.
No, but Belgium haven't played on our pitch today at all, have they?
No, they only played once first day against England.
Right.
Yeah.
How'd you get on?
Yeah, we lost.
Oh, okay.
And
let's talk about this game then. So, it was a good show?
Yeah, it was nice. But they came up stronger than last year.
Right, so every time there's a replay, this is where you two take over and talk me through the nuances of the game.
Yeah, so I think with that one, just a basic quickie play, but...
Well, not that we know, because the cameraman missed it completely.
Yeah, no, but the conditions to get that long ball from England, that's a great try.
Oh.
So I do say the cameraman missed it completely, but big shout out because they've been up there in the rain, getting absolutely soaking wet all day. Yeah. They can't see their monitors because the rain's coming down on them so much. So they're allowed the odd little blip, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. See what Cayman Islands got to play now.
Yeah, that's half cut. I know. It's just starting again.
So Gethin, do you play other forms of rugby as well?
Yeah, union. Rugby union is my main sport. So touch I normally just play throughout summer, then just carry through with the touch rugby for Wales. It's just good, bit different from union. So
I think it's so good for handling, for vision. Running on at speed, you learn a lot.
100%.
So it's so good from that. And yourself, Josephine, you play?
No, I'm only playing touch.
Only playing touch.
Yeah.
Don't blame you. You know?
I'm a bit afraid of hard contact. It's not
Yeah.
my thing.
Right, now remember, so there was a try. Now you two talk us through it. Josephine, you talk us through this one.
Okay, so it's a bit of a mess, I think, and it's going on a quickie, scooping, long ball to the wing, catches it. England has quite a few long passes, which is good, especially in U15 where usually they don't have some.
Yeah, they're really showing their skill with the long ball.
Do you know how much England trains for those kind of competitions?
Yeah, no, they don't. They're just natural. They're all really, just really
Of
good.
course.
No. I have no idea, to be honest. But
Okay.
a lot, I would think, because there's a lot of understanding, a lot of gelling together there. Oh, good hands.
And how do you do in a large country to gather everyone and just go for it?
Did they give that?
No, I think touch. I think we're playing the
No,
touch.
I didn't see the touch.
Yeah, I thought it was a try as well there.
Yeah. Remember that the referee's all right. He might not agree with our opinion, but he's always right.
Yeah.
That's the way I like to look at
In
it.
there we are. There's another 6 touches for them, so
Yeah.
that's what they got.
The deliberate knock-on. Went for the interception, didn't come off. By the way, the Cayman Islands probably get rain 2 or 3 times a year, so they want 2 things. They're thinking, what's this thing, mud? And my God, isn't it cold?
Yeah.
Unlucky, just couldn't get hold of it there. So how does that happen? Right, so what they do, this is, there's normally training sessions all around the country at different times. So
Okay.
they'll have little sessions scattered around. Right, so there'll be a training session in the southeast, one in the south, north, Midlands, whatever. And then they start compiling them after that. And what they try and do is then, like these tournaments, like Nottingham is the middle of the country.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So it's like, you know, so it's then fair for whoever.
Yeah,
they're
for
all
everyone.
travelling towards here,
Of
like
course.
Burton as well, where they, you know, play some of the games. And it just enables everybody to get together for it and come together. And they probably then get together for more training camps rather than every other week, you know. So quality time together rather than lots of quantity to save all the travelling.
I can see Cayman Islands is playing with 4 girls on the pitch. That's new, that's nice. I love it.
So is it a minimum of 3 girls? You can have 4 if you want?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Well, they're an actually all-girl squad looking here, because all their subs are girls as
Yeah.
well. So they've only got 1, 2 boys, and that's it.
2 boys on the whole team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think maybe 3. 3 there, I think.
1 there.
2, no.
1 there.
Oh no, 2.
No, only 2
It is 2,
boys
isn't
in the
it?
whole
Yeah,
team.
Yeah, 2.
Whoa.
Good driving.
So I'm assuming this is the case, right? You get the ball, and it's the Cayman Islands' job now to keep the ball down this right wing.
Yeah, just to help with the subbing pattern. So
Yeah,
if
but
they-
then also keep the ball away from their sub.
Yeah,
They're-
100%. Because if they lose the ball, then it takes a lot more touches to get onto their
Exactly.
sub box.
So you want to keep them away from there. So that's not bad. And now the first thing they're going to do is run towards their subs.
yeah, and try shutting it off from that outside. But I mean, if it's on last play, the best bet, and if there's nothing on, you just want to keep that ball away from their touch box.
Yeah. Keep it near yours. You can swap them in and out, and just, you know, keep them on the tee.
Oh, yes.
So that's given us a knock on, yeah. He goes to scoop it up and just knocks it forward.
Yeah.
And do the 15s, because they don't look like they've got a lot of meat on their body, play the same amount of time, because I'm worried about them getting cold. Because not one of them on the subs bench here looks at all anything other than frozen.
Yeah, it's standing around up there, yeah.
5th touch.
Yeah, last touch. See, the idea here would be
Oof.
to keep it away from there, you know?
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, because now they've gone
Now
over
the
to
subs,
there. Now they can sub it straight out on the
Easy.
first couple of touches.
There they are, and this fresh set almost from there.
Yeah. Now, I was saying earlier, one of the things England are very good at all the teams, is running at the offside player.
Yeah.
You know, oh,
what
nice
a dive.
slide.
Amazing.
And they've given it.
Yeah, they just try.
Good theatrics there from Finn Clements. Talk us through it, one of you.
No, so I think here we'll look at quickie, slowing it up. Yeah, I think they're a basic quickie and just beating on the outside. So I think he saw the space with the link not shutting in and just took the opportunity the most easiest way, especially with these conditions. I mean, the long ball which he'd been executing, but if it's on, you just play the simple option.
Didn't quite go to hand. It's only 10 minutes gone, 2-0 to England. Cayman Islands are, I mean, I thought they had a try earlier. Making a good account of themselves here at the moment.
Defence is really good pushing up.
One of the things being is they're very good at getting back as well, which is an important aspect of it.
Yeah. For sure.
And if you don't do that, that's when you really get caught.
And it's usually the most difficult when you start playing touch, because they ask you to go forward and then backwards again and then forward and then backward again. That's nice.
It's a discipline, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know, you've got to get into, got to remember.
A lot of rules, a lot of things to understand, to apply.
That's why I didn't like touch. My hamstrings in all that backwards running, you know. They're always a bit tight. Being a natural athlete, you have to be careful, you know.
Nobody's. Oh yeah, here they are.
Oh, close.
Is that the separation there, just between the?
Yeah, the subbing pattern was a bit disrupted there, I think. Good touch.
Oh, good touch. We can see England is most used to play together than the Cayman Islands. Sometimes don't understand each other on what they're doing.
Till it's raining heavier when that big gust comes off the gazebo. That was a lot bigger than earlier. Nice off the deck and
great touch.
And that's the 5th. So it's all got to happen here.
Last touch. Miscounted their touches there, I think. They thought they had one more.
The ref putting his hand up with a big 5 normally gives it away.
Yeah.
So Josephine, did you say your team was mixed?
Yes.
Yep. So the same as I asked Kaylee from the South African earlier, right? So you're a touch player.
Yeah.
And you're a girl, right?
Yeah.
You've got a choice. You can play mixed. Well, and you're a boy, you can play mixed or that. So what makes the decision to go either mixed or, you know, all girl? What's the?
Well, in Belgium, it's not that we don't have the choice, but for Women's Open, for adults, we're only sending a Women's Open and a Men's Open, so I can't ask myself the question. And in juniors, we only send mixed teams because we don't have quite the number to do all the categories.
And Gethin?
Yeah, well, I've got since I started and got the opportunity to play for Wales for touch rugby, I've chose mixed every time. I think it's just like a good environment to play with. It would be interesting to play the boys 18s, see how that would be, but I think that this is my last year playing 18s, and then yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'll stick to union after this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And where do you play your union?
Currently playing for college in Christ College up in Brecon, and then for Bristol Bears.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, with the under 18s over there.
We did your touch tournament 2 years ago. Live streamed it for you.
Yeah.
At Christ. Yeah, there we go.
That's the one.
Yeah, I know it well. It's right in the middle of nowhere.
yeah, exactly. Right, yeah, in the middle of nowhere, that's the way.
No, good stuff. Good time.
6 again.
Yeah.
Cayman Island is quite good at keeping those touches. They don't lose the ball often, and with more possession, they have less tries in their legs.
The full set as the camera again just comes fogged with the rain because it's coming in. It's driving straight in at us. It's really testing us today. Cayman Islands looking like they're going to close to that line. Oh. See, there's no such thing as a bad pass.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist, a bad pass. Just inability to catch. That's my thing.
Yeah.
So I just think if you can catch, then the bad pass, it doesn't help, but you know, you should just catch it. England have really, every team's got that trademark really up quick on that touch.
Yeah, the Cayman Islands defence, it's been really good up to now. They're really flying up, putting themselves out there with it. No, yeah, overlap. That's what happens, forced error.
How come the pitch one is not used today for the forecast?
Okay, so they wanted to save that. They didn't think that the pitches were going to be able to do 2 days with the weather.
Okay.
Right, so this pitch is being used. So tomorrow, the main pitch is going to be pitch 1 because they don't need so many pitches tomorrow. And then they're trying to spread it around. Otherwise, that pitch will be for 4 days, you know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
okay,
Sunday.
yeah. So there might be my
so
less...
just trying to, like, you know, it's the fallow year,
yeah,
like they have at Glastonbury.
It's smart.
You just see this try here. It's good again, coming on at pace. And that touch there didn't count because she was offside.
Yeah, great dive as well.
Do we see any Ashler splashes type of thing, you know, and the dives of, you know, is that part of the trademark of either of your games? Like, you know, like a dive, looking at the camera, like, you know.
Yeah, no, my team hasn't has any of that yet, but...
Well, I think it's something you should work on.
Yeah, Sonny Green, you need to work on it, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
My partner in the middle, but yeah.
Yeah, he lost his hat on one of them today. I was a bit worried about that. His trademark cap came off as he was going over.
Yeah.
You know? And that's not part and parcel of it.
No.
I know you're sticking in union, but I just think this game is so good for your handling. I know you've got 7s, but this is better than 7s for your, you know, your handling and your vision and awareness and running on at speed. You know, I think it brings so much to your game.
100%. I mean, that's one of the reasons I started. Like, throughout summer, obviously, throughout the younger age groups, like, you know, you have that big break throughout union rugby. And I took it up as just something, as I spoke to the coaches, it's just like for the fundamental skills, it's brilliant. Fitness, and then the handling, decision-making on 3-on-2s, it only aids to your union performance. There's another great try.
That was really good, actually. Nice little dummy there.
Nice fake pass as well.
What do we think here, Josephine? Is this defence or
Just
good attack?
Going, I think it starts from nothing. It starts there, outrunning of the girl, and then fake pass, dive, score.
So 2.5 minutes of the first half. Cayman Islands are really making a good account of themselves here.
Oh, what a dive.
Yeah, it's a great dive.
Touch, but the dive was nice.
Bit telegraphed though, because even I saw that one coming.
Oh.
Close. See, if you'd caught that, there's no bad passes. That's what it's all about. It's no bad pass, it's just inability to catch. So Josephine, when you play mixed, or no, you coach it, do you coach to run at the girls whenever possible and try and, you know, kind of like pinpoint on them?
Well, I played in a middle position as a girl last year, and I could see I was the one taking all those touches on mid-mid and stuff. And I think, yeah, it can be an option, but sometimes girls can be surprising.
Yeah.
We have a girl who is quite good playing in Women's Open, and we're going for 33s between the two middles, boys.
Yeah.
And because they're not expecting a girl to come and run that thing and then dive, I think it can be a really nice aspect to use. And yeah, I'm not sure trying to run out the girls always works because they're used to it now.
Yeah.
And we arrive at a certain point where you can do it, but it doesn't work enough.
Then I mean, Josephine playing against you last year, and against you done very well in the middle. So,
and Callie was saying earlier that they do. In South Africa, they look to run at the girls ship, but sometimes you're just finding that, you know, as you say, everybody's up on the speed now, and it doesn't work, and it's kind of more of a mindset thing. You think, oh, we're going to do that, but it's really, you know, not coming to fruition, and he's going to be definitely touched.
The problem with trying this is that usually you're not able to anticipate the touch, and then you just all the flow gets away, and because the boys just think they go faster. So yeah.
Yeah, they think they've got the pace on them, but right there, just comes back, and it starts. This is where your plan moves are all about. Your set play, one there.
That looked like a 32 pickup, and then last touch now.
Nope, they're blowing for half, and so where's your money now?
Yeah, I mean, 6 tries to England. I think they're doing very well, but I can't. The Cayman Island, they're doing so well in defence. I think it's just those little errors which are just letting England break away.
Now, the next one on the calendar is the Europeans down in Clermont-Ferrand, just down there. Are you two both finding your way down there in a week or so?
No, I've been. I'm with Bristol. I can't make my way down there, so other commitments.
But you'd like to make your way down there?
Yeah, definitely. It'd be another great, opportunity. But
and Josephine?
Yeah, I'm going with the Belgium Women's Open team, and I'm looking forward for it.
Okay.
I love being a coach. It was a nice experience, but I play. I like to play. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And what? So you've got this one, your Atlantic Youth, right?
Yes.
You've got all of your divisionals around in Belgium as well. Lots of opportunities for girls in Belgium to take up the game. So what do they? If you want to play touch in Belgium, what do you do?
Well, you just go to a club.
You find your local club.
Yeah, we're always try to keep new players because we're still trying to get a bigger community, and then you can always try to go in a national team, and they usually keep you in the squad just to make you profit from the team and from the players
and
for the experience, and then we just try to get bigger and to play touch and to have fun.
A European power in the world of touch, yeah?
Well, we would like to, but yeah.
You've got a golden generation because Belgium has just lost their golden generation in the football, haven't they? So.
Yeah, we're trying to have a lot of more children into touch. Like the youth team, it's kind of new for us. It's the 2nd year, so I guess the golden generation will arrive soon.
Excellent. All right, they're coming through. Right, we will be back with you. Look at that. Don't we all look splendid? Eh? Don't we look lovely? Are you pleased to see yourselves on camera? Yay! Right, we'll be back with you in about 3 minutes for the second half of England Cayman Islands.
Oh, it's so hard.
It's not.
I enjoy it. That's quality. You're really good.
Yeah, but I need to.
Also, no doubt about your English, by the way. Your English is tip top.
Yeah, but I need to think of every word I'm saying.
It doesn't come across like it.
Same me. I haven't got a clue what's going on. Every word that you two say means I don't have to think about what I have to say.
I have to.
Right, it's very impressive. That's not just you being Belgium. Most people say to me, what do I say? I talk too fast, so don't worry about it.
That's fine.
What I'm saying at the moment is, calm, it's okay, it's all right. Right, welcome back. Still here with Gethin and Josephine for the second half of England Cayman Islands. So good to see the Cayman Islands performing as well as they did in that first half. Ignore the scoreboard. This is all about development and then building the game, and it's really coming together. Josephine must have been pleased seeing how Cayman Islands performed in that first half.
Well, they did quite well. They go for pistons, they're able to go back 7, and I think that's a big start for a new team. Something else, they don't lose the ball that much, so they hold their possession, and it gives less chance for England to just go for those tries.
They were completing their sets all the time, weren't they?
Yeah, completely.
You know, which is a big part of the game, making sure to get it done now. Nice dive. It is diving weather, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. It's sliding, but sometimes make it hard for stepping.
And was that one over? Referee is
happy with it.
He is happy with it.
Yeah.
Just deliberating. There is a lot of deliberation, isn't there?
Yeah. I think they check with their side officials, just to double check with the call. They don't see everything, but yeah, it does slow down towards that when you get towards that 7 metre, especially with the tries. To me, in any important game, it comes a big call. It could be everything.
So what do you, Josephine, what do you think of that style of dive? That was kind of ball on the floor and slide along like you were doing one of those rollers like you do in the gym, rather than diving in the air and putting the ball down.
Well,
it stops you knocking on.
Yeah, the weather helps for those dives to work. But yeah, it was a nice 32, I think. So I love seeing girls taking those shots and diving those lines.
So we've gone through the 33 or 32 and everything else, and what that all means and the links and everything is in Belgium. Do you call it the same thing?
Yeah.
So what's the 32 in Belgium?
It's a cut with the middle taking in front of the link.
And what's 32 in Belgium? How do you say that in Belgium?
32. Same, but in French. I mean, it depends, because in Belgium we do speak French, German, and Dutch.
Oh.
And so, yeah.
So they do some Flemish as well?
Yeah, but completely. And then it's kind of half-half, but there's a lot of French speakers, but then in national teams we go for English.
Right.
Yeah. So it depends on where you play, and then it can also be, Dutch or anything.
And Gethin, about yourself? Any Welsh speaking than you?
Nah, no, not me. We have quite a few on the team, but all the schools I've gone through from high school, not Welsh. Not too good with that.
And Wales is changing its name, isn't it? In the international football side, you're going to be called Wales, as in the Welsh name, Kimwero.
I don't follow with the football, no, I don't.
Well, no, I mean, and that's something like, you don't have Wales on any of your shirts.
Yeah, no, it's.
So what do you think on that? Is that a thing that you're changing in the touch as well, or?
I'm not too sure. I don't think so. Maybe something for the future, but.
Nice dive. With a touch given. Yeah, no, that's the make sure it doesn't die.
Yeah.
Although the Welsh language, if it was to rely on you, is died, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Not too good with that.
So, Josephine, you're bilingual, trilingual. You do English, you do French, and you do a bit of Dutch?
I used to, but not anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
So you just do the 3 languages now?
I speak English a lot because of Dutch in Belgium. French is my mother's language, and then I can understand Dutch quite well, but the problem is I'm so used to speak English that when I start speaking Dutch, English just comes back again. So
Nice slide there by the 15 of England, Katie Edwards, and she does like it. You look at the state of her, she's completely black on there and into the corner for you can tell the wingers, can't you? Yeah. They're the very clean ones.
Finishers as well, teamwork try there.
Oh, there is.
Over it went, and in the corner, Ella Coyne with a try, pushes it out at 8-0.
With those light shirts, you can see who dives in the team.
You can see who's doing the hard yards, can't you?
Yeah.
Into the 6, and we go again. And where in Belgium, Josephine, do you come from?
I come from the south of Brussels, so in the French part.
Oh, okay.
And I'm studying in Brussels and playing in Brussels as well.
All right. All happens in Brussels, doesn't it?
Cayman Islands setting up.
That was a nice cut,
Yeah,
but
touch first.
English can just beautiful defense.
This is where the set play should be coming in.
On for a quickie. Yeah, 6 touches over. Be interesting to see what England do here. Either, I think drive off would be the sensible option, which I think they're going to follow with.
So when you first started playing touch, did both of you suddenly think, well, this is a lot more like complicated, nuanced, like technical, tactical than you thought?
I mean, 100%, yeah. I think that, like, for people who haven't played it, and when you hear touch rugby, you just think, you know, if you went out with a few, you know, players and just played a bit of touch rugby. But when you learn the game and understand tactics, so it becomes a lot more enjoyable. But at first, yeah, definitely, it was a bit of a shock, you know. But it's, yeah.
I thought there was a touch there. What do you think, Josephine?
Yeah, I also think that touch was made, but
remember, just our opinions differ from the
yeah,
rest.
sometimes happen. 5 is doing great job scooping that ball, and might not be.
Close.
There we go. Ref's got it right.
Yeah, ref's got it right. That's.
Would you, Adam and Eve? No, you did say you were struggling with our English, and you have to think about it. So we're throwing a bit of Cockney rhyming slang in there doesn't help you at all, does it?
I just didn't get what you just said. Yeah.
England go again.
Nice to see the rain has eased up. Hopefully help with the conditions.
Stops that ball being a little bit more slippery in your hands, but as soon as it hits the deck, it's soaking wet again. I saw one team earlier had the umbrella out and a towel hanging from it, so every time they came on and off, there was drying their hands.
Yeah.
Which made me thought it was really handy for the first pass, but after that, that was it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Broken down there.
6 touches.
Yeah.
6 from there. Your money's got to be on England taking it to the line.
Yeah. The space is on right with.
I think
2
it's
for England. Ella. I think, you know, if she gets that long ball again, I think she'll be in.
I think it's really nice from England to let the girls play in the middle when they see they just have the win.
Yep.
Because in mixed, they usually stay at wings and links, and I think it's a nice opportunity for them to learn if they like to play middle, maybe for Women's Open, of if they rather stay in mixed.
Well, it's all about opportunity, isn't it? It's all about,
yeah, completely.
You know, but one of the things, you know, that a lot of people saying touch is a transition game. I think it's a finished product game as well. I don't, you know, it's a brilliant transition game, but it's a game that you play and you may just decide to stick with.
Yeah. I mean, there's another great try. Structured, 32 short. I mean, they done it the first time. It wasn't on, as you see. Number 7 for England, Ella, pull out, and then straight in again. 12 run short, start to the feet. Great try.
described brilliantly, because to me it just looked like a pushover from a short range diving in, but those intricacies about how that's going together.
Great driving from Cayman Islands.
I think it's fair to say that the Cayman Islands really holding up really well, and they just probably need more game time, more competition.
Yeah.
I think they improved a lot since the beginning of the competition. Honestly, they start to do cuts, their drives are quite efficient, and their defense goes with a lot of pressure.
There we are, that's their defense again. Over the mark, that comes from the Cayman Islands pressure.
Is that a discipline, a lack of discipline penalty, foul, that one? Not from the mark? I mean, you know where the mark is.
Sometimes I guess you can, it's easily mistaken, you go down, you're thinking of something else, but sometimes, yeah, I guess you could say discipline, just not going down where he touched, I guess.
Early days, but this is a real Olympic sport, you know what I mean?
Yeah, completely.
This is all inclusive.
Yeah.
Right, all abilities, and Olympic sport have got to, tick a lot of boxes, and I'd say this does.
Yeah, and we can do a competition in a few days, so it's just perfect. I would love to see touch at the Olympics.
See yourself running out there, do you?
I would like to, but let's see if it goes when it's in Australia.
That's straight through, and the half is looking for somebody.
There we are.
So just explaining that, as the half, he can't just run through and score. He needs to find somebody over the line.
Yeah, nor can they be touched, so.
Yeah.
As soon as they get touched, so as you see here, if you got touched there, it would have been turnover straight over. Great run. Great look of space and great work from the team.
So it's him taking that chance that he's not touched.
Yeah.
Against the same time as the opposition have got to mark everybody else.
Exactly. I mean, the idea with that scoop is, maybe 4th or 5th touch. Do it as if it doesn't go well, that's nearly the end of your touches. But if you do it on 2nd and you mess up, it's not going to look too good.
Yeah. That's a real American football play, that the quarterback running through. You're not going to tackle the quarterback. You just got to make sure, because he can't score. You just got to go after everybody else.
Keep the players away.
Yeah, keep them away. Got to touch the others. As more rain comes ploughing down on us. It's actually brightened up a little bit. Which is nice.
Yeah, rain stopped. There we are. There's an example of being touched as a dummy
as a half.
Went for that gap, didn't come off. See, and that's where they should have run into the offside player.
Yeah.
Use him as the, he was standing around there, run into him. That's the support's got to be on there quicker. God, I'm talking like a professional, ain't I now? Talking about like somebody knows what I'm talking about now.
Interception.
Amazing what 8 hours of touch can do for you.
Number 11 is also big for under 15.
Yeah. He ate all these Brussels sprouts when he was growing up.
I think we should check some IDs. Sometimes.
Like Brussels sprouts. Yeah, that was bringing you into the conversation. Brussels, where you come from, and sprouts, because he grows bigger.
I don't have it.
I know, it's lost on you. It's lost on most people with everything I say, so I won't worry about it.
We could just keep in French and start French would be easier for me.
Do you want to do a little bit of
again?
Oh, no.
What a great try, great dive from
I got it.
two.
You explain this try in French now.
Oh,
French
that's horrible. No, I need to do something great.
Yeah, go on. You do this try in French.
Alors, 2 mid, ça part en cut, 32 cut, passe à l'air doublé, longue passe à l'aile, l'aile attrape la balle et super plongeon. Très bien joué. L'ailière des îles Cayman est quand même vachement bien revenu, donc ça c'était pas mal, mais l'anglaise était plus rapide et a posé le ballon avant que le touch soit fait.
Oui.
Merci, 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 merci.
Nothing else.
I think it was even more stressful than in English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that was bon nuit to my commentary career then. Au revoir, as they say. Well done, thank you. Josephine, you're doing
Au
great.
revoir. Oh, so hard. Au revoir. Oh, loss of control.
The ref's going to play it.
Offside seems to be called.
Yeah, offside, so 6 again. That's the only thing Cayman Islands are lacking in defence. Just watching that offside get on side with the ref. Because they're shooting up in pairs, which is really killing the English attack.
And what's the tactic to deal with that?
When 2 pairs shoot up like that, the idea is to almost just wait for one of them to bite and then just play it back and forth for your mid until the gap's on. But if they do come up well and they do it as they should, you just got to keep driving and just aim at the, like you said earlier, the playoff side.
Why is there only one game filmed?
One pitch?
Yeah, one pitch, I mean, because I know in Nottingham for the Euros last year there were a lot more cameras in here in Nottingham.
So my brief understanding of that would be budget.
Yeah, okay.
But I can't think of any other reason, or main reason why it would be. But yeah, just obviously there's a cost element. These guys don't come cheap from what I hear, It would be good to get the same setup on a lot of the pitches, and maybe as touch, and the sponsors and everything come through, that will start happening.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's such a growing sport. It's really growing well, and you can see how this would take off in schools where people are worried about,
100%
contact. Knock on that. No. No.
Won't work.
No, we're definitely going back for it.
Good
These
try.
Conditions are really taking toll on some of the plays.
So, what did you change in your game, Josephine, to with these conditions in mind? What was the kind of like, as the coach, what were you telling people? Just keep it short?
I just said them, it's raining, just be careful, and then they just did the job perfectly. Yeah, it's raining a lot in Belgium as well, so what do you mean? We just need to be used to it, and then it can happen to lose a ball on a slippery ball as well, but just need to try to not do it that often.
Yeah. I do love that tactic where you run to somebody and you touch them, right, to initiate the touch and the roll on rather than you having to wait for them.
I mean, it's the safest place sometimes, because a lot of plays, they pull out and this, if you go down without being touched, it's straight turnover, and, it's a big waste of set touches.
Two minutes to go.
It was 6-0 at half-time. Cayman's in these conditions and going on. I think they've done really well not to let it run completely away.
32 cuts with a dive, and she was on.
Yeah, the conditions are really tough. As I previously played in that match, it really wasn't.
Oh, what happened just here? Turnover?
I think he's given it 6.
Maybe back chatting, because I know it seems to be a roll ball. Oh.
This could be dangerous for Cayman Island. 6 touches on the 7.
Let's see what England shows us.
We are looking at Archie at number 13 for that. 32 long or close.
Oh.
So this will be the last play now. Cayman should just be able to run this minute down, or 40 seconds. Just want to run it up for a bit of contact. Transition as well. Hard touch.
20 seconds left.
Cayman's not giving up, they're still running out, didn't they?
Yeah.
Four seconds left.
Oh.
And now the turnover.
So we'll maybe
Last play. I think we're just going to burn a touch.
And the referee is calling it.
Called it game.
He's called it game. It's 13-0 to England, they run out. And so one more game to go. Getting, Josephine, what a privilege having you two on comms. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Josephine, I know you were like panicking in there. You enjoyed it?
Yeah, thank you. It was nice.
French as well?
Yeah.
Your French commentary?
No.
No?
No.
Not so much?
Right. No. Just more stress.
All right.
Pressure.
Well, you did really well. So thank you very much. We will be back with the last game in, well, roughly about 8 minutes, which is going to be, I was going to say South Africa, Ireland. It's not. It's going to be England B against Ireland B18. So that'll be a cracker in there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Good stuff. There we go. Lovely. Thank you very much. Well done. Cheers, Wade. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, but hey, if you want another one tomorrow, you just come grab us, mate. Yeah, Jess is on. She's got no choice. Yes.
You will be.
Yeah, you will be at the end.
I'm going to screenshot you, Jess, and be like recently released.
I'll be like this on the live stream, Jessica, you stay.
Still one defender. Attack is defend. I'm your first. Oh yeah.
Game of the day, the last parade of the Touch Cup here at University of Nottingham, and we've got a very special Sister Jessica. Jessica, great to have you on board.
Yeah, thank you.
Shine much on you. You're doing great. So Joe's going to take you through, and Jessica, what we got to do is remember that he's your big brother, so you don't talk over him.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hand over Joe, Jess. This is it. You're off.
Amazing. What a game to commentate as well. Boys 18s, England versus Ireland. We've seen England earlier in incredibly wet and rainy conditions. Dried up a little bit, but the ball will still be slippy. Expecting big things from England. We were talking to Will Upton at the end of their previous game, And he said that he was happy that the boys were able to grind out the result, even though the weather conditions weren't in their favour and they weren't able to run all of the platforms and structures that they would, ideally be able to. But this is set up for a stormer. And Jess, you've played in these conditions all throughout today. How difficult does it make it?
Oh, it makes it so much more difficult. Even just the small little things like getting the ball off the rock and little things like that. However, it is great for all your diving practice.
Been saying that all day. You might not be able to zip the ball from A to B as fast as you could, but you can dive from 15 meters out and still be hitting that line. And on the pitch now, pod starting for England, the Jacques brothers. Just so explosive, so fast. And then you've got Dylan Match, this near side link. And we are underway. Jacques brothers immediately begin the routine of playing around shooters and gaining many yards. England rolling into their platforms, butting up the middle. Adam dumping the ball. Dylan Match finds the long. Look for the long ball. Winger is available. Score is in the corner. A little bit of a hard contact. But ball is down first, and the dreams start for Ireland.
Yeah, it's a good opening score. Showing them how they hope to carry on.
Yeah, and I just realised I said dream start for Ireland. Well, unless my eyes are deceiving me, that was England going over there. Superb long ball. Brilliant spatial awareness from the winger to hold the space, and then a full extension getting the ball down. And now Ireland driving up, looking to reply. Just slowing things down for the moment. 32. Looking open side. Skip pass to the winger, but a really easy covering touch. That's number 13, Matthew Hawes, getting around, making the touch. Now Ireland looking to expose the 2-on-1 on their box side. Doesn't quite come to fruition. And England will get the penalty for touch and pass. And Jess, you know a lot of these boys. You will be training and playing with them next year for NQ.
Yeah, I know quite a few of them. They're very, very good.
Who are the ones to look out for?
Cooper is definitely one to look out for. He's very explosive off the ball as well. And you've also got Sam Thorpe, who's great at setting and just going for the line.
Yeah, completely agree. I think it's this pod that causes the most damage for this boys' side. Here he is, Cooper Bainbridge, pinning the ears back. Dylan Madge looks to step away, but a big touch comes in from behind. Dylan with a right little smile. Ball probably could have gone to the wing, but he backed the feet, and Ireland are able to scramble in the corner. Brilliant pressure from Sam Thorpe getting up, and Ellis Watts matching the tempo that's been set. And something I've noticed about the England transition defence, I'm not sure if the coaches will thank me for highlighting it or not, is they send the winger high immediately, and it's like they want to save the middles and the links to make the touches by sending the winger high. But here's the pace through, and Sam Thorpe just says, no, pal. Not today, not that easy. You're going to have to work harder for success.
Yeah, he's very good at that. He understands when people are just going to go through, and he'll step up and just go sort it out. He's everywhere that you need him to be on the pitch, really.
Oh, trying to disguise the pass, but the ball goes to ground. Sam just wiping the dirt off the hands, but what a superb defensive effort. And the commitment levels in defence for this England side have been so good. Diving at touches. Ellis Watts backing the hands out to the wingers. Bailey Blackburn takes the ball down. Dylan Madge trucking it up. And England might only have 2 touches to play with, but as they showed yesterday on live stream, they are happy with scooping from 30 metres out because of the sheer pace that they've got. Jacques brothers taking the ball down. This is 5th. Referee just pauses it. Penalty given. Hard touch. Repeat set of 6. Not the people you want to be given a repeat set of 6 on the line. Tom drags the ball. This is Adam Jacques. Looking for the link hole, and it is wide open. And number 16, Seb Conahan, goes over. And that is all too easy for England. And if this is the tempo they're setting for the rest of the game, then we're in for a cricket score. It's a lovely work play. You see them fake the short, they go long. Oh, and the link hole is absolutely perfect. It's superb heads-up play. Now Ireland now desperate to reply. England's defensive profiling, just making that dumper work so hard for their success. And Ireland currently at 6s and 7s, trying to figure out what they want to do. They open side quickie. They go to the short side, now come back open, saving the touch. 32. They look long. Link is available. But it's crowded out with ease. It's Archie Devlin trucking the ball at the middle. Dylan Madge. Feel like I've said his name more than most over the course of today. Good feet, good hands. Unfortunately, the pass has just drifted forward. And now as Ireland get the turnover, I mean, I think it's fair to say that they're struggling to find success in their attack. Anything from your knowledge that could help them out?
They just need to concentrate on getting the ball down cleanly, like that for an example. And just going direct sometimes and staying really deep. They're very flat, so they've got no momentum to run onto that ball. And if they can do that, they'll find themselves getting down there a bit easier, maybe a couple of touches to play with on the line. And that's when we'll see some action from the Ireland team.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's almost like teams get sucked in about worrying who's on the ball in which situation. And sometimes you've just got to get that ball down and get the dump going. It's a bit of a wobbly roll ball, but Ellis Watts is able to recycle the play really well. Looks for the ball in the corner, but I think it's going to be given for off the mark, and it is indeed. Oh, no.
In the ruck.
Yeah, penalty to England. Foot in the ruck for Ireland.
Yeah, it's good from the ref there. Use his advantage as well.
They've got a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of these 32 longs. Indeed, Cooper Bainbridge looking for the long ball. It's really nice and flat. Referees are so happy, and yeah, we've spoken all day about using all of the touches available to you, but why use 6 when you only need 1? Power, pace, accuracy. This boy's 18 has it all. Lovely long ball, flat out the hands, just fading forward, but flat out the hands, and Cooper Bainbridge with a beautiful option off first touch. And Ireland now really up against it. Trying to find some more success. Scooping, good option. Ball back on the inside, well recycled. Got a touch. That's 5th. Ireland just losing track of the touch count. Now they've got to create something from nothing. Looking to kill the ball over box side. Pass goes, but it's too easy for England to defend. And in that instance, we saw Ireland getting some better platform, but it seems like not all of the players on the same page.
Yeah, I feel like when they get to line, they look quite panicky. Sometimes it's just about taking maybe 10-15% off of it to understand what the players and what everyone wants to do and understand the roles within it.
Yeah, and how viable is having that player that's just willing to take the ball down and platform for the striking players?
Yeah, it's so good. You do just need somebody to just stick their head down and really go for it, really. So.
Oh, what a ball that is. Archie Devlin picking up from the 32 long. A platform we've seen them operate from all tournament. It's superb. Moses Ratnish taking the ball down. Dylan Madge picks up. Archie Devlin, one pump, jumping pass. Ball over the top, and they arrive in the sub box, all smiles. And now as we sort of roll through halfway point of this first half, Ireland's defence not really doing too much wrong, just being outclassed by the attacking prowess of England. Anything they can do to shore that defence up?
Just step up off the line, really. If you're off the line, they dive at your feet, you've got more of a chance of getting that given. Stay a bit tighter, and as soon as you see somebody pick up and look to go long, you've got to chase out, especially if you're on that wing, because these long balls will just go so easily. and will definitely go to hands and be given as a score.
No, agreed. And yeah, we've spoken a lot on the live stream about painting good pictures to the referees, bouncing up off the line, and Ireland maybe just need to show a little bit more desire in defence, because in the midfield, players are going up, but they're going up in single shooters, and against a team like England, yeah, they'll be able to pass around you all day long.
Yeah, I've just seen Dylan there just pick up off one of the shooters, just pass around them, then you gain like an extra like 10-15 metres, and it works so well because you can platform off that as well, get a scoop going, and then you've got loads of people quite very offside. So.
No, definitely, and you know, setting that offside line, it really does come, and you know, especially if you pass around that shooter then has, you know, sometimes 15 metres to go back, and continually offside, you start to generate the roll, and then that generates momentum, and then you can really look to strike. At the moment, Ireland just not doing enough to ask the right questions of England. I would begin to send shooters up in 2s and 3s rather than singles, because at the moment England just being able to dance around, and probably could have had a strike from that platform, but Dylan Madge just says no, not right. Long comes. No, I'm not even going to comment on the dive, because the Jacques brothers, we know what they can do, and it is just superb. But I don't know whether to call it a long, a fire up, a bit of both. It's like a long up. So whatever it is, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, and it is effective. Oh. Lovely dive. I would not want to be doing the cleaning of the kits tonight. That's a big old job. Ireland now trying to work the short side, but England are very well numbered up.
Yeah, just needs to set something. Here comes a short with a wrap, firing it long. England seem to have it covered.
Yeah, and the defensive spacing from England has really impressed me over this tournament, and they really are able to move on that string. They're moving as a set of 6, not as individuals, and you know, that's the benefit you get, is you do then cut out the little inside balls that could unlock a defence if you're not moving together as a unit.
Yeah, they're working really well all together. Definitely comes from comms, you can hear them all from the side of the pitch. That's so helpful, especially when you're playing. You know who's going up and what's happening, so yeah.
Very rare error from this boys 18 side. Just losing control of the ball whilst they're in their transition, but now they'll work extremely hard to get this ball back. Dylan Madge up making the touch. And again, they come back towards Madge. Ireland now working it back to the open side. Quickie, ball hits the face. Doesn't matter. Unfortunately, that'll be given touch and pass. Ireland trying ever so hard to unlock the defence, but England are just too comfortable. And for my mind, I would like to see Ireland get onto the links more for England and condition them to stay wide, because at the moment you're not creating the separation of the players in the middle of the park.
Yeah, definitely. If they start expanding their play out a little bit, you're going to find space all the way through the defence. And that'll definitely help Ireland out, as at the minute when they're attacking, there is no space to attack into.
Yeah, definitely. And there are a couple of plays that will help that, but I think the most important thing that will help create that separation is being able to move the ball from one side of the pitch to the other in a very efficient manner. You see England be able to do it. They're just checking off around shooters, trusting their hands. And, you know, I think it's just the disparity in core skills as we see England go again. Ellis Watts scoops through, finds acres of space, and it's an easy catch and ground once again. And Ellis Watts has just been invited through to the England men's open side, and you can see why. Ellis just scooping through from the 32 platform, and that's on one occasion you've seen them not give the long, but rather scoop through individually.
Yeah, Ellis is rapid. He's got loads of pace. He will just pick up and go at them. And you've got to test your defenders like that, see, you know, who can catch up with you and who can't.
Yeah.
And then you can play off that later on in the game, and definitely you're causing some trouble with that.
No, 100%. And 5 tries to the good, 13 minutes in, coming up to 14. England, very good value for it. Ireland need to get a score on the board as soon as possible. And it's little circumstances like that where they actually work the overlap quite well. There's a 2-on-1 on the wing, but that final pass just not sticking for Ireland. And England just able to roll through the gears.
Yeah, Ireland shooting's getting a little bit better there, stepping up. Instead of just waiting for England to meet them, they're going to meet England now. But
Yep.
however, saying that, they are getting some far down the way. Got penalty now. I think it's for a hard touch. Yeah.
Yeah, hard touch. We've seen a couple hard touches given where they do look a little bit inconspicuous, but we've seen a couple players target the arm of the dumping player, and that can be quite dangerous, can't it?
Yeah, if they target the arm of the dumb player, one, the player's going to drop the ball because of the pressure. They can't keep hold of the ball when somebody's going for your arm. And also, it can cause really bad injuries as well. It's not the most comfortable thing to happen, but the way that England get over that is just by swiping, really, and getting the ball down on the side.
Another rare error there for England, but Ireland starting to figure out the defensive policy, moving together as a unit, and Ireland starting to problem solve on the fly, able to fix a couple of the issues that are causing them some drama. I mean, if they, they've got another touch here to play with, and if they can get it going forward, it's just this position makes it so hard when you stop and then you're trying to scoop from a static platform. But they've been able to get the penalty. I just looked over at some of the coaches in the sub box, and they look very annoyed that that penalty was given. Not because it was unjust, but because they hold this team to a higher standard. And then they know that, look, that's fifth. All you have to do is hold space, and you'll get that turnover. Instead, Ireland have another opportunity.
It's a good ball, but well covered by the winger. Just stepping up and making sure he's in that passing channel so he can cut off that pass.
Better option there from Ireland, scooping open side. There's the 2-on-1, but the covering defender eats up the ground. Stops any opportunity for Ireland, and it must be a little bit demoralising for Ireland.
Yeah, England just have so much knowledge of what to do when they go short side or then when they go open side. So it's really hard to attack against them. Yeah, England just working to the box now, gaining lots of meters. Yeah, here's Sam Thorpe and Cooper. They regularly play together at NQ.
Oh, great
Cooper,
feet.
Yeah.
Oh, super. Super, super, super. The connection is always there, and Cooper Bainbridge picking the right option every single time. It's a lovely transition. They roll through. Sam Thorpe, powerful dump, and Cooper just picks the right option. Stutter step, little catch and pass, and Thomas Kerr adds to his ever-growing tally of tries. I think I made that 13 so far in the tournament. Outrageous.
Yeah, great hands by the winger, and great stuff from the link as well. Because when you have a defender on you like that, it can panic some people. So. Really good there.
Yeah, I think it was Seb Conahan just able to, with the catch and pass. And we were saying the core skills are just so important. And you can see, like, Cooper scoops, creates space, yes, but there's so much more to do. And it's those core skills of quick transfer to the winger that just, from these half chances, you then start to convert. And do you think that's just a testament to some of these guys playing and training with some of the best players that England have to offer?
Yeah, definitely. I've picked up a lot of really good things from NQ, and being able to train with them is absolutely amazing. I've been taught a lot and I've come a long way, and it's the exact same for Cooper and Sam. I started playing with them at my very first tournament at Northern Stars, and I've been with them all the way through.
Who was your coach?
Oh, my brother.
Yeah, we've created some monsters from the north, we have.
Yeah, so they work really well together, which is why they are in a mid pair together, as they know each other so well. They know exactly what's going to happen.
Fifth coming is Archie Devlin, the gas man. So electric. He goes through the gap, looks for the long ball, finds it, and that is absolutely superb. The feet's too good, the gas is too good, and then the pass is perfect. Archie Devlin, take your hat off. Oh, lovely. Look at the feet. And then the awareness to pick the eyes up, have a look to the wing. Just so good. And England look ecstatic with the performance so far. think England have set themselves a task here of holding Ireland to 0. I know there's been some discussion in the boys' team, but they want to concede less than 10 tries the entire tournament. I think they're on something like 4 or 5 now. One day to go. I think it would be a collective victory for everyone else in this division if they can score 10 past this boys' side.
Yeah, that's 5th now, so just no bite from the England players, just staying man on.
Yeah, well done. The only thing I'm always cautious about in those situations, when it's 5th and you're in your own 7, you do want to hold space, but you've also got to keep advancing. So it's walking that fine line between holding space, not allowing doglegs to appear, but also still advancing so you don't give a penalty away.
Yeah, you just got to get in the passing channel. If the refs are calling you to walk up faster, just accept it, get in the passing channel, and even if they do pass it, you're right there, so.
Oh, Hooter goes, but they'll have one more opportunity. Passes away, but Dylan can't quite free it from the hands. And even though the half has been spectacular, they actually look a little bit disappointed they didn't finish with the score in the corner. Half-time does creep up on us, and it is 7-0 to England. And Jess, we'll have one comment. Ireland not really making too many mistakes per se. Is there anything you've seen in their defence that could help them out?
Just don't send single shooters. Make sure you're stepping up with 2 or 3, because when you've got the likes of Sam Thorpe and Cooper on the ball, they are just going to pass around. And if you do that, you'll keep England out.
And then just a quick one on attack.
Attack at the line, go for the line.
Yeah.
Just keep going for it, because you will get there. You've got to be patient on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, then hopefully it'll come.
Yeah, for me, I just think they're a little bit disjointed when it comes to structure, and maybe some players not on the same page on the plays that they want to run.
Yeah, they look like they're getting frustrated with their teammates a little bit as well, so it's just about keeping your calm head and just going through the things that you know. Don't try and make up random things on the way.
I completely agree. So we are going to take a very brief breather. Just relax, let the heart rate come down. It's been an intense half a touch, and we will be back with you in a couple moments. And the hooter will go any moment to get us back underway here for the second half. Ireland tapping off. And Jess, we were just having a little discussion. England at the moment looking very comfortable, and a couple of the coaches saying, by the way, there's other people south of the north. Well, I don't believe in that, actually. I don't believe the south actually exists. So I'll keep bringing up the boys from the north, and everyone else will just have to deal with it. And oh, I thought he'd gone through there, but the touch just come in first, and Ellis Watts getting across and making a really vital intervention. Otherwise, Ireland would have opened the scoring in the first half. No, in the second half. And now England launching from deep, but might get a loss of control. They will. And now England going to have to work hard. Fast turnover. Oh, and the referee's just making Ireland take the ball back. Needs to get a half there.
Yeah, England just showing their mids as well. Always picked up. Long ball, but the winger's got it covered.
Potentially could have gone through the gap there.
Yeah.
Defence presented, thought he could have scooped through. Not quite the case, now they come open side. Oh, has to flip the hands around, almost an insane grab. Just not quite there. I think that will get given forward. It does. And England now have an opportunity to complete their transition.
Yeah, just got to get up this box nice and quick, get some touches at the top so they can start attacking the line. And this is what they'll look to do. Just get the ball down nice and easy, get some pace on it.
Oh, great feet. Superb feet. We do say if you've got pink boots, you've got to be rapid. And Seb Conahan certainly is.
Yeah, it's great. You're getting multiple people in the touches as well. Just getting everyone a bit interested, and then spaces will start opening up, really.
Here's the danger man, Archie Devlin. Picks up, big step. Oh, lovely little pop-off, and he appreciates his own work. Looked like he just lost his footing for a second as he looked to throw long, and then realised, hold on, I don't need to throw long because Moses Ratnage is right in the pocket, finding the space underneath the covering Middles. Middles too worried about Archie. Commit, and Moses in acres of space. Moses parting the green sea. And for all Ireland's good work, forcing a turnover and then drawing a penalty from England in their first possession, just concede straight away.
Yeah, I'd say they just need to look up a little bit more, as England are just sending one shooter at the minute, as they know they're not going to pass around. They look up a little bit more and just look for them other options. They'll get a lot more meters down the field.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe need to take a leaf out of England's book. At the moment, the Jacks, 32. Early release. Oh, but I think it's going to get called for off the mark. Oh, forward pass. Apparently forward pass on the base of the ruck, so really well spotted there from the referees, and now England will be motivated to get the early change. But brilliant pace. However, there's crossing.
Yeah, that'll get given us as obstruction, as we can't, as the England players, they can't get to the other person with the ball.
Just showing a little bit biased there, we.
Well, I am an England player myself, so.
Yeah, we're allowed to be biased. England now with the Jacks. 32, long. Dummy, dive, touch is made.
Yeah, they're just looking to bend the line, really. Get people chasing out so they can look back to go inside.
Also maybe a slight bit of conditioning to condense the middle and then look open side.
Yeah.
Short side play, flat ball to the wing, just goes through the legs of the winger. And what did you see there?
Yeah, probably should have gone the other way on the wrap. He'd got right round in acres of space. The link hadn't decided to shot.
Yeah, I think that's a case of Ireland being too worried about the Jacques brothers and not paying attention to who's around them. And it's very rare that you see this England side make the wrong decision. But that's brilliant meters made up the middle for Ireland, really kick-starting their transition. It just slows down for a second as fresh legs come on the field, and now the pace is increased. Ireland finally playing around the shooter, just delaying getting the ball down.
Yeah, got to try and keep that momentum going. Keep England on the back foot once you've got them there. Got to keep him there.
Yeah, because England are set and it's all too easy to defend. And you just can't help but feel like, oh, you did so much hard work to get around the shooters in the midfield. You know, you save a couple touches by eating up 10, 15 metres, and then when it comes to strike dump, just standing still, you're just undoing all of your hard work. And, you know, Ireland, you've got to be able to fix that on the fly if you want to be competitive in this game. There's a feet fail him.
Yeah, the pitch isn't in great conditions. As I've played on it today, it is very slippy, and I nearly lost my footing today, so I don't blame them.
Well, Ireland see out that set from England, and now England get the nudge on. Better transition. Ireland looking a lot smoother in their transition in the second half, generating space. Unfortunately, as I'm complimenting Ireland, there's an infringement at the roll ball, and England will get possession. Now, for your money before they go, are they subbing or are they driving?
They'll probably drive.
Yeah. And they look to release the gas man down the wing. Will he get there? That's a tight one. Not quite. Not quite.
Yeah, they'll just look to stay now, look to bend the line, get a half there. Maybe some thought.
I think that'll be given touch and pass. It's a lovely option and a lovely line run by Ellis Watts, but the pass from Sandthorpe just delayed ever so slightly.
Yeah, England just pressing really hard now. Putting in some good touches, just holding them up a little bit so they can't just skip round.
Yeah, really good touches there in the middle, and oh, they might get a penalty for an extension of the arms, hard touch. Keeper could maybe feel a little bit hard done by there. I thought it was a really good dominant nudge, but referees disagree.
Yeah, it's just about keeping control in the roll ball. The refs want the roll ball to be competitive, just still fair at the same time.
No, 100%, and we've seen a lot of the referees ping hard touches when they don't look that hard, but it's that locking of the elbow. You're not absorbing the momentum of the touching player, so they're not having care for their safety. So if the referees see that locked elbow, it's going to be very easy for them to ping the hard touch. Good hands diving on the floor, and keeper very gentle in the touch.
Yeah, I think he's just proven a point now, which will be good. Him just stepping up again.
Oh,
I think he's been...
Oh, well saved. I think there was a confusion of the touch count. England look a little bit perplexed, but saved in the end. Bailey Blackburn it was, knocking the ball down. So Ireland will have a repeat set of 6, but England keep the score for Ireland to 0.
Yeah, they're just looking at the minute now to get their mid-mid separation. So one of them get onside, tuck underneath and save the other middle, which is exactly what's happening here. Cooper's making the touches and Sam's right under him to save him.
And I've got to say as well, the profile of the England defenders is so good, just controlling the space and not showing their hand really to Ireland.
Yeah, it's all about your direction of your hips as well. So if you're facing out, lots of the defenders will try and step back in. So it's just about keeping square really when you can and just stepping on.
100%, and this is 5th touch now for Ireland, so no touches to play with. Got to generate something from nothing. A little switch, step back. Nothing doing.
Yeah, it's just about holding space here, which you can see Sam and Cooper doing really well, but getting called offside.
No, and this is what we spoke about earlier. 5th touch, you don't want to surrender the space, but you've still got to advance.
Yeah. They'll be going now mid to get a really good pace. They don't want to give any more on the line.
Oh, that's a brilliant touch from Sam Thorpe. Ireland maybe looking to get away with a loss of control there, but Cooper makes the touch on the line. Sam just highlighting, I can't see the line, sir. Cooper making the touch. Ireland look to go short side. There is an overlap, but the pass is just behind the link, so he has to check his run. Trying to set up the hammer. Half not there.
Yeah, 5th's come in, so they need to set something.
Yeah, 6 touch and turnover, and England do well to defend the set. But penalty given.
Yes, that's the third one on the line now, so somebody gets sent to the box at the back, which you can see there, just for this set. So they have to defend with 5, which will be very challenging for them, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I've got a feeling we're going to see Cooper Bainbridge go and make as many touches as possible. Absolutely rapid on feet. And you can see Cooper and Ellis presenting, so Sam can get onside. Overlap isn't executed, and the ball goes to the ground. And England are able to defend a set with 5 superbly.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Just letting Sam hold back that little bit, letting him play a pocket almost, which just then he can then just go save everybody else, really.
Yeah, Ireland foot in the ruck, and England now will be able to complete their set. Transition out of defence, but just guilty of overplaying. And you can see some of the England players are desperate to try and get off the field. And now this English defence is very disjointed.
Yeah, Sam making the touch there, just taking him to his short side.
Brilliant touch.
Yeah, I just want to get high now. Exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, Sam, huge call saying stay out, backs his athleticism and gets there. But a brilliant purple patch here for Ireland, so really sustaining some pressure. Not many teams have been able to do this to England. Can they get the reward? Not if Ellis Watts can say anything.
Yeah, great shot by Ellis. He knew what was coming. Just stepped up, made sure even when the ball went to him, there was no chance of him getting to the line.
Yeah, England really enjoying this little dogfight that they're in at the moment. I think they just need to complete their sets now. Archie Devlin just skips away from the touch. Absolutely no problem at all. But I mean, not Archie Devlin, Ethan McGilgray. And for all their defensive work, England actually come out on top, and they look enthused by their defensive stop. Bit of a physical touch there, just hanging around, although that's the kind of touch you want to engage with if you're the striking player, because he's hanging around offside. They look long, links open. Dylan Madge goes for the tap on, probably could have just grabbed it, accelerated, fixed the defender and give, but they're looking to put on a show.
Yeah, probably could have just gone through there, used his pace, got a dive for the line, but yeah, if that would have pulled off, that would be impressive.
Yeah, they're enjoying their touch out there now, and I mean, 8 tries to the good. Why wouldn't you be? There's no one there for Ireland, so England can just get up and put the press on. Unfortunately, England going up in individuals, and Ireland able to play around. Oh, lovely interception. Can he go? Can he go? Oh, yes, he can. No problem at all. Harry Courts capitalised, and England over the past 5 minutes have had virtually no possession, but that does not matter. Superb, lovely hands, and then just recognises, hold on, I've got the gas on you. There's no way you're catching me. Puts the hammer down, and we saw Harry Courts yesterday go full length. It's not quite full length, but it has the same meaning. Yeah, brilliant defensive work here from England, just getting up as a unit, shutting down the space, not allowing Ireland any success, and Ireland really having to work hard. It looks short side, 2-on-1. No, but Bailey Blackburn's too fast, covers the space too easy. Forward pass. And it's these sort of situations, Jess, that England have been so dangerous from, launching from deep, and it seems like they're happy to scoop from anywhere. Is that something that is consistent throughout the entirety of the England team, or is it unique to this boys' side?
I think it's through the entirety of the team, really, because even in the girls' 18s, if it's coming up to 5th and you're on halfway, the only thing that you're going to do is get that ball down really nice and softly, get someone to pick it up, scoop it through, and just see how far you can get, really. You've got to try back yourself in them situations and make the best out of a bad situation.
And it really does seem, you know, especially from my perspective, I've been able to have watched quite a lot of the England sides, it does seem like the play styles are very similar. There are differences, but the core values and almost like what the tactics are built upon all seem very similar, which is just pace, direction, scooping on 5th and back in their natural ability.
Yeah, just getting down, diving as well is one of the main ones, Andy loves a good dive as well. So he makes us practice them and even does diving challenges with us, which can be painful at times, but in conditions like this, it's great.
Yeah, England, 5 minutes to go. 9 tries to the good. Nothing can reply for Ireland. And England just proving that the class is a little bit too good.
Yeah, just getting up the wing now, just trying to get them extra people on instead of just going far. And here they come, just going to look to play around a little bit.
The twins, ever so dangerous. Adam to Thomas. Thomas on the ball. Adam scooping. Oh, lovely disguise switch. Oh, and the 2-on-1 just couldn't quite be executed, but England are enjoying their work.
Yeah, great shot there. Just keeping up the pressure, which just results into an unforced error, really.
Yeah, and I think that's just the quality on field is proving the difference. England able to put the press on from anywhere, really. And there's a 32, could look back on the inside, goes himself and the touch is made.
Yeah, just going to want to bend the line, get people interested. Got a big mid space there.
Yeah, score, lovely, lovely. The Jacques combining. If one wasn't going to score, the other certainly would. And that takes England to 10 tries. And what's nice is this is a little bit of variation. So instead of running the long, they run the short with the wrapper. I think he was actually expecting the inside ball as he's looking for it, but he holds the space, fixes the defender.
Yeah, it's great eyes up play there, just realising what's on and what's not.
Adam to Thomas, Jacques score. Superb. Made in Chester, finished in Nottingham. Liam would be so happy watching these two run out. Three minutes remaining now. And England will try desperately to hold Ireland out. They want this 0. They want Ireland to have the donut. Archie Devlin chasing across, and it's hands in the corner. But England's defence are able to work across ever so comfortably and just cut out any potential space for this Irish attack. Ireland now striking at the line. Diving under, and that will be their score. Although, was he half? Yeah, half can't score. I was wondering why the hole was there a little bit too easy. Half can't score, tries to go through. Doesn't quite happen. And England are having a little bit of a party in the sub box. England just having to bring the ball back. Forward pass. Might be able to hear the call there of the coach just screaming 90 seconds, hold them out. They want this 0. They don't want to concede here. Ellis Watts up making the touch. It's superb work rate at the moment from England. End of the third day and still flying off the line to put pressure on. And that is hips not square, and barring an intercept for Ireland, England will see out this game with the clean sheet.
Yeah, and double digits as well. That always helps. It'll help with their points difference as well for tomorrow, ready for finals day.
And from potentially I don't want to dare to say disappointing game earlier against Wales, but maybe slightly underwhelming compared to their previous performances. This is a statement of what they can do when they get motoring.
Yeah, it's just about keeping up the intensity, keeping it moving.
Ireland player loses a boot, chucks it to one side. And with 25 seconds to go, England want to finish with a final score. This is 5th, so they've got to generate something from nothing, but don't count this team out. They take the ball down, and just over 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
And the hooter will go any second now. This will end England 10, Ireland 0. And you talk about statement results. This is one of those. Although Ireland looking to go all the way. Oh, brilliant hands to pick it up. But it's a touch and pass, and it will end England 10, Ireland 0. Superb performance from England.
What a stirring performance to finish the day with. What a brilliant though. Jessica, how good was that, eh?
Yeah, really good. They showed everyone what they can do, really.
And did you ever think you were such a natural on comms?
Oh, she'll go all shy. She'll go all shy.
No, it's really good. Joe, you must be really pleased with that. It was just like, you know, such a great end of the day for England and, you know, a good display as well. You know, that was the main thing about it. It really like came to life. So it was great. So we're going to... That place closes at 8. We've got to get out of here really quick because we've got to change because we got the big one tomorrow. We got the main. We're back on the main pitch. We got all the putting out all the stops tomorrow. It's going to be big. Any predictions tomorrow? Come on, give me some big ones.
I think South Africa are going to surprise some people, especially in that mixed 18s division. The only other big one I've got is England clean sweep.
Whoa, Jessica, thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely confident going
England
into
clean
it.
sweep. Well, you heard it here first. The man says it. He's the man that's been watching all day. He's got his finger on the pulse. We know what's happening. So don't be late. 8:30 tomorrow morning. Catch us. We're here with the first games, and then we're here all day right through to those presentations. Look forward to that. There's more to come your way. Thank you for being with us today.